Good morning and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, December 13th. We will start off with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Croson. I see her. Councillor Dodick.
Give me presence.
Councillor Milton Hope.
Ready and willing.
Councillor Palladino.
I'm here.
Rumpel.
Here.
Parker.
Present.
And Mayor Higgin.
Present.
All present. Thank you.
Start off with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. I'll start off with some recognitions. To my far left, Councillor Dodick.
I have nothing.
Councillor Campbell.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just getting into the Christmas spirit of things. They've done this for a number of years. Community band has their annual tuba concert. It's just a gathering. It's a bunch of people with tubas get together. And if you've got one, go to the Southminster Church 1 to 2 o'clock on Saturday. The tuba Christmas is just a lot of fun and gets you in the spirit.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'm trying to figure out, is it a herd of tubas or a flock of tubas?
A gaggle.
A gaggle of tubas. Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Just, a which? A ton of tubas. I like it. A bit of a happy, sad recognition today. I saw the announcement last week that the Allied Arts Council is looking for a new executive director, Suzanne Lint, who has been leading that organization for as long as I've been on council. In fact, when I was on the board of Allied Arts Council, we actually hired Ms. Lint. She's been the leader of the arts and a champion for all arts in our community for many, many years. I know she's got a huge passion for the arts, and that will continue into retirement. So the happy part is Suzanne finally gets retirement, but the sad part is that we're going to be looking for someone in our arts community to fill those amazing shoes. So just congratulations to Suzanne. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rumpel.
Thank you very much. A shout out to Trevor Lewington and the team at Economic Development Lethbridge for getting Team Lethbridge organized. Last week we had 23 different organizations with 50 different representatives headed up to Edmonton to present the great things that Lethbridge does for Alberta. So that was great, and certainly thank you to the partner organizations that work together to raise awareness of how Lethbridge contributes to our province, and thank you to the provincial officials that met with us and hosted us as we were up there last week. Also, thank you to the faith community that hosted the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast this weekend. It was great to attend, and we certainly appreciate the support that you showed this council on Saturday morning. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Councillor Schmidt-Rumpel, Middleton Hope. We'll do you.
Yeah, just pick any of the double names. Well, thank you very much, Your Worship. Certainly, congratulations to Japanese Gardens for opening up the Festival of Lights last week. The Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal ceremony, in which our own Belinda Croson received a medal. The Lethbridge Fire and EMS grad was last week. The Catholic Central Football Banquet was held last week. And finally, the Garden View Christmas Party, where I had an opportunity to meet and greet a number of wonderful people. Jeff, we missed you, but I know you had other things to take care of, but it was a great evening. So thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Croson. It's not there. All right. Councillor Palladino.
I have nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I had the privilege of representing you this past week while you had a well-deserved break. First and foremost, we had the Mayor's annual Christmas concert put on by the Lethbridge Band Society, and it was a real fun thing to do. It was great to be able to do something like that, especially coming out of, we're still in COVID, but being able to go and see people face-to-face and celebrate together Christmas music and spirit. So it was a great privilege. I did have an opportunity to be the conductor where my candy cane broke, and luckily no one was hurt in the audience, but it was sure a hit. As well, I did have an opportunity to spend part of the Queen's Jubilee Awards, and we'll be talking about that a little later on, so we'll get into that a little later. But congratulations to all the recipients. I want to also, the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, myself, Councillor Milton Hope, Mr. Mayor, Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, and Councillor Campbell had an opportunity to be there, and it was the 18th annual Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, and not only do they take an opportunity to recognize us, but I think we should recognize them, and they do amazing stuff in our community, not during just the holiday season, but year-round. They're kind of behind the scenes, and I want to thank the faith community for what they do in our community. And lastly, I had an opportunity to represent yourself at a centennial birthday yesterday for Trudy Kazokas. She's turned 100 years old, and you would never think she was 100 when you saw her. She looked amazing, and I had the opportunity to go as well. Jeff Councillor Carlson, who is the chairman of the Green Acres, joined me there as well. So thank you very much, Jeff, for being there, and happy birthday to Trudy. Thank you.
Excellent. And I'm not sure if, Councillor Middleton, no.
Just one more observation in terms of a loss that we've experienced this week is your mustache.
The mustache. And a great loss, let me tell you. My wife is very appreciative of that loss. Thank you. Actually, Deputy Mayor, it was interesting that you had mentioned about the 18th year anniversary for the prayer breakfast, and it's my understanding, I'm not going to date you, but that you've been to actually majority of those 18. You've only missed one out of the 18, so.
Only missed doing this, I know that. They're shutting off my microphone. Fortuitous. But anyway, yes, it's always a wonderful celebration. I've only missed one, and it's always a great way to start off the Christmas season.
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Belinda didn't know. I was going to say there's an issue with the link, but it
All right,
appears to be
Councillor Croson, did you have recognition?
No, I'm fine, thank you. I'm
All
just
right.
happy to finally have the link working.
All right, thank you. I do have two recognitions, and many of the current council, including myself, have worked with Councillor Croson for a number of years. Having received the Outstanding Achievement Award from the Alberta Heritage comes as no surprise to anyone who knows the tireless hours that you spend, Councillor Croson, researching and writing about the history of our city. The award is given to honor the contributions of individuals, organizations, businesses, Indigenous communities, and municipalities that engage with the protection, preservation, and appreciation of Alberta's heritage. To say this award exemplifies Councillor Croson would be an understatement. Her knowledge and passion for the history of our community is second to none, but where she really excels is applying lessons learned from the past and how they can shape the future of our city. Belinda, your perspective and wealth of knowledge are invaluable to our city and its residents. Congratulations on being recognized with this Outstanding Achievement Award. And a second one, and I will bring in Councillor Croson again. Further congratulations, as was already mentioned by Councillor Middleton Hope, to Councillor Croson and to Larry Laverty, Manager of Assessment and Taxation, as well as the other members of our community who were recently awarded with Alberta's Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal for their outstanding service and for dedicating themselves to family, community, and country. This year's Platinum Jubilee Medals, awarded to 7,000 Albertans throughout 2022, were created to mark the 70th anniversary of Her Majesty's accession to the throne as Queen, and will be the last time a Jubilee Medal will be given out to honor her. So congratulations to all those in our community. I did have the opportunity as well on Sunday to attend the Alberta Sport Council, and they had awards were passed out there for those for the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Medals. And so it's great to see those that have given so much time and dedication to our community to receive these awards, especially being the last time that those ones will be given out. So it's fantastic.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just, if possible, I know you're quite a humble man, but I'd also like to add congratulations to yourself. I realize you weren't going to speak about yourself, but I feel it's important that you're also recognized for your years of service and dedication, not only in City Council, but the years leading up to it. You do a lot of volunteer work in the community, and you've done a lot. So I want to make sure you're recognized. We're very honored to have all three who work for the City of Lethbridge, Mr. Laverty, Ms. Croson, which I had an opportunity to be at both their Jubilee Awards ceremonies, which was an honor. But I thought also I wanted to recognize you as well. And I know that you wouldn't want to bring it up, but I think it's important that we as council recognize that as well. So congratulations.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All right, moving along here to the adoption of the agenda. Adoption, and we're done. No. Yeah, after all of those great things, this Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, adoption of agenda. Be it resolved, the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on December 13th, 2022 be adopted as presented. City Clerk, are there any amendments?
Yes, Mayor Higgin, we do have a few amendments today. We have a verbal BCC, Boards, Committees, Commission Legal Update. That's 14.9, if council wants to consider that. Also, we have 4 letters of correspondence received after the deadlines for the public hearing, 13.1, and also 2 PowerPoint presentations for each public hearing from the applicant that was received late, if council wishes to add those to the agenda.
Acting Mayor, is there any comments, concerns just for the adding to? Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, why were the power presentations late? This has been set up for quite some time, so I'm curious as to why it was late. It makes it a little difficult for people to, be able to really digest it when there's late submissions like this. So if someone could explain that to me, please.
Dodick, I'm going to refer to Mr. Westerson, who received it, and you know when it was received, if you want to give that information.
These were received approximately noon yesterday. Deadlines were communicated to the applicant and then requested ahead of time by both this office and the Planning and Design Department.
The applicant gave any indication, since they knew when it was supposed to be submitted, why in fact it was not submitted in time?
None.
I may be able to speak to that a little bit. There was some changes. There was some tea parties that were hosted after the announcement, so there were some changes to that presentation. So I believe that is why it came in later, because of the changes after hearing the feedback from the community.
So then the follow-up question is, since we publish these things on the public agenda, does it not make it very confusing for people who are either in support or in opposition to these, having received this information so late? I guess that's more of a rhetorical question. So as a second part is, bearing in mind that there is a late submissions, what is the urgency of then the public hearing proceeding on today's date?
Question? I'd say.
Okay, maybe I'll make that as a rhetorical question.
And I think come on when it is presented, probably at 3 o'clock, there may be that time to comment on that. And it would be maybe a better opportunity to ask the applicant of why there was, why that came in late.
Because then I have a final question to the city solicitor. If it turns out that we approve this late submission, that does not preclude us sitting in the public hearing at that point in time, not only questioning on this, but if we choose to do so, to discount some or all of the evidence as has been provided with respect to the late submissions. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say. You can it could go to wait, and accepting late evidence can introduce some element of risk, but we'd have to judge exactly what that risk would be at the time.
Thank you very much.
So in addition to the amendments that have put through the adoption of the agenda, any other questions on that? Seeing none, turn that over to Acting Mayor.
I will call the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. Oh boy. There's like 9 pages. We'll have this up on the screen if that is all right. There's many pages if we can have this. Thank you, Mr. Westerson. I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Parker, consent agenda. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meeting of City Council be approved and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. And they are up on the screen. Does Council want me to read through the complete thing, or have you had the opportunity to have a look at it? All right. Because we would be here at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon if it's no. So if everybody's had the opportunity to go through it, and if there's any questions. See no questions, Deputy Mayor?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And the consent agenda is a very important item because we're accepting the reports as presented by the SBCs and the BCCs. All of us had an opportunity to look at this, and also the community has had an opportunity to look at this as well through our website and our agenda when we present the agenda. But obviously, Councillor Crowson and Councillor Campbell were very busy through their SBCs over the last month or so, and I want to thank them for the work and all that, and the people on the committees as well, because I know I was sitting on a few of those, and there were a lot of great questions were asked, and a lot of great reports have been presented here. So otherwise, if there's no concern, if nothing needs to be taken out and voted on separately, maybe there will be.
I just have a question on item 4.3.1. That's the,
Community Housing Corporation one-time funding report back.
yeah, the question I have is that there's, I'm trying to figure out, I guess it would be on page 2, it would sort of be a spreadsheet, and it adds up to the number of the 110,000. There are 3 items. What does that tell me? I'm not sure what it's telling me. It says we're supposed to get a report back from the Lethbridge Housing Association with respect to the money that had been approved for them. And then I see that it says Lansell LTD, 42,000, City of Lethbridge, pending 22,000, City of Lethbridge, 45,000. So what does that exactly mean?
Brierly, or your designate?
Mr. Mayor, I don't even have those details myself. Mr. Matthews is online. I don't know if he knows.
Your Mayor, to Councillor Dodick. I'm not quite sure and aware on this one. I wasn't at the SPC on it. What I believe what they're showing here is either their intent of paying if I'm looking at the spreadsheet, it says pending City of Lethbridge on 2 of them, which is supplementary tax for 2022 and the remaining balance for 2023 property tax. So my interpretation of the spreadsheet is that their intent is to use the $110,000 to pay those portions when they come due later this year.
So they're using the money to pay taxes owing to the city?
Based on the information that's provided in here, that looks like what their intent is to do. And if memory serves on this, Lethbridge Housing Authority was trying to get operating costs down to reduce the amount of rent components. So this must be the way that they were doing it. I'm not sure if anybody else from administration has any other information on this, but I'm just reading it just straight off the screen here from what I can gather from the information.
Well, the resolution that was approved by 7 members of council on July 5th, 2022, showed that the City Council approved one-time funding in the amount of $110,000 from the corporate budget contingency for the Lethbridge and Region Community Housing Corporation, and that they are then to report back to the Cultural and Social Standing Policy Committee. So if I'm reading this correctly, we approved funds of $110,000 to this organization, and the report back is saying that most of the money is being used to pay the property taxes to the City of Lethbridge from the money given by the City of Lethbridge to them. So am I reading that correctly?
Yes, so I think that was if you remember, we were not going to do a tax, relief of taxation. So the dollars were given to Lethbridge Housing to be able to use to reduce the cost of rent to those seniors in that facility out at Southgate. And so how that is used, if it comes in and is used towards rent, is used towards taxation, it went into, it would be their reserve, I guess, to pay back to have those funds, or have the amount of rent reduced to be able to house those seniors.
So we didn't want to give property tax relief, but the effect is, even though you're not calling it tax relief, the effect is, based on the report we got back, that it actually is tax relief.
I mean, it could have went to rent, and they could have used the rent money to go towards taxation. It just went into a fund.
I agree. Okay, it's a rhetorical comment, but if it looks like a duck, and I leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. Deputy Mayor?
If there's any other questions in regards to any of these reports or the bylaws for first reading, or anything need to be pulled out and voted on separately, otherwise I've just called the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Okay. Adoption. That's the consent. Wow. All right. move right along here to official business motions. And the first one, 6.1, moved by Councillor Middleton Hope and co-sponsored by myself and Deputy Mayor Parker. Official business motion, rescindment of Council's decision to proceed with analysis and implementation of a ward system of elections, which requires 2/3 affirmative vote of Council. And it is whereas the City of Lethbridge, at the direction of Council, was instructed to examine the current process used to elect members of Council and research alternatives because of a plebiscite in which 55.69% of the electorate voted in favor of a question: do you support using a ward system to elect city councillors other than the mayor, starting with 2025 municipal election? And whereas the City of Lethbridge conducted research in a ward system of elections and recommended a committee is formed consisting of interested parties to design a model for use in the 2025 civic election, and whereas the goal of the process has been to develop a model deemed to be more effective and efficient than the current at-large process and to improve council representation in smaller geographic areas of the city. And whereas alternatives proposed to replace the existing model may not produce enhanced representation, greater voter turnout, or a more effective and efficient process, the current process will cost a substantial sum of money to develop and implement and is unlikely to have sufficient support of council, thereby creating greater confusion and expending valuable resources in an attempt to implement a largely unwanted model. And whereas the sponsors have developed a made-in-Lethbridge model that responds favorably to existing geographical areas for representation while retaining some of the at-large components of the election process. Therefore, be it resolved that Council rescind its previous decision of June 2nd, 2022, which is attached, to proceed with the ward system electoral process and direct administration to prepare a bylaw to rescind Ward Commission Bylaw 6374. And I just open it up for questions. See no questions for debate. Councillor Middleton Hope to open debate.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Sorry, I had a question.
Question. Go ahead, Councillor Croson.
Can any member of council tell me what percentage of vote they got in the election?
God, I guess we could
Sorry, the question is, the answer is not a single one of us got 50% of the votes, and we're arguing whether 55% of the voters, made a mistake. So I just want us to be thinking about that.
Yeah, see, there's a good example of how you use statistically in a strange fashion. So if you're looking at all of the votes, so if people are voting for all 9 council candidates and actually only 38,000 or 30,000 people voted, then it's going to look that the percentage margin of the person who got elected actually got significantly less. But if you actually look at the number of people that voted and you take the raw vote of how many votes that person got, then you come up with a much higher number. So with all due respect, I think this is an inappropriate question. It has nothing at all to do with the issue at hand, and I would ask the court. Oops.
Yeah, this isn't a court. This is debating a council.
I've been waiting for that for 12 years.
To rule the question out of order on a point of order.
All right. With that, I will open up to any further questions. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Middleton Hope.
You ready now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. All right, so to open debate. The purpose of this rescindment is to allow this motion to be revisited with a new model proposal that will meet the expectations of a majority of council, will provide enhanced accountability, retaining some of the features of the current model and reducing the costs associated and previously approved for this process. All of you will have been given copies of the proposal. This rescindment and a replacement OBM to be discussed and debated today are presented for your review and approval. Councillor Parker.
Any further debate? Councillor Dodick? Or, sorry, Councillor Croson, you were in there first.
Yes. This shouldn't be and isn't about what council wants. It's about what residents wanted. They asked us with 55% of the votes to look into a ward system. We looked to our experts, which is the city clerk's department, and said, create a model that we can look into. They created this beautiful made in Lethbridge model. not a made in council model, but a made in Lethbridge model that would have us look at it. And we have before us this process that has been set out. And so we're not rather, what I have heard from members of the public is that they are insulted by us redoing and relooking at this. They know what the ward system is. They have been using it federally. They've been using it provincially. They see it in our rural communities. They've seen it at work in Calgary and Edmonton and other municipalities across Canada. And people do not want us backing up from this. They don't want us to be a hokey pokey council that puts our foot in, tries something, and steps back out. Make a decision and go with it. There are a great many assumptions in the whereases. Those are the conversations that should be had when this moves forward, if this moves forward to this model that we currently have in place. I would ask my colleagues to vote against this. Let's go with the model that we have created. Let's go with the model that the 55% of the voters have requested.
Your worship.
With that, Councillor Dodick, this is debate. You can close it.
Yes, I voted against pursuing the ward system and the expenditure of up to $300,000 to investigate this when it first came up, and I will continue to oppose that, and so thus I will support this resolution. But I want to make a few comments. Like when we're using anecdotal information, I also talk to people, and people have told me that why are we pursuing this? So it depends on who you talk to. Someone's going to say, yeah, it's a good idea. Others will say it's a bad idea. Some of the reasons, I won't reiterate all of them, that I was opposed to this. It was problematic with the ward system in that people in a ward or electors in a ward have to vote in the ward that they are, but candidates can come from any ward in the city. So you live on the west side and you calculate that your chances of election are greater on the north side. You can run on the north side, but the north side, people that live on the north side can only vote for whoever's running in that particular ward. And of course, saying that 55% of the people supported the ward system, it also depends on what kind of information is provided to those folks. And I use the example of Red Deer, who was doing the same thing and had a plebiscite on it. But unlike Lethbridge, prior to their vote, they had all sorts of meetings, media campaigns, and showed the cost of being involved in it and what really the ward system is. And Red Deer being demographically very similar to Lethbridge and population-wise as well, they voted 72 to 28% against the ward system, and today they continue with an at-large system. So the fact that a certain percentage of people voted for the ward system doesn't mean that they had all of the information. In fact, they didn't. So I will be supporting this resolution for the reasons I've given and the reasons I gave in the past why I wouldn't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Thank you to the movers for bringing this forward. I don't think it's any surprise, but I'm very vocal in my opposition to going down the path of the ward system. In my studies of this, when I first ran on council, I ran thinking the ward system was a good idea. I studied it for many years from many different directions, and I do not see the benefits for our community in a ward system. I've been very vocal about that. I'm not going to repeat them all. The ward system gives you basically a first past the post, which I think has been proven in many scenarios to not give a very diverse slate of candidates. So I will be supporting this. I'm pleased to see that the movers are bringing this forward. I've had a sober second look at this and are proposing some alternates that will actually do what I've said all along. The ward system isn't going to achieve what folks wanted out of the more transparency, more accountability, et cetera. I think there are other systems, better systems, and let's explore those. So I appreciate this coming forward. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I certainly thank the movers for bringing this forward, as well as their work on the proposal we're going to hear next. However, it will be no surprise to anybody that I do not support this motion. Part of the intention behind the entire proposal was to give voters an opportunity to have their say in how their leaders are elected, and we're taking that away from them by rescinding the motion. Previous council, including members serving on current council, voted to ask the question, on the ballot, and a majority of voters said yes. To discount this shows a lack of respect to both those voters and to the process. The establishment of a ward commission demonstrates that respect and gives the opportunity for public engagement, offers the electorate an opportunity to choose how they elect their representatives. So certainly I appreciate what Councillor Dodick and what Councillor Carlson has also said about first past the post, about being concerned about people being in a ward or not being in the ward system or not being in the ward that they are running in. But that's something that could come out of this commission as a recommendation or not. This commission is a study of the ward system. When the work of the committee is done, then council has the opportunity to say yes or no, recognizing the results of the plebiscite respects voters, affords citizens the ability to explore their ideas and their values around the electoral process, and still leaves council as the authority for the final decision on this proposal. I'll conclude with, this council has on their action plan initiating a ward system study. Again, this is a study of a ward system. It's not saying it's moving forward. This is an opportunity for us to look at it and engage our voters. Our residents expect good governance from this council, and moving forward with the commission offers exactly that. Thank you.
Councillor Palladino.
I will support this, primarily because of what Councillor Dodick brought up, was the information that was missing to the voters back at the election time was the $300,000 that this is going to cost. And I opposed it at that time primarily on the $300,000 expenditure. And I will oppose that, or I will support this so that we don't spend any further money. I think the movers have done a good job of having a review on this without spending that money. Thank you.
And as a co-sponsor, I'm absolutely going to support this rescindment decision. And the reason I do is over the past years, and I know that going back many years, Councillor Parker and I sat down and we're really sold on the idea of a ward system, more representation in different areas of the community, in different quadrants. And I believe in what will be coming forward here as an OBM after this resolution shows that and how the representation can happen. I know that we look at questions that happen at during the election, and one of the questions as well was, are you in favor of a bridge? I don't think there's anybody here that wanted to move forward with a bridge, but guess what? Majority of the community, if we look at it that way, did want a bridge. So, I mean, I liken that it's how the question is asked. Now, what the community and what I've been out talking with community members want is representation. So again, what's going to be coming up on this OBM, and not for $300,000, would give that representation to community members. And so I'm looking forward to the questions and debate of that when it does come forward. So with that, I will move over to close. Councillor Deputy Mayor Parker.
Well, thank you very much. And the reason why I think that question was not put on there, but the way it was answered is quite often during civic elections, in the city of Lethbridge in particular, you'll have 30 people running for city council. So the ward system's always top of your mind when you go in and you vote at the ballot. You vote in the ballot, you go, oh, this would be easier if we had a ward system. So if you had a ward system, you could easily have 30 people running a ward. So does that solve the situation? Does that solve the problem? Right now, the community votes for 8 members of city council, and they kind of pick their starting lineup, just like a baseball manager does in baseball. They pick the 9 or 8 people that they feel best is going to represent them. If you think about what happened over here beside the Civic Center if we had a ward system, and I was representing a certain area of the west side, and you guys could all say that when you're in a ward system, you look out for the collective community, I don't believe so. I believe you represent the citizens you represent, and you care about them because those are the ones that vote for you. Right now, if I was to just represent Lethbridge West in a certain area, based on where I live, and someone on the north side really likes me, but they really can't vote for me, or they don't like their representative, or at the same time, if someone in Lethbridge West that lives in my riding doesn't like me, they still got to deal with me. They still got to deal with me. The way it is now, remember, the community can choose who they feel most comfortable with, and they can call them up. And then you also have 8 members of council, including the mayor, who are always making decisions on the behalf of the whole community, It isn't a matter of, well, if I don't get what I get in my ward, I'm not going to support you in other wards. Some will argue, well, other communities do it. Well, other communities have a ward when they have 110,000 people in a ward. We're a community of 105,000. So there are consequences to decisions. Now, at the end of the day, I believe when people went and voted in that, they didn't have all the information. They didn't have all the collective data to make an educated decision. So for that reason alone, I believe that I would not support this if this proposal wasn't being brought forward. And I want to thank Councillor Milton Hope for all the legwork he did on it, because he did a lot of work. Because we did hear that a ward system or some kind of better representation was asked and can be inferred from that question. And I believe we are answering and taking action on what we heard during the election and during the official vote. So for that reason, I will be supporting this.
With that question has been called. All in favor? And it'll actually be a roll call, Madam City Clerk, if we can.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Crowson.
Opposed.
Councillor Dodick.
Favor.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Favor.
Councillor Palladino.
Favor?
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Favor.
Mayor Higgin.
Favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Carries 7-2.
Now we'll move on to Resolution 6.2, OBM Electoral Forum, moved by Councillor Middleton Hope, co-sponsored by myself and Deputy Mayor Parker. Whereas the City of Lethbridge embarked on a process to examine the current electoral process used to elect members of council as a result of a plebiscite in which 55.69% of the electorate voted in favor, and whereas administration has conducted research in various electoral processes, and where further provided a direction by council to explore various models through the use of a committee to determine a model or models for council's consideration, and whereas the primary impetus of for amending the current model was to develop a more democratic election process that would provide for effective and efficient representation. And whereas the precinct model, which is attached, is designed to eliminate the need for a further costly review process by addressing at-large representation and blending it with geographic accountability, thereby improving the existing model. Therefore, be it resolved that Council direct administration to report back to Council through the Governance Standing Policy Committee by Q2 2023, having conducted a robust examination of the precinct model, which is attached, and a strategy and timeline for implementation, including any budget and resourcing requirements. Councillor Carlson, questions?
Oh, thank you. Just a question to the movers. The operative clause talks about a robust examination of just one model. Would it be at all possible to not preclude any other possible models? And I'm just not sure how to phrase it. Robust examination of the precinct.
If your question is this set in stone and this is the only option?
Yes. Yeah, and I'm hoping
this could be massaged in a way, and that's why we go through committee and all that.
Yeah, so I'm hoping the committee would have the leeway to say, okay, we've looked at this, here's some tweaks, here's some ideas, here's some other thoughts. Does this preclude that, or is that okay?
And I do see that, and that's a very good question, Councillor Carlson, because the precinct model is designed. So I can see the question that you have there, and it would be up to that committee, I think the Standing Policy Committee, to review this more than just the precinct model that is there. And I think that's what the whole idea has been. If I check with my other sponsors, Councillor Middleton Hope.
There's always room for discussion and negotiation, and I certainly applaud it. Every member of council has had a copy of the proposal for several weeks, and Madam Clerk has received any, if at all, any comments, concerns, recommendations in regards to this. I've not been informed of any of those because I would have been glad to incorporate that into the proposal. As it stands, it's still open to review, and certainly I encourage members of council to provide a review of it and insights into what they would like to see in a proposal like this.
My understanding, multiple, it will be looked at that, the Standing Policy Committee level.
Yeah, and thank you. I guess this will go to committee, and maybe that would be the appropriate time for committee to come back and say, we've looked at this, here's some alternatives, or here's some other possibilities. So that could happen at the committee level. Thank
Absolutely. You. Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, I would propose a potentially friendly amendment. Okay, can you put the resolution, oh, I can't read it over, okay. All right, so in the operative clause, third line down, where it says examination of the precinct model, I would suggest the be replaced with the word a precinct model. And where it says attachment, I would add the words attachment being one example, close brackets. So what it says is a precinct model, attachment being one example, and that takes care of Councillor Collison's concern. So how friendly is that?
We all find it friendly by the looks of it.
Thank you.
Well, it's just the three of us, yeah. All right, perfect. Thank you. With that, Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I have a question about the backgrounder that comes with this. I realize it's not actual motion, but who wrote the backgrounder?
Are you talking about the proposal?
Well, there is something that looks official from the city of Lethbridge that has title Electoral Reform and then date October 17th.
Yes.
And then there's an issue in the background. I'm just curious as to who wrote that because I have some concerns with it.
I did.
All right. Can I recommend that we remove there the under the second paragraph, are there concerns about voting irregularities, mismanagement of the election process, etc.? I don't believe that has come forward at any time as a concern, and I believe that's a slight to the city clerk's office who oversees our votes to even suggest that there was mismanagement of the election process. I realize that's not the motion, but that is an official document that's attached to it, and I would recommend we remove those lines.
Yeah.
I think the background here for the electoral forum, it says, are there concerns about voting irregularities, mismanagement, or the election process, corruption, or gerrymandering that may contribute to an unfavorable outcome? That's the part there, Councillor Croson?
Yes, I don't think that's fair to have that even as a suggestion, considering it is the city clerk's department that oversees our elections, and I have not heard any concerns about that, and I don't think anyone else has either.
No. At the end of the day, and I think Councillor Croson is inflaming the situation. This is certainly not intended to poke at the city clerk's office. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with musings around what happens during elections. And you well know that there are many concerns about elections across North America. So that's really all it's referring to. It has nothing to do with what our city clerks do, and it certainly is not intended to cast any dispersions towards our city clerks. So I think, candidly, Councillor Croson, that's an overreaction.
I still think it could be easily removed, but if that's not the will of council to remove it, that's the will of council.
Are you wanting to have that, now it's not part of, so it's and I'm just trying to think, it's not part of the resolution, so the resolution does not
Or to make it clear that the backgrounder, was written by one of the councillors and not by administration, because right now it looks officially that it came from administration, even if it was just identified that it is part of the motion and not an official backgrounder.
Okay, but as I look at the OBM, it does not speak directly to that, and so I know it's attached to that, so I'm not sure, Madam City Clerk, is any suggestions for?
It's an attachment to the OBM. It's up to council whether they want to remove it, but it's not the direction, the action. So
Not the action, and he was from the
like a
OBR.
report, if council wanted something removed from it, they could do it.
It's a proposal, and as Councillor Carlson requested, is there an opportunity there to go into it and to work on it? Yes, absolutely. But Councillor Croson, you've had the better part of 6 weeks to voice any concerns about this. I'm wondering, were those concerns voiced to the city clerk's office to make changes?
No, I had a chance to finally thoroughly review this yesterday. I'm sorry, between treatments and everything, that was the last or the chance I had to finally look it through, and I just find that one statement to be problematic.
That can be looked at through the SPC, the Standing Policy Committee, when that is, if this does pass, that the Governance Standing Policy Committee can look through that and have that change at that time. Can I understand that that could happen, I'm sure? Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
Well, again, the OBM is the direction. So if you look at it, it says, conduct a robust examination of a precinct model, attachment being one example.
One example, A, as was changed
That's what it's
for
been
the
changed
friendly.
now. So
Right.
I guess whoever administration would be looking into this, what exactly are we looking into the election process? It doesn't say that here. And if we are looking into the election process, that needs to be clarified.
Madam City Clerk, doesn't the proposal go as it's proposed, if the motion is passed, does this not go to the SPC? I'm presuming it's governance.
It
Says
would
that
actually, yes, but it says administration to report back to council. So to me, I interpret it as administration would report back with a robust examination to the Standing Policy Committee. If that's not the case, we should probably clarify.
Well, I think if administration is then going to review the proposal as it's proposed, then perhaps they might identify that and or other issues that they take umbrage with.
I think, Councillor Middleton Hope, I'm thinking directing this to the Governance Standing Policy Committee rather than direct administration to report back to council. Actually send it directly to the Governance Standing Policy Committee. Are you both okay with that? Okay. And that would take any of that out, and then the conversation, robust conversation would happen at that level, and any of the attachments could be discussed at that time. All right, so if we can, if we've got. Yes. Now, it does have down by Q2 2023, so I'm wondering if that is, it can come sooner, because I think previously it was talking about administration preparing something, but the discussion would start, correct me if I'm wrong, at the Governance Standing Policy Committee, so that could be sooner, so Q1? Or
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we just say, direct this to Governance Standing Policy Committee to report back to council by Q2.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's
Because
perfect.
that's what they-
Yeah.
that-
Yeah. Report. Council by Q, yes.
That sends it to them, and then.
Is that Councillor Parker, or Deputy Mayor Parker, Councillor Middleton Hope? Reading as it is there now? So direct this to Governance Standing Policy Committee to report back to council by Q2 2023. So Q1, this discussion could happen, it could report back in Q2. Is that fair? Okay. As it stands now then, any further questions on this? Open debate, Councillor Middleton Hope?
Well, I think everyone has now had an opportunity to review the proposal, has now had an opportunity to perhaps had been provided with some opportunity to reflect on this model that is proposed. I see this as an opportunity for us to move forward with changes to the way in which representatives in this city are elected. I think that's important. It still retains most of what we were expecting out of the ward system. However, I think what it does is it provides us with a very much made in Lethbridge approach, which is not, to our knowledge, not applied anywhere else in the province in terms of assigning members elected at large to specific precincts within the city for periods of time. And I think this is an opportunity to really enhance the accountability of council to the public.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks to the movers for bringing this forward. It certainly, I think it solves a lot of issues. Number one, the vote came through, the 55%, whether, however you want to interpret that, at least we're moving forward on that aspect of it, that we are looking into a ward system. And I know when I was on the governance committee the last term, there's been 2 studies already done on ward systems. So it solves the problem of let's spend another $300,000 to do a study on a ward system, which has already been done in the city. So I like that, and I also like the Made in Lethbridge concept that has been proposed. And I also like the fact that this is for recommendations to look into it and let's see how it looks. So we're not voting on a ward system today. We're looking at a chance to see if we can improve our voting patterns in the city. So I will support the motion.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I will be supporting this. I thank the movers for coming up with a very creative solution. It's very similar to something that some of us around this table, going back to 2007, have been talking about around responding to the needs of the public. Rather than a precinct model, I'd always put forward sort of a portfolio or cabinet style model, but I think this may be much more in response to the ward system. So the fact that it opens it up for a broader look, I think is going to be excellent, and I appreciate that we're going to do some thorough examinations at governance. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much, and I will remain steadfast. I will not be supporting this motion. If citizens are to hand their trust to the representatives sitting around this table, then citizens should also determine the process and mechanisms of how we select who govern us. That's missing out of this. Posing a ballot question and then ignoring the outcome risks alienating voters, which will further erode voter turnout, civic engagement, and citizen participation. A citizen-led ward commission will provide council with facts from the community. It will also provide a robust way of us engaging with the community. This ward commission would consist of public members who would be tasked with the responsibility of engaging the public to explore and propose a ward system that could serve the Lethbridge voters. Again, when the work of this committee is done, council will have the opportunity to say yes or no, question that committee, and find out other answers, or perhaps tweak what they've brought forward. Rarely does a community have the chance to discuss local democracy in such an engaged, educational, and fulsome manner. A ward commission takes advantage of this opportunity, so I will not be supporting this.
Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I will also be voting against this. The entire purpose of having the discussion with the community was exactly as Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel had, was to have a conversation with the community. They weren't looking for a made by council decision. They were looking to have that conversation along with us, to be able to be part of the decision. We represent them. We are supposed to be there, speak for them when we come before council, and what we're doing is looking to ourselves what is easiest and best for us, and not necessarily what is easiest and best for the community. So I will be voting against this.
Councillor Dodick.
Municipal Government Act does allow a question to be put to the citizens, but the Municipal Government Act does not require the question, if it's answered in the affirmative, to be adopted by council. And the reason for that is because council members are elected to make the best decisions for the community that they can. Once additional information comes to the forefront, council then is able to act on that information, and that's exactly what happened here. So even though 55% of people voted that we should look at a ward system, there was information that was gathered both before and, most importantly, after the question was answered in the affirmative by the electors that brought forward this resolution that had already been passed, predating this one. So I will be supporting this resolution.
I too will be supporting this resolution. With the rescindment passing of the previous OBM, this is the way to still have representation within different areas of the community. So I would encourage those that are not voting against it. This is still understanding that the ward system is not moving forward. to consider this as it is still falls more in line with what the ward system that was first brought forward for a large decrease in funding, and there will be robust discussion at the Standing Policy Committee. I do, and over the years, we've had many discussions about the importance of representation in different areas of the community, and this is something that will definitely give that. And so I will be supporting this, and I encourage my colleagues that do not want to support that this will be a step that is further along of what the first resolution that was passed and then rescinded. So I would ask for council support. And Councillor Parker to close.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I think first, let's remove the other discussion regarding ward system out, because even if you didn't have that question about it, I think this is a great idea. And this is something that myself and you have talked about over the years, and I'd actually give credit because you put pen to paper, Councillor Milton Hope, because you've talked to us, you discussed it, we talked about the ideas. So this is how it looks. You have 8 people on council, outside of the mayor, of course, and we'd have Councillor Parker and Councillor Dodick who would represent the north side. And how often do we hear that the north side is ignored? So we'd have 6 months, in theory, to represent 1 year to be in that area, to take the concerns, to have a better understanding of the area, because we are responsible to finding out what are the issues, everything from community growth, recycling, all those issues. But when the community has called City Hall and they say, who are the 2 members of council who represent the north side? They would say, Councillor Parker and Councillor Dodick. And perfect, I'm going to call them. And so we're becoming educated over our term in regards to the issues in that area. Well, what's good about this is, let's say they don't like Councillor Parker or they don't like Councillor Dodick. They can still call other members of council, because other members of council are still accountable to that area community because they're elected at large. So this is an opportunity for us as council to get a better understanding of each and every quadrant of our community, just not the west side, north or south, or the east side. I know we really don't have an east side, but this will be an opportunity to have representation in those areas. It will instill more confidence in the community knowing that they have direct representation in that area. And even if they don't like that representative, they can still go beyond those means. So for that reason, I say this is a way better system than what we have. And so why not give it a try? And I'm optimistic that we could even get this going probably by fall of next year, if not earlier. So I'd ask for council support. And I want to thank Councillor Milton because he did do a lot of work in putting this together. And he's listened to the community. I've had lots of positive feedback since it's been official notice of motion. So I would like to see this go forward. So I'll call the question.
Do it by
Roll call?
Roll call, please.
Okay. Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Dodick.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Favor.
Palladino.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rumpel.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Favor?
Mayor Higgin.
Favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
7-2, carried.
Thank you. I'm going to just call a quick 5-minute bio break, if I could. Thank you. Coffee break, bio break. All right, we will move along with official business motion 6.3 from Councillor Palladino. Increases to the deposit and signature requirements for City of Lethbridge municipal elections candidates. Whereas the City of Lethbridge during its 2021 election had 33 candidates run for the position of councillor and 6 for the position of mayor, and whereas such a large number of candidates is overwhelming to the electors, resulting in considerable time to review all the candidates' information as well as a significant number of campaign signs in the community, and whereas those hosting candidate forums find it difficult to coordinate and allot appropriate time for so many candidates, and whereas the Local Authorities Election Act allows municipalities with a population over 10,000 to request a deposit up to $1,000 to accompany nominations, and whereas the City of Lethbridge has 81,276 eligible electors in 2021, and a city with a population of at least 10,000 may require eligible elector signatures up to 100, and whereas it is common practice with larger Alberta municipalities to charge a deposit and request more than the minimum of 5 eligible electors' signatures, which is part of the attachment, and whereas the full deposit will get refunded if, as per the Local Authorities Election Act, the candidate, number 1, is declared elected, number 2, obtains a number of votes at least equal to half the number of votes cast for the candidate elected to the office with at least number of votes, or number 3, withdraws within 24 hours of filing. And deposits are not eligible for a refund, can help offset the cost of the election. Therefore, be it resolved that Council direct administration to return to Council through the Governance Standing Policy Committee no later than Q2 2023 with the following amendments to the nomination process. Bylaw 5803, a bylaw of the City of Lethbridge to provide for municipal elections in the City of Lethbridge. Number 1, eligible elector signatures increase from 5 to 25 for councillor and from 50 for mayor and to 50 for mayor. And number 2, deposits increase from $0 to $100 for councillor and $250 for mayor. Open for questions. Councillor Middleton Hope.
I appreciate Councillor Palladino's thoughtful motion. Contained in the proposal that will be reviewed in the future is a paragraph on page 2 that also speaks to having a certain number of citizen-generated signatures as well as a fee for the application process. I'm certainly amenable to any numbers on either. I think it simply represents a commitment by those who are applying to run for City Council and or the Mayor that they are serious about it and they're not simply putting their name forward with simply as a way of expressing their interest in the city. I think that's important, but I think it's also important to demonstrate that they have a commitment to that process as well. So I can certainly support what Councillor Palladino has proposed here. I just simply want to draw attention to other members of council that a portion of that is contained in there, and whichever way council wants to proceed, whether by way of the official business motion or accepting what's in the proposal, by all means, I'm in favor of it.
And that's a question, right?
It is. So, right. Council...
Is that not correct? Yes.
Councillor Palladino, what are your thoughts in regards to the fact that it's contained in the proposal and there's simply the difference in numbers? Are you flexible? Do you think that we can find common ground somewhere?
Yeah, through the mayor. I didn't actually want to tie this to the previous previous OBM because you don't know what happens with that OBM when it goes to vote. I wanted this one to be standalone and just talk about the fees and the number of signatures someone needs to file his papers. So, and this stems from way back at election time, or after the election, when there was a million signs to be picked up, and everybody was saying, boy, that forum last night would have been fun, but there was 33 people you had to wade through and try to digest what they were standing for. So that's what this comes out of. I don't know that I don't know if I would tie it to the previous motion. So.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the work that you put on this, Councillor Palladino. So obviously, we're going to be sending this to Standing Policy Committee, and kind of follows up on Councillor Carlson saying that we can have an opportunity to massage this, change this, adjust this accordingly. I do have a question, and would you agree with that, first of all?
Yes,
Okay.
I agree. It's stated there in the resolution.
My question to the city solicitor is, and when I read the whereas is, so you can only have a maximum, you can only request a maximum of 100 signatures, am I correct? Or can that be larger? Can you say 250 signatures?
I don't know, I'd have to look at the act. I believe Madam Clerk might know the answer off the top of her head, though.
Yeah, if you see, what number? I guess it's about the 5th whereas clause. The act, the Election Act says, with a population of 10,000, you can only have up to 100 signatures.
That's a maximum would be 100. That's basically, okay, that's under the Elections Act, which is good to know that. Perfect, thank you very much. I'm concerned about, I don't like the idea of having people put a deposit, but I do like the idea of increasing signatures, but that can be changed at committee and brought back to council. So, but I like the conversation, I like what we're doing here, and that's my questions for right now. Thank you. Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you, Councillor Palladino, for bringing this forward. I think it's something we need to consider. Through the discussion, question and answer, what I heard with Deputy Mayor Parker was that this would go to committee. And so similar to the previous resolution, I'm wondering if it'd be at all possible to suggest maybe an amendment to give me some comfort that this isn't set in stone. Something along the lines that therefore be it resolved that council direct the Governance Standing Policy Committee to return to council no later than Q2 2023 with their recommendations on the following amendments. And that way, this is thrown to them as, look at this, and at committee level, that's when public can participate. The public can come out and sit in committee and make their case known, and there can be some massaging there. That way, we're not saying this is set in stone, sent to committee, but we'd like you to look at this, come back with your recommendations after talking to the public, because I like the idea behind here, but I also, I'm reticent to disenfranchise anyone from the process, and I'd like some comfort by talking to the public on if they think this is an appropriate means. Would something along those lines?
That's not a problem. No, that's not a problem. And when you say disenfranchise, you're afraid that the $100 deposit or the $250 for mayor is too much for someone to bite off?
I'm not sure, but I do know that there are members of the community that may struggle with that, and I'd like to hear from them.
Yeah, keep in mind that if you don't, if you win the election, you get your money back, or you get your deposit back, and even if you come within 50% of the last person elected, you would get your deposit back. So just keep that in mind. It's kind of performance-based, I guess, a little bit.
No, I completely agree, and I don't think for anyone around this table, it's an issue, but I need the comfort from the community that there are some people who are living paycheck to paycheck and may not be able to come up with that. So that would just give me some comfort that we've actually talked to the community.
That looks fine to me.
And I do like that in the fact that maybe it's not dollars, it's amount of signatures where that would not be, would not be a cost to that person that may not have the financial ability to come up with that. So thank you. Councillor Dodick.
Two things. I would propose another friendly amendment in the operative clause, third line down after the word following potential amendments. Okay. Do you consider that friendly enough, Councillor Palladino? Okay. My second is, would you agree with me, question, and it goes along this lines. If this were to be approved by the Governance Study Policy Committee, sent to council, and council approved it, in the 2021 election, there were 6 people running for mayor. And based on this, 4 of those did not receive at least half the votes, in which case they would not receive their deposit back. Of the 33 council members, 8 were elected. Another 11 received at least half of the votes of the 8th place finisher, which means of the 33, 19 would have received their deposits back, and 14 would not have received their deposits back. Would you agree with me?
I agree with you. I have it right here.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. So to follow up on what Councillor Dodick just asked, and thank you for explaining the math to everyone on that one. My question then to the mover on this is, with that particular clause of receiving the deposit back, where did that information come from and how was that determined?
Where did it come from and how?
Where did that information come from and how did you determine that these should be the reasons why a deposit would get refunded back?
Out of a recommendation from the clerk's office, comparing other municipalities.
And if I can add to that, that particular section's out of the Local Authorities Election Act. It's in stone.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good? All right, Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. To the mover, Councillor Palladino, for those whose refund or deposits are not refunded, where does the money go? Like, who gets paid this money? Does it stay with the city? Does it go into like a fund to teach civics? Like, where does the money go in those other communities?
It is expected that deposits that aren't eligible to be refunded would help offset the cost of running the election.
So the money goes to the city if it doesn't pass.
Correct.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
In the act, again, it says will be paid into general revenue of the local jurisdiction.
All right, I see no further questions, so to open debate, Councillor Palladino.
I pretty much said what I needed to say. We heard that there was a lot of candidates, a lot of information to wade through. This is the voters now that had concerns. The people that hosted many of the forums also had trouble setting out 33 tables, well, plus more than 33 tables. I'm thinking of Nordbridge, and so this resolution would through governance committee, of course, would address some of those issues. I think, we hope that the numbers would be a little bit lower in 2005. So that's it.
And I do have debate, Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'm conflicted on this. I'm glad it's going to governance, but there's a lot of questions that have to be asked when it does go to governance. One, there was a recent Supreme Court of Canada decision that said the high cost for federal candidates actually violated charter rights in order for them to seek election. So we would have to have some information from administration on what is too much if we did choose to go for funding. I would recommend not having any dollar amounts. We also have to consider that, if we do go for signatures, there's nothing to stop anyone from going to a bar and offering free drinks to get signatures. So is that actually a barrier? So it will be an interesting conversation. I understand what we're trying to do here, but I wonder if it wouldn't be better to, I don't know, have a ward commission on this, but that's just my feeling. So I will vote for this because it will be part of a discussion, but I do think we will find barriers to actually implementing this.
Thank you, Asif. I would like to put in my support as well, and I thank Councillor Palladino for bringing this forward. It puts the discussion on the table, which I think is important, and it gives the community the opportunity to come into the Standing Policy Committee and voice if there's concerns or support, and at that time it would come back to council. So I thank you for bringing this forward. I see, through the whereas clause here that there was some, not concern, but it was difficult for members of the community to really get focused on this last election and to be able to understand the candidates that were running. So I thank you for bringing this forward, and I will support it. Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much for this, and thank you very much, Councillor Palladino, for the work that you've put into this. I certainly appreciate it. I will be supporting this, not because I had concerns about the number of people running for our last election. I would certainly hope that even with these sorts of things in place, we would still see those numbers coming out. It was great to hear the community engagement. It was great to listen to different people ask questions about how different platforms varied. So I would certainly still hope we saw that same number of people. The biggest issue I had is my fear about a barrier as far as the finances go. And in my mind, we can look at this is going to go to committee, because to some extent that could be a false barrier as well. When you're out collecting your signatures, you can be asking for a donation at that time. And I have had those conversations with previous members of council, as that's one way of securing donations and building that pot. So I will certainly look forward to members of the community offering their feedback when this comes to committee. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate what you've done here, the work behind it, but I too agree, like Acting Mayor Schmidt-Ripple, you don't want it to be a financial barrier, and that's a concern. And so I'm glad that we're going to be having that discussion. So even though it's written the way it is, I don't fully endorse or support it, but I do support the philosophy of taking this to committee, and there's some things I do like in it, so I will be supporting it.
Councillor Milton Holt.
Thank you. I just have a question to my colleague, Deputy Mayor, no, Acting Mayor, Schmidt-Rempel, in regards to the comment that she just made in regards to people going around and soliciting signatures and or talking with people at the door and so forth. You used the term donations. Could you explain that? Because I see this as a fee that would be paid to run in an election, not an opportunity to garner donations for a campaign. So could you explain that for me?
Why would I tell you my strategy? I think that's up for you. No, you think that one through, sir.
So are you calling that an opportunity for donations, or are we talking about fees here? Because this is a fee.
Yeah, this is a fee, but while you're collecting your signatures, you can also request donations. That donation may be a $5 donation.
Hey.
And that's all I'm sharing.
And for the explanation, thank you very much. Councillor Dodick.
This question is to the city clerk. My understanding of the nomination process is that it was changed recently, so you could actually get nominated as early as January 1 of the year of the election. My understanding is that you cannot actually solicit donations until such time as you have filed nomination papers. So if you're seeking signatories to a nomination paper, you cannot at the same time be seeking donations for your campaign until such time as those nomination papers have actually been filed. Am I correct?
You are correct about January 1st, and then I'm going to refer to David Sarsfield to answer the second part of the question. Thank you, David.
Thanks for the question and opportunity to speak about elections so early in the cycle.
And you love it, David. I know how much you love talking about elections.
So Councillor Dodick is correct that you can't campaign or solicit any donations until you have filed nominations and as well as some other papers. That process may change. I understand that there are some proposed amendments to the Local Authorities Election Acts, but that's currently how it reads.
So you said Councillor Dodick is correct, right? I just want you to repeat that because I find it so self-sustaining.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. All right, with that, I have no further people in the queue for debate. So, Councillor Palladino, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries unanimous. And I have another OBM from Councillor Croson, the Corvan Ray Link Pathway 6.4. Whereas the Corvan Ray Link Pathway, a rural 15-kilometer pathway linking Coaldale and Lethbridge, which is being funded by private donations and grants, will offer a natural recreation corridor for people of all ages and will be an incredible regional resource. And whereas the Corvan Ray Link Pathway will enhance safety as it will provide a safe alternative to those that wish to bicycle, walk, rollerblade, etc. between Coaldale and Lethbridge. And whereas the City of Lethbridge has agreed to cover costs once the pathway hits city limits, and this pathway will join into the city's pathway system at Henderson Park and will enhance the city's own pathway system. And whereas the Memorandum of Understanding with the County of Lethbridge is fundamental in the project moving forward to secure the rest of the necessary grant funding, therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of Lethbridge City Council, the mayor write a letter to Lethbridge County Council highlighting City Council's support for the Cor Van Ray Link pathway, affirming the city's commitment to the project, and highlighting the importance of the pathway as a regional resource. Open for questions. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. This question's to the mover. The Cor Van Ray Link Pathway Phase 1 from Coaldale to Highway 512, as I understand it, has been approved. Phase 2, however, has been delayed, so therefore not approved. While we may support it and even fund connection within the city, this is between Coaldale and the county. So I'm not, perhaps I could ask the mover to maybe clarify that a little bit so that I'm better informed.
What we have right now is, while the county has in principle supported this, they recently turned down the Memorandum of Understanding, which is an important step in people moving forward to get grants and donations for the program. And so that is actually just stopping it right at this moment, and we'll be back before County Council. And so this is just a chance for City Council to remind the county that we believe this is an important resource, that we are in support of this, and we hope that they will move forward on the MOU and that this project will continue. So yes, this is not our decision, but this is a chance to do some regional advocacy on this important resource.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just, and maybe I can find clarification. What was the reasoning behind turning down the MOU? Do we know what was?
There were, from what I got from newspaper accounts, there were a few concerns from a couple of residents, but all of the people who are on the link pathway have signed off. So all those residents have signed off, and we're hoping that the MOU will go forward the next time County Council meets. Of course, it's entirely their decision, but this, as again, is just a way to remind them that as a regional partner of this, we believe this is an important asset.
Okay, thanks.
I see no further questions. To open debate, Councillor Crowson.
This is, as most people know, this link pathway is being constructed between Coaldale and Lethbridge, and then will join into our regional pathway system. This is an important tourism asset. I can only imagine, as somebody who has done tourism in the past, of the possibilities. I could see some organization renting out bikes, doing a tour between, having a local lunch that promotes our agri-food hub. There's a chance for recreation. As we all know, this is an important pathway that could be built. And I just believe at this point, with the change in County Council, that it would not hurt for us to reaffirm our support for this and encourage the county to move forward on it as well.
And I see no further debate. I take that as your opening and closing, Councillor Crowson.
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Move into bylaws. I have a resolution from Councillor Middleton Hope, bylaw 6364, 2023 distribution tariff bylaw 7.1.1. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6364, 2023 distribution tariff bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Well, it appears that we've already passed first reading on this, and we're now going for second and third reading. I have nothing to say in regards to this particular motion.
Question for from Mr. Sanchez. I'm trying to think who would, through Mr. City Manager, just a background to this. I believe it's just the regular yearly bylaws that we do have that come forward, and I'm sure if you want, thank you. Just to speak to that, if you could.
Yes, good morning. You are correct, Mayor Higgin. This is just the annual increase or decrease, the annual change to the distribution tariff bylaw.
All right. All right. Councilor Middleton Hope.
Yeah, I do have a question then. Are we only analyzing third quarter data, and shouldn't we give it a few quarters and consider perhaps a rebate program?
Through the mayor to Councillor Middleton Hope. As far as setting the distribution tariff bylaw, we look at previous year plus forecasted amounts for 2023. That sets our target. Between first reading back in September and the second and third reading, we've done the analysis and we've been able to reduce the distribution access fees from 2% to 1%. Going forward, as far as rebates, typically rebates are done on the provincial level. There is a provincial program right now that is extending the current $50 a month rebate into the 4 months into 2023, January, February, March, and April, for an additional $200, and that will go to all customers.
Thank you.
I see no further questions, but I do have, I believe, amendment from Councillor Dodek. And would you like me to read it first, or did you want to just go through it yourself?
No, I'm not going to go through it myself. I do have a question on it. I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. There's the amendment to the that I am sponsoring, and I will talk about the transmission access fees and distribution access fees in a second. What that amendment deals with. But is it my understanding that the reason we're having amendment to the bylaw is that when we did the first reading on back in September of 2022, there were some changes, so the numbers that were used in the first reading had to be changed, and thus the reason for the amendment that we're talking about today. And in fact, the amendment is a slight reduction in the access fees as well. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. The transmission access fee remains the same because that's a provincial set tariff. However, the distribution access fee has been lowered from the 2% increase to the 1% increase that we're forecasting now.
Okay. So Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to debate the amendment and just give a little bit of background so people understand what exactly we're dealing with today. But I don't think it's necessary to read it. It's quite lengthy. But I think the explanation and debate will sort of answer the question.
Perfect, and we'll just put it up on the screen there.
Right.
And if you want to go ahead there and give an explanation, Councillor Dodek.
I will. So as was explained, this amendment deals with just changes to the numbers that were used in the bylaw, which was introduced as first reading. Now, anyone who gets a city utility bill, which is most residences, you'll see this is just for the electrical that I'm looking at now. The electrical energy charges, the city is either is the default supplier. People have contracts with people that are providing electrical services. In my case, I'm just using this as an example, the electrical charges are on this bill. That's not what we're talking about today at all. Okay, so what you'll see on a bill, a residential bill, you'll see them on commercial and industrial bills as well, are the energy delivery charges, as well as the, which includes the transmission access fees, distribution access fees, and local access fees. So just to break it down, try to make it as simple as possible. The lines that talk about transmission access fees, those are collected by Lethbridge, which flows through the Alberta Electrical System Operator. And it's an amount set by the system operator and approved by Alberta Utilities Commission. And that is going to be plus 3.5% across all rate classes. The distribution access fees that are on the bills are collected from Lethbridge electrical users to cover infrastructure costs. And that's because we own the transmission lines that supply the electricity to the residential, commercial, and industrial users. And that, pursuant to the amendment, is going to increase by plus 1% across all rate classes. There's also a local access fee, which will not change. What is the bottom line? The bottom line is that this is going to increase average residential customer about $2 a month, for the average commercial customer about $2.72 a month, and the average industrial $2.93 per month. So as I indicated, some of it deal with the Alberta Electrical System Operator. We don't have any control over that. The distribution access fees, we do have control of that, but it's meant to cover the costs associated with us and maintaining the infrastructure we have because we own the wire system. And I would ask for council support. Oh, sorry, was I wrong in anything I said?
I would just like to make one clarification there. You talked about dollars when it came to commercial and industrial rates. Those are percentages.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Got that.
But other than that, yes, you were spot on.
Thank you very much. Any
Right.
questions?
No further questions. So prior to second reading, this is where this amendment would go. And so first I'd ask for council's, we see that up on the screen, and we've all had it distributed as well. So we'll first vote on the amendment to the bylaw, and then we will do as amended for second reading. So to open, I think you've already did.
That's been open, closed. I call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? I think we've got that in. Okay, so now we'll move on to second reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6364 to 2023 distribution tariff bylaw be given second reading as amended. I see no questions, so Councillor Middleton Hope. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? This carries. And for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6364, 2023 distribution bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same as amended. Councillor Middleton Hope. Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. From Councillor Carlson, bylaw 6378, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6378, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'll open it up to any questions from my colleagues, but first I have one of my own. I'm a bit curious why we are passing a bylaw to amend a bylaw rather than following the process we did with the previous electric utility and just not making a resolution to amend the current bylaw.
And I will even confuse it more, as we have an amendment to the bylaw 6378 from Councillor Dodick, which will amend the amended.
Excellent. Yes, and I'm sure we'll get to that.
Well, actually, before you get to that, I want to ask the same question I did before. I'm assuming that there's this amendment because the first reading had different numbers in it, and this is to put in the correct numbers. Is that correct?
That is correct. After the first reading, it was done in September as the electric bylaw as well. When the budget was approved, there are some changes now that need to be incorporated into the bylaw, so that's why this amendment is being presented today.
Thank you.
So first, prior to, I'll look at Madam City Clerk there, prior to we read through the amendment to the bylaw 6378 and then adjust for the second and third reading for the 7.1.2?
That's correct. The same as the last process. Read
Okay.
through the amendment, vote on the amendment, and then it would be as amended for second and third.
With the amendment up, and Council, I'm sure you've all read through this, your package, and I see no questions, so Councillor Dodick.
Yes, I'm going to ask, I'm not going to go into any detail on the amendment, as I assume that Councillor Carlson will explain what the bylaw actually will deal with as amended. So you heard the explanation from Mr. Sanchez as to the reason for the requirement to the amendment to the bylaw, and unless there are no questions, I would call the question on the amendment.
On the amendment. Question on the amendment? I see none. Take that as your opening, closing. All in favor? Any opposed? That so carries. So now we will move to
Mr. Mayor,
as amended.
My question still remains. We're passing a bylaw to amend a bylaw, and is that traditionally how we do it? I thought if we're just amending a bylaw, we don't create a bylaw to amend a bylaw, or is that something that I've missed before?
Word to Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, that's typically how we do it, and if Mr. Lowen can add anything else, typically we do a bylaw to amend the bylaw. And that amendment has the changes that are being proposed to the existing waste and recycling bylaw in this case.
Yes, you can only amend a bylaw that's been duly passed and considered for 3 readings by bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Resolution is to amend what is proposed for second and third reading. if that may, but you still need to give the amended bylaw second and third reading.
Okay, thank you. So it's not to replace bylaw 6146. 6378 is to amend 6146. Okay, just seemed kind of confusing there to me. Okay, thank you.
All right, so with that, I'll read the second reading again. Is as be it resolved that bylaw 6378 amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw be given second reading as amended. And so Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I closed my previous screen, so give me 1 second. Thank you. This is 6378 to amend 6146. It's to amend waste bylaw 6146 to include updated definitions, rates, and inclusion of organics collection program. In the summary, there's quite a lengthy explanation of all the changes. I'm assuming all my colleagues have gone through that, so I won't go through it point by point, but it's basically, as I said, to amend definitions, rates, and inclusion of organics collection programs.
All right. I see no questions. Take it as your opening and closing.
Certainly.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries. For third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6378, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw be given third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same as amended.
Call the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. Next, I have a resolution from Councillor Campbell, bylaw 6379, 2023 water rates. For a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6379, 2023 water rates be given second reading. I have no one in for questions, so for debate, Councillor Campbell. Oh, sorry, there is a question. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. So this would be through the city manager to his designate. Are costs increasing by this amount?
So, as presented, yes, there is an increase in the water and the wastewater bylaws, or rates, sorry, as part of this amendment to the bylaw.
Yeah, so I think it's indicated that the water rates are increasing by 2%. That's actually our costs?
But that's to cover for cost of operations as presented in the budget, plus all the chemicals and the materials that are being used as part of the production.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
This is to replace specific pricing as they relate to utility rates, and their updated schedules reflect a 2% increase in water revenues in accordance with the water utility operating budget. So they're also deleting section 23 of Schedule D, eliminating the credit of $1 for customers choosing the electronic utility invoice in lieu of a paper invoice. And this is what we do on a regular basis. Any other questions?
No questions, so take it as your opening and closing.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6379, 2023, water rates be given third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Campbell.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. And for bylaw 6380, 2023, wastewater rates from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. So for a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6380, 2023, wastewater rates be given second reading. I see no questions, so Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. The purpose of this is to amend the sewage service change bylaw, which goes into effect on January 1st, 2023. It's replacing all schedules A, B, and C as they relate to utility rates. Changing to application of the winter average volume in summer months to be replaced with the actual water volume, where actual volume is less than the winter average volume, updating the standard measurement method and references of grease to the industry standards of fats, oils, and greases, and deleting section 23 of Schedule D, thereby eliminating the credit of $1 for customers choosing the electronic utility invoice in lieu of a paper invoice.
With that, I take it as your opening and closing. Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. For third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6380, 2023, wastewater rates be given third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Acting Mayor.
I'll call the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? So carries. Bylaw 6381, amending Bylaw 5613, Electric Utility Bylaw, from Deputy Mayor Parker. For second reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6381, amending Bylaw 5613, the Electric Utility Bylaw, be given second reading. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. Well, before, when people got their electric invoices and they didn't get the 1 cent to them, they were given $1 credit. And if this passes, they'll no longer get that credit. That's more in line with what other municipalities are doing, and it's been absorbed by the corporation over the numerous years within the utility. So if passed, there would no longer be that $1 credit per month on the utility bill.
So I think there's opening and closing. Questions been called. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. For third reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6381, amending Bylaw 5613, the Electric Utility Bylaw, be given third reading, and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Deputy Mayor.
Question?
Question been called. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. And from Councillor Croson, Bylaw 6376, amendment to Bylaw 5197, the Fees and Charges Bylaw. For second reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6376, amendment to Bylaw 5197, the Fees and Changes Bylaw, be given second reading. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So this is to update the department's fees in alignment with similar municipalities and to provide more cost recovery for staff's work, and also to clarify some of the existing fee categories. Those who've read the bylaw, there are 4 main changes. One is an increased fee for many common types of development permit applications. The second change is to eliminate current ability for development officers to reduce any fees by 50%. Third is to clarify some of our planning and subdivision fee categories. And the fourth major change is to increase the fees for simple services and publications to more accurately reflect the cost of staff time to provide those services. So that's what we're looking at in this bylaw. Are there any questions from the council?
Any questions, members of council? Seeing none, I'll take that as your closing as well.
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous. Next one. No problem. Following bylaws signed by Councillor Palladino. Amendment to Bylaw 6.
Did we do third reading?
Oh, third reading. Bonnie, sorry, Madam City Clerk, sorry. Third reading, be resolved that Bylaw 6376, amendment to Bylaw 5197 and Fees and Charges Bylaw be given third reading, and that the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. Seal the same. Councillor Croson?
Call the question. Question.
Question's been called. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. The following bylaw signed by Councillor Palladino, Bylaw 6377, amendment to Bylaw 6110, the City of Lethbridge Safety Codes Permit Bylaw. Second reading, be resolved that the Bylaw 6377, amendment to Bylaw 6110, the City of Lethbridge Safety Codes Permit Bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Palladino.
Well, thank you, Acting Mayor. I have some questions on this one. Should I wait until presentation?
Oh, do you have your questions? Go ahead, ask your questions. Speak right into your microphone so we can hear you good there. There we go.
I don't have you next to me to help me out all the time. You will recall my discussion, our discussions back in October when I was referred to Bylaw 6110, and I'm fine with the amendments that are proposed to it today through 6377. As you state, much of this is housekeeping in nature. But when it comes to the construction costs, I wonder whose obligation it is to arrive at numbers, the city or the applicant?
Sanchez?
I can probably start answering that question, and if needed, we have Mr. Ryan Slovak here that can add anything that I might have missed. So typically, when an application is filed, the applicant will submit their cost. And the city has evaluations and tools in place with best practices in the development industry to calculate or to verify that cost being submitted by the applicant. And this application also is being done using the Building Act and the Building Codes Act and all the provisions that are in the same.
Okay, so if I catch this right, the applicant submits it with his application, the construction cost estimates. Okay. In the amendment, or the proposed amendment, in section 1D, section 19.1, there's language used that says, including resources for estimating prevailing market value. Can you clarify what that means?
Mr. Slovak, would you like to come to the
I
microphone?
will have Mr. Slovak to answer that one.
Thank you, Councillor. So previously, our bylaw was, our fees bylaw was what we call widget-based. So it was based on BTUs and number of fixtures and that kind of thing. In 2016, 2017, we changed the format to simplify it down to prepare these applications to go online. And so we changed to the format of permits now being based on construction value. And one of the questions that was posed to us was, how do we validate the declared construction value by the applicant? And so what we did is we looked at best practices across Alberta, and a number of municipalities employ a third-party quantity surveyor to, which has modeling for different types of construction scenarios, whether it's residential, commercial, institutional. And so we apply a model from a third-party surveyor, quantity surveyor, and in that way we validate the construction value. Typically we accept within 5 to 10%, and in some instances we have found that we need to actually assign what the permit regulations call a prevailing market value to the application. But in most instances, probably 98%, the self-declared construction value by the applicant falls within the modeling within 5 to 10%, and so we simply use the applicant's declared construction value.
I get it. You don't want the applicant lowballing you and telling you, this is what I'm billing it for. Are you still using this Hanscom model?
Yes, Councillor, that is correct.
Is that the only model you're using? Exclusively?
Exclusively at this time. We do compare to other rates. There's a number of different quantity surveyors that are used nationally.
So the city, in effect, would be hiring somebody to challenge the applicant's numbers? Do you pay for this Hanscom?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct.
City solicitor, should it be the city who decides on which cost consultant are exclusively allowed to do work in the city? Like, is there not a conflict there?
I don't know the circumstances of the procurement that would have been done, but quantity surveyors are a certificated professional group, and so the procurement, I presume, would set that as the standard, and then we'd do it that way. I don't know that there'd be another way to structure that arrangement.
Well, it just seems to me that the city is focusing on one method of establishing this cost, and to me it would make sense to open it up to any reputable, certified, insured cost consultant that carries on work in southern Alberta. Because when you're only using one quantity surveyor or software, that just happens to establish the highest value of construction, which in turn produces a higher permit value, which starts to look more like a tax than a cost recovery.
More of a procurement issue, but certainly the city could look at theoretically setting up either a random choice of qualified applicants or a list that you might rotate through. But the key is to make sure that they have the appropriate certification as a quantity surveyor that's recognized in the industry.
If I might add a comment on this specific topic, I know the department has done in the past few years comparisons with multiple of these contractors or suppliers that we have to evaluate. It's not only Hanscom, but there has been also others being considered. Different departments in the city, like taxation, also use a model that is what is effective for the taxation in the city. I know in the past, again, we have compared those numbers that we get from one or the other, and they are typically very close within the 5 and 10% that Mr. Slovak has mentioned before. So we try to do a due diligence to compare with others and make sure that we are also within that 5-10%.
City Solicitor, did you want to add to that?
I would also add to that, I don't think it's not fair to say that the city has, that the Hanscom number has some force of law. It is evidence to consider. Applicants routinely, as far as I understand, provide information for Hanscom and the city to consider that would influence that decision as well. And I would presume, I don't want to speak for the department, that if there was another quantity surveyor that had the same information and that our surveyor had, and there was a discrepancy, that would be a discussion between the applicant and the city.
Okay, I'll leave any further comments to debate.
Any other questions on regards to this bylaw? Now, I do believe that you have an amendment as well. Am I correct?
If I have a suggestion for an amendment, yeah, I do. If
I have it I do have it here in front of me here. So do you want me to read it out?
I will after my debate. Yeah, I got the replacement. Thanks.
So do you want it amended, or do we first read the original bylaw, which we have done, or do we do the amendment to see if it's amended, and then it will be complete?
This amendment. Okay, so the amendment proposed is.
You want me to read out the amendment?
Go ahead.
We do have it in writing, and we do have it on the screen, right, Mr. Westerson? Very good. So perfect. So I have a following amendment to bylaw 6377, and this amendment is being brought by the mover. Be resolved that bylaw 6377, amendment to bylaw 6110, City of Lethbridge Safety Codes bylaw be amended as follow. 1, at B, adding the following words at the end of subsection 9D. That being, which may include the use of a cost consultant at the choice and expense of the applicant to determine the prevailing market value. The second amendment would be, point 2 here, adding a subsection G as follows. I, adding the following as a new section 35 being dispute resolution. A disagreement to the estimated prevailing market value may be appealed to the city manager for resolution, who may seek the services of an independent third-party consultant. And 2, renumbering, or point I, 2I, renumbering the original section 35 to 37 as sections 36 to 38. Councillor Palladino?
Right, thank you, Acting Mayor. So municipalities are allowed to collect fees as a cost recovery to offset plan review and site inspections. The building department determines its building permit fee by first calculating the cost of construction and then multiplying it by $8 per $1,000 of construction value. The issue here is not the $8 per thousand, but rather how the cost of construction is arrived at. Instead of relying on the developer to provide a value of construction with an application, which is typical, the building department uses the Hanscom software pretty much exclusively. For whatever reason, the construction value using this software can sometimes double that of other cost consultants. Keep in mind that during construction, regular inspections are also being done by the developer's engineers, the architect, the project manager, and the bank. So I would suggest no one knows the construction value better than the applicant. After all, it is the applicant who's paying the bills. So obviously, this discrepancy sometimes places both the city and the builder at odds, and perhaps this is why some developers are shying away from doing business in Lethbridge.
Well, questions on the amendment as presented and as explained by the mover? Councillor Campbell.
Just how often is there this kind of discrepancy?
How often?
So, maybe I'll ask that through Mr. Sanchez and to his designate. The question is, how often is this method used, or discrepancy?
So the method is used for every application, and again, at least over the last 2 years, we completed an assessment, and over projects of a similar category, there were around 12 of them. Only 2 of those were greater than the 5 to 10% that we have. All the other cases, they were either more of what the model that we use predicted. The self-declared value was way higher than the model, or they were within the 5 and 10%. So it's not a common practice that they are not within the 5 and 10%.
So I wondered, does this create, I mean, time is always money. Does this create unnecessary time to go through the process? if this was to pass?
Can answer that. It does create additional time because permits can get held up based on the information that's provided or suspended. So that's why the amendment to your amendment is suggested that the applicant be charged with the responsibility at his cost to provide an estimate from a quantity surveyor, a cost estimate, and then also include some sort of dispute resolution, because you don't want building staff and the developer to come to loggerheads over this. So that's why I put the amendment in place, or ask you to support the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And my apologies, Councillor Palladino. This is the first time seeing this, or was this sent out before? I'm just... No, the amendment.
We all seen the original, so this...
I've seen the original, but I haven't seen this. Was this amendment sent out to any? Okay, so I'm just trying to process it as quickly as possible. So perhaps through you, Deputy Mayor, to the city manager, have you, two questions. Have you had a chance to review this? And I'd like, because I haven't had a chance to actually take the bylaw and put these amendments in to it myself. Have you had a chance to review this and give any feedback on it?
Yeah, I haven't reviewed it in depth. I did look at the dispute resolution process and then the piece added about the independent third-party consultant, but the cost consultant piece, the latitude that might exist within that phrase is something I think we need to define. And I was just back and forth with Mr. Lowen about that. I think we might need a few minutes to, if there's some clarifying wording or discussions around that.
My second question may help with that then. Is this a pressing amendment? Or could we table or, postpone second and third reading on this? There wasn't a public hearing on this, I don't believe. So there wouldn't have to be any re-advertising or anything. It would just give you some time to review. It would give me some time to just sort of plug it in and sort of understand.
Of course you can delay it. It's council's decision to pause further readings.
Right, but my question was to...
My question is, legislatively, do we have to have this passed today, Mr. Sanchez?
That was my question.
Thank you.
There is no legislative requirement to pass this today. Most of the changes here are, as we explained before, just cleaning the wording, and also the city has moved to an online permit process, and the last step was to bring, or one of the steps is to bring the demolition permits into that online process. So that's incorporated into the changes on the bylaw as well.
Yes, my thought would be, and thank you, Councillor Palladino, for bringing some amendments that may be of assistance to folks. But I'm wondering, just so that I can have time and have comfort raising my hand or not raising my hand, I guess, I'd make a motion to postpone to our next meeting on this one, since I'm hearing that it's not something pressing.
So there is a motion for a member of council to postpone this. And is there a time deadline or a date that
our next meeting, which is, I think, January 20, off the top of my head, 24th.
The postponement would go to January 4th? 24th. Wow, that's a long break for us. We're still doing lots of people's work out there, folks. But are you, obviously that's a motion, so you don't need a seconder on that, am I correct?
You're correct.
So call the question on the postponement. All those in favor?
Question, second. Before you postpone it,
Can you ask questions? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
postponing simply brings it back the way it is. Aren't we referring to administration?
Postponing, it
Would
would
that-
come back exactly as it is. But if you want to refer it to administration to look into something or bring further information, that would be the correct terminology.
So I'd recommend that Councillor Carlson friendly amendment to refer it to administration for review of the amendment before it comes back to us.
Yes, still comes back on January 24th. So it postpone second reading to the 24th, and further that the amendment be referred to administration for comments prior to the 24th.
1 minute here, I'm actually messaging with the admin, just trying to sort out something. I was thinking possibly bring it back to committee for some discussion. Is that an option? Or yeah, Civic Works. The ordinance?
We'd probably be Civic Works, most likely.
Civic Works?
So,
Civic Works is okay with that.
so we'll make the postponement to refer to Civic Works versus to the 24th of January meeting.
I guess my only thought, I don't mind things going to committee, but this seemed fairly minor. I personally, I didn't think it would need to go to committee. It's basically, and my apologies if I didn't catch it in time, it's just new information for me and something to digest, and I think the city manager as well. I think it can happen administratively with some feedback on how it would impact the corporation.
Yeah, happy to do that. I just wanted to provide, through the deputy mayor, provide opportunity for any members of council that required further discussion or wanted to have other questions answered, provide that latitude. So that's why I suggested the committee option.
So right now, just for the record, you have for postponement to come back to council with administration feedback as well for the 24th of January. That's as it is right now. Councillor Middleton Hope?
I'm just wondering, are we still in debate then?
Well, we're discussing, the postponement supersedes the amendment, so we're discussing the postponement. So do you have a question regarding the postponement?
And then we'll have a vote on that, because
that's
we
correct.
sort of half voted on it, and
Well, because there was a difference between, Councillor Croson made a good point, should it go to an SPC, but I think it's up to the mover what he wants to do. And do you want to send it, just please speak to it?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My motion, I think, covered Councillor Croson's thoughts of postpone it to the 24th for a vote on second and third reading, but in the meantime, refer the amendment to the city manager for his input.
Report back to council.
Prior to the vote.
For January 24th. Perfect. Mayor no. Oh, sorry, you will not. Oh, come on. My apologies, Mayor Higgins.
Thank you. I just, the comment came out about having it go to committee, and I'm just wondering if there are concerns in the community regarding this particular bylaw, that they would give them the opportunity to come in and speak. So going to a committee may help, and I'm just putting that out there to. I know Councillor Carlson thought it's pretty minor, but if it's something that maybe somebody wants to speak to, would you find it okay to put it to committee still after all that?
Sorry, I'm trying to quickly switch between so many apps, trying to look at the agenda for Civic Works. I can't even find one in January right now. Yeah, February 2nd. So it would delay it till February 2nd and then some. I don't know if that's an impact or. Yes, so it'll be in the summer of 2024 that will be.
Reading after
I guess.
No, Civic Works in January, because it would fall in the first week.
Right.
And administration would be able to get the reports in. So the first meeting of Civic Works is February 2nd, and it would go to the February 21st council meeting.
I guess my thoughts would be, because it seems like a fairly minor amendment, and it's basically going to impact the city manager and his staff on things. So I was just seeing their feedback on this, but if there are members in the community that want to communicate on this, I think they hopefully have heard, or if Councillor Palladino has heard from some, he can direct them to supply any input to council, and council could change their minds at that point. But it seems like a fairly minor amendment. I just wanted city manager and his administration to have some time to say, yep, here's the impacts, and here's how we see it rolling out. which is better than voting on it today with zero input. At least we get our administrative feedback, and the community or members of the community, if they want to contact members of council, have that opportunity between now and the 24th.
And with the second, so it would go to SPC beginning of February 21st. I guess my question would be to administration, is there any issue with it being that late? Or is there any pressing issue to have this done sooner?
So again, there is no need to have this done by January 1st. Ideally, we wanted to have all the changes because some customers have been notified about moving online once the bylaw passes for the demolition permits. There will be some delays for them, but the process will be the process that we have today. If we go on February to see if it works, that will allow us to review the changes. We also need to go through the city solicitor to make sure that the order of the bylaw meets the requirement that we need to do. Typically, this is when we do this type of process that goes through that office first to make sure that we are not missing any steps into the bylaw itself. So again, we will need some time to review this and ensure that meets the requirements.
Okay, so Councillor Crowson, right now you've heard the answers. Right now your postponement is to the 24th. There was a recommendation, maybe possibly sending to an SBC so we could hear from community stakeholders. Where are you right now on what you want to do?
I'm good with my original postponement and referral to administration, but if somebody wants to make an amendment to that.
I got the city solicitor want to speak, and I have Councillor Dodick after. City solicitor, did you want to say something?
Just a minor point, just so everyone's aware. Section 2 of the proposed amendment to the Act does say that the bylaw would come into effect January 1, so we would have to amend that as well before passing it, because we wouldn't want to try and pass something with a retroactive aspect. But that's a relatively simple amendment. Just wanted to make sure that in case somebody was watching from the public, that's not what council was considering.
Thanks, Mr. Lowen. Councillor Dodick?
The question I have is, what is the downside to passing the bylaw as it already exists, because it has certain things that are supposed to start on January 1, and then postponing the amendment to the January 24th meeting, and at that time the bylaw, if necessarily, could be amended to include that. So you have the bylaw taking effect on January 1, but potentially there might be amendment regarding these two particular provisions, or with some changes as well. So what would be the downside of doing that?
Sanchez?
There won't be any downside to that. Actually, that probably will be one of the best approaches. We can amend that bylaw or bring this amendment in February, and then this will be a separate amendment that can be voted by council at that time.
All right, so the question, so let's go back here. So hearing what you heard, Councillor Palladino, would you like to withdraw your amendment and vote on the original bylaw as presented? Or would you like it all put together and then postponed as, now you're the mover.
Oh, I need time to think about it. I don't know, it's only 2 bullets, 2 points that, in 2 minutes you can read them. I thought it was fairly simple.
Never say it's going to be anything that's going to be fairly simple. That was your first mistake.
You're asking, the first one, you're asking the developer to pay the bills and hire a cost consultant. And the second one is, when there's a dispute, here's how we resolve it. So I don't know why we can't deal with it all. However, having said that, I would be open to breaking the two up, separating the two.
So it's not so much breaking it up, it's just withdrawing your amendment and then voting on the original bylaw as presented. And then we could have this be referred.
Chair, unfortunately, we do have the referral postponement on the floor.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I just want to make
We
sure.
have to deal with that
So,
first. It does
do you
take
want to
precedence.
withdraw your postponement?
I'm wondering if there's a way to amend my postponement by making.
Can I suggest a point of privilege?
Go ahead.
Since it's 5 minutes before lunch break, why don't we just go for lunch and you guys have a conversation over lunch and bring back an idea at the 1:30?
So why don't we just table this for right now?
I like lunch.
So we'll just recess on this right now. Thanks, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Dodick, you were all done your questions?
I was just going to suggest to Councillor Palladino that one way of dealing with it is bringing this back as an official business resolution on January 24th. So that's, which would basically say, whereas, and then bylaw be amended as follows. So that you could still pass the existing bylaw, but with the possibility that with sufficient votes, it will be amended as of January 24th. So that's one suggestion.
I'm guessing we'll have some kind of solution right after lunch, so we'll work it all out. Thank you for the suggestions. Councillor Crowson, did you have any other questions or comments?
Oh, no, sorry, my hand was just remained up. Thank you.
No, you're all good. Thank you very much. So we'll recess for lunch.
Good afternoon and welcome to a City Council public hearing for bylaw 6390. So I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6390 land use bylaw amendment regarding 215 2nd Avenue South and 221 2nd Avenue South. The procedure for the hearing will begin by calling upon Ross Kilgore, Senior Community Planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the bylaw will then be called upon. We'll then ask 3 times if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any or all the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. So I now call upon Ross Kilgore to provide the background to the case.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, City Council. Next slide, please. So I'll be presenting to you today on this rezoning application for 215 2 Avenue South and 221 2 Avenue South, also known as Castle Apartments. The applicant is Lethbridge and Region Community Housing Corporation, and they've applied to rezone from currently commercial downtown to a new direct control district to allow them to introduce shelter, supportive housing, unrestricted, and resource centre as permitted uses. Next slide, please. So we see on the left the location of the site in the downtown neighbourhood, and in the right image we can see a closer in view with an aerial photograph. So there are 2 separate buildings on 2 separate parcels, but they're both part of this same rezoning application. Next slide, please. So here's a view from street level of one of the 2 buildings, and you can see the second one just in the left of the image behind the tree. And then on the next slide we can see the second building. So there are currently 39 dwelling units in each of these 2 buildings, so 78 total. Next slide, please. In the left image here we see the current zoning of downtown commercial, or CD, and in the right image the proposed zoning of direct control, or DC. The surrounding land uses are currently commercial downtown, mainly shown in pink, and some direct control zone parcels to the north as well, which are those covered by the Railway Relocation Lands Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. So the proposed rezoning is in line with relevant policy in the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, specifically about things like providing a range of housing types and building up in existing areas to make more efficient use of existing infrastructure. Next slide, please. It's also in line with relevant policies in the Municipal Development Plan, which again talk about providing a range of housing to meet the needs of all residents, as well as a specific policy saying to support the creation of permanent supportive housing. The parcels are covered as well by the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, and there's a policy in there which again tells us to provide a range of housing choice in the downtown. The proposed direct control district is based very closely on the current downtown commercial district. The changes are to delete supportive housing as a discretionary use and create a new use, supportive housing unrestricted, as a permitted use. The sole change between supportive housing unrestricted and supportive housing is to remove the 8 to 25 resident range. So essentially it would remove that cap so that they could potentially use all of their existing units in the buildings for supportive housing. The direct control bylaw would also remove resource centre and shelter uses from discretionary to permitted. And so the proposal has the potential to contribute to alleviating some of the persistent issues the community is facing with homelessness and affordable housing, as called for in the municipal housing strategy. The proposal was also reviewed by city technical staff, and no transportation or servicing issues were identified. Next slide, please. So we notified by mail 72 addresses within 60 metres of the 2 parcels, shown in the map here. The public hearing was also advertised in the Lethbridge Herald on 2 occasions and on the city's website as well. The applicant also mailed invitations to their own open house event, which they held on December 5th. We received numerous phone calls, letters and emails about the rezoning application, All but 2 of those were opposed. The principal concerns were the shelter use specifically, negative effects of the proposal on the downtown, and behaviour of people in the area. Next slide, please. And so in conclusion, the proposed rezoning is compliant with the relevant land use policies in the SSRP, the Municipal Development Plan, and the Downtown ARP. And so planning design supports the amendment of these 2 parcels to direct control and recommends that City Council consider this report as information for the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kilgore. We'll now call upon the applicant to make a presentation. Please come to the mic and state your name.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Robin James. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer with the Lethbridge Housing Authority and also Lethbridge and Region Community Housing Corporation. If I have more than 5 minutes, I'd like to quickly let everyone in the gallery know specifically what Lethbridge Housing does. Is that acceptable?
Start up. You have the 5 minutes, so we.
Okay,
You can
my
ask the
timer is
question
being,
after, too.
all right. And also I'd like to ask permission of council. We have a poster over here of where all of our locations are so that everyone in the gallery can understand where Lethbridge Housing properties are. So with your permission, can I display that here?
You put it there, or you put it outside after is fine too for people to see, or is it for?
Well, I'd like people to see where they are before they speak as well. Darren, can you bring it? So I'm going to start because I'm already down 25 seconds. Okay, so Castle Apartments. So to start off, we would ask that council please delete from bylaw 6390 the usage of shelter and resource center as allowable uses. We would like the only remaining use to be allowable in this zoning to be supportive housing unrestricted as the only permitted use. So that is our first request to amend on our bylaw 6390. So supportive housing only, as we discussed in our tea parties and with our neighbors. Next slide, please. Castle Apartments is comprised of 2 buildings. The new building, which you're seeing in the pictures, has 39 one-bedroom apartment dwellings. It has a secure entry. You enter by fob, and all the front doors, of course, face on to the street. It's more of a motel-style property. Next slide, please. The old Castle Apartments is been refurbished just before we bought Castle Apartments. It is 40 units. 1 unit has been changed into an administration office, so it's 39 units of self-contained housing. It's a secure building. All entry points of access through a key fob. So either you have to walk through that main front door to enter the units, or you can come around the back and enter through the courtyard. There's a few units that actually walk out onto that back courtyard and enter that way. Previously in Castle, we have housed a concierge program that was funded and has since been discontinued twice. The lack of concierge support has resulted in notable increases in evictions due to behaviors such as guest management. So once we lost the funding on that property years ago, we ended up having to evict many clients. And then we received funding again on the last operating cycle, which ends December 31st. The concierge program was discontinued due to staffing shortage by our partners in August of this year. And again, we've noted a large increase in evictions at this property. Next slide, please. So what is the concierge program and how does it work? So that property there is a joint ownership between Canadian Mental Health Association and Lethbridge and Region Community Housing Corporation. The concierge was opened, the first funding round was June 2013 to 2016. It was funded by the city then. And then 2019 to 2022 when it was funded also by an OSSI grant through the homeless initiatives and discontinued. The concierge model has proven to be very effective when it's in place. It keeps people housed and it helps people find the right supports that they need. Next slide, please. The concierge model is paired with social working staff during the day, an outreach team that can be available on call in the evening, and then a security team that is there, or a security member that's there during the night. In 2016, CMHA and LHA released a report card on the concierge program from when we had purchased it to what we were doing in 2016. So we noticed in 2011, incidents around Castle Apartments had peaked. By 2015, 2016, the incidents were reduced by 85%, actually over 85%. 4 of them were calls to the building, and 7 of them were in the immediate neighborhood, which of course, as we all know, we can't control the neighborhood. So we can only control what's happening in that building. And so only 4 calls went to LPS and EMS at that point when the concierge model was working at its peak. Next slide, please. Changing the downtown commercial to direct control supportive housing restricted as a permitted use will allow us to offer individualized supports to our tenants to achieve their highest level of independence. Providing supportive housing to approximately 26 low to medium complexity individuals will help them stabilize. It provides an at-the-door support service to our current and future residents. And I would like to just give an example for council and for the individuals here. When the concierge service is in full effect, what it essentially does is it provides somebody that stands at the front door or sits at the front door that has the services to connect people, that has the knowledge and the ability to connect people to services that are required. So if someone who's living in that residence needs income support, someone to help them through the income support system, they've lost a job, or someone to help them with their seniors' pensions, someone to help them with food security, all of those things would be accessed through this concierge model. Security at night we found to be very important because, like any other downtown business, we are having high rates of crime. People are trying to break in. They're breaking into Helmrest, they're breaking into Castle, they're breaking into Hague. I think everyone in this room can probably agree they're having some security issues in the downtown. So what the security does at night is not only keeps the building and the tenants inside safe, but it also disallows people from loitering in and around the building. So, for example, at Hague, quite often between the 2 doors, we'll have individuals, coming in between those 2 doors and actually actively using drugs. And you have to catch them on camera, physically send someone down there. That security actually helps reduce that. And I think, next slide, please. That's it. So I wanted to tell a quick example of who we house at Castle with my last 20 seconds. And the importance of this model. So we had an individual, a young man who came to us from recovery, and he had a desire to remain sober. And recovery is very near and dear to my heart. And this young man came to us, and we housed him, and he was remaining sober, and he was doing well. And unfortunately, we didn't have that concierge service there for very long once he came. And one of his former drug dealers actually saw him in the downtown core and decided, "You're housed, so I shall be too." My maintenance team picked up on it fairly quickly. We did a notice to enter into the apartment. By the time we were able to enter into that apartment, approximately 2 weeks after we confirmed the drug dealer was actually living in the property, this young man was sleeping on a mat in the kitchen floor. The drug dealer had taken over his bedroom and locked him out of it. There was a big padlock on his door. My maintenance team was furious. We were all furious that this person had now relapsed, and he was now on eviction because we don't allow illegal activity in our property. I want you to know that that young man was evicted to get rid of that drug dealer, and that young man lost his battle with addiction. So, Lethbridge, we need to do better. We need to put in some supportive housing. This isn't a scary thing. This isn't something that we don't know what we're doing. This is something that we absolutely know what we're doing. We're not taking the highly complex individuals into this property. We're taking individuals that require light supports and assistance to remain in a recovered, healthy, housed state. So I would ask for your support on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. I'll now call upon the pre-registered speakers to make a presentation. As a reminder, presenters will have 5 minutes to speak to the issue, And we'll start off with Mr. Keith Hitchcock. And I just want to make sure that everybody is aware in the audience, the two things that were removed, because I know I'd received many calls on this, resource center and shelter are removed from the applicant's application. So just so we know that, so we speak to the fact that there's going to be a shelter or speak to the fact that there's going to be a resource center, understand that the applicant does have that removed. Mr. Hitchcock.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan and Council. My name is Keith Hitchcock. I'm the owner of Humpty's Restaurant across the street from Castle Apartments. We've been there for 30 years, so we've seen it all. Our concern and our opposition to this right now was originally the shelter, and it is at this point still is, because moving from a downtown commercial to a direct control still leaves the opportunity to convert that into anything they really want. Okay, well, there is some limitations, but the limitations are far-reaching, much easier to expand than as a downtown commercial, and that's our concern. We've all heard the stories. We've all been part of the stories of what we've lived through in that area. We removed our garbage enclosures because we can't charge rent for people to live there. Things like that. We don't feel that adding more to the support housing in that area is going to not affect the control of that area. And that's where our concerns come from. It's an area that's very active. It can be run over very quickly. We've got numerous stories for it. We have support. We support the people that are in that supportive housing on a limited basis. There are regular customers. They come over to our restaurant. We've had no issues with a few of them. Of course, we're going to have issues, but most of them are living and functioning as single people in housing. It's the outside act that follows them that we are very deeply concerned about. And the more people we put into that neighborhood, the more activity we create and the more risk we take. And we just cannot have our business take these hits any much longer. And that's why we oppose the change from downtown commercial to direct control.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hitchcock. Next, Mr. Pollock with Harvey Denbach Pollock Law Office.
Thank you to Mayor Higgin and Council for hearing me today. I'm a young business owner here in town, and I've recently just bought the building across the street from Castle Apartments just this year. I've been operating my business in downtown Lethbridge since 2019, and I've been working downtown Lethbridge since 2015. I've been using downtown Lethbridge since I was a child. The bottom line today is that nobody here knows what the impacts of the requested amendment are actually going to be. Since starting my business in 2019, we've had to endure some hardships in downtown. We've been broken into, we've had property damage, we've been harassed and stalked downtown, we've had to clean up people's encampments, including their clothes, condoms, needles, drugs, stolen property, and even their human waste. We've had all of our cars scratched while we're parked at work, and we've had to be very concerned about protecting our staff coming and going from our current building. My response to these hardships has been to invest in downtown. We've encouraged positive users to come downtown and spend their time and their money and be with their families in our downtown. We've spent our money on things like lighting, security, Pekka roll shutters, all with other downtown businesses. To me, the risk that the Lethbridge Housing Authority wants to take is too great. We don't know what the results are going to be. We don't know what the impacts are going to be. Despite what the Lethbridge Housing Authority says their intentions are, I'd like to point out what they have said so far and the notices we've received are different than what they're actually applying for today. but would actually just be wholly unreasonable to grant them direct control today. Any zoning alterations that you give them, that give them the ability to use the property differently than what they're doing currently, is not acceptable. The bottom line is we don't know what's going to happen, and we need to have some assurances, especially as downtown business owners. The rest of the business owners, along with myself, have followed the rules. We've jumped through the hoops. We've been responsible investors. To grant the Lethbridge Housing Authority their changes would be irresponsible. There's no studies done. The impacts are unknown. And it's inconsistent with what I've seen to be the revitalization of downtown. I'm not some rich guy sitting here saying, hey, don't put this in my backyard. I'm young. I'd like to think of myself as dynamic and progressive thinking. The city needs to get some expert direction on how to work with this homelessness issue, and so does the Lethbridge Housing Authority. We've been huge supporters and financial backers of Streets Alive. I invest myself and my finances in the downtown because I believe in our city. I also invest in other downtown businesses. When it's time to take my kids Christmas shopping, we go to Doug's Sports, Tompkins Jewelers, Splurge & Co., Big John's Books, G3, all the other businesses downtown that we all know and love. My family has memberships at the Galt Museum where we spend a great deal of time. And when I take my kids to a splash park, we'll go all over the city, but I sure make a conscious effort to go downtown and spend time with my family at Galt Gardens. When we go out to eat, we go to Stella's, Coco's, Osho's, Tacos Made in Mexico, Lighthouse, The Penny, and all those other great establishments that we all know. Today, I'm asking for the city to support our decision to invest in downtown. I'm asking for you all to help protect our downtown. We've come a long ways, but we still got a long ways to go. It would be unreasonable and it would be irresponsible to take a gamble on what is being proposed today. We simply don't know what the associated risks are going to be. I'd like to point out that it's this city's responsibility to protect the city. And I'd like you to do this by supporting our decision to invest in downtown. And I'd like you all to encourage us to continue to invest in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. There's decorum, please. And next we have Mr. Rob Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I run the risk of duplicating a little bit of what Tyler said. I work with Tyler. I'm the Harvey and Harvey Denbuck Pollock. I've worked in the downtown core a little longer than Tyler. I've been working within 4 or 5 blocks of the property in question since 1985. So I'm very familiar with downtown, and I'm familiar with the dynamics of business downtown. As my associate, Mr. Pollock, said, we are not here to oppose or to take an adverse position relative to the people in our city that are less advantaged than us. Our office, as Tyler alluded to, we donate monthly to Streets Alive. We are a major sponsor of their annual golf tournament. We believe people that are struggling to find their way need and deserve a hand from businesses and residents in the city. But our concern, frankly, is I've reviewed this application. I cannot conceive of why there needs to be a zoning change for a property that's already being used as low-income housing. Now, I'm a lawyer, which doesn't mean much. Mr. Doda can attest to that. But going through this bylaw, I don't see why this application is necessary. The application seeks to remove the limit on residents for supportive housing, which I find odd. In theory, if this is allowed, you could put 2,000 people in those 2 units as a permitted, not a discretionary use, as a permitted use. Certainly you can't do that. But my bigger concern, frankly, is I made representations to council in 2021 when a similar application was brought on First Avenue and 13th Street South. And my concern then, as now, is where's the plan? Where's the plan for the homeless in the city of Lethbridge? We keep doing one-offs in this city by happenstance when convenience allows it. And I think it's time that we pay appropriate attention to the needs of the homeless. This, in my opinion, and my respectful submission, is a bit of a one-off, again, instead of part of a cohesive plan. And I think it's incumbent, not just on the city, but on our provincial government, but the city has a role to deal with that too, to create a plan that can work with all citizens. My other biggest concern is the downtown core, and I'm afraid I was a little bit disheartened by the suggestion that this is compliant with DARP, the Downtown Area Revitalization Plan. It's not. And it's obligatory under the land use bylaw that any application for rezoning complies with DARP. It's not just encouraged, it's required. And DARP essentially says, we're trying to create a vibrant downtown where people feel safe and encouraged to do business, to live, and to visit. Is this consistent with that goal? I would suggest it isn't. No one's asking to tear down those buildings. No one's asked to move those people out. No one has suggested, in my mind, that the current use does not allow them to continue with the concierge service they had. Clearly they had it. So I don't know why the zoning change is being allowed. So what that then leads to is we're going to have a discretionary, or pardon me, a direct control, which allows the city to do whatever they want down the road. It's not just this property. There's an associated application coming forth as well for another property. Currently, aside from the rail yard location, which is now the mall, 0.1% of property in downtown Lethbridge is direct control. And there's a reason. Because if you invest in downtown, you want to know that the business next to you is the kind of business that you planned on associating yourself with. Direct control is a slow cancer that discourages investment in the downtown core. So I would respectfully submit that while I support helping the disadvantaged people in our city, that we not allow for this amendment to the bylaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harvey. Next, excuse me, we need to keep decorum, please, in the chambers. Please, thank you. Next, we have Ms. Ruth White.
His Worship, Mayor Blaine Higgins, and Honourable City Councillors. My name is Barbara Pelly. I am here representing Ruth White, who is not feeling well today, and I represent the River Ridge Condominium and a member of the board. Heard some really good things here today. We strongly oppose the amending of the land use bylaw and the change to the zoning of these properties to direct control. It is our opinion that any change to the status quo of this property, and definitely if the use was changed to allow for a shelter and the other things that were mentioned and seem to now be taken off, but we should keep them in because we really don't know, would have detrimental effect on the residents' health and safety of our complex's property values and our valuable property. The residents of our building represent a vulnerable portion of the population due to their age. Because of our close proximity, residents often walk to facilities and services in the downtown area. They are currently often accosted verbally and occasionally physically. It is our opinion the proposed changes to the zoning of the property has the potential to exacerbate these problems. As a complex, we have already had to increase security measures to protect residents and property, including changing times that the security gates are closed. This creates operational challenges for residents for whom it is necessary to access services such as home care and other medically necessary services. The City of Lethbridge has a duty to ensure that their policies are not creating problems for members of the community, such as violent encounters, potential or increased crime and break-ins, and additional security costs having to be incurred. In addition to our complex, there are 7 other senior housing complexes in close proximity to this property, which is the subject of the rezoning application. These residents would also be adversely affected. We see the deterioration of the city in the last few years, with garbage and needles strewn in our streets, very little access to vault gardens, and the parks. So it is our opinion that the change before council has the distinct potential of exacerbating this issue and eroding the safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. Next, Mr. Dennis Bremner.
Mary. Why don't we have an integrated and functional plan? I've come up with a number of points, some of them humorous. If you mention whom the homeless are, you are socially unacceptable. If you mention whose responsibility they are, you are politically incorrect. If you mention what groups are within the homeless, you are a racist or heartless or both. If you mention the mental state of some of them, then you're picking on the less fortunate. If you mention that some of the less fortunate have your fortune because they stole it, then you're uncaring because you do not understand their plight. If you mention that people don't care about their downtown, they go on the defensive. If you mention where is the impact analysis on the businesses or residential areas of the city ordered up by either the NDP or UCP or council, then you are one of those people who want to study things to death, or you must be a member of the Liberal Party. If you mention that an entire group of 15 nonprofits only offered you one area to put these homeless in, you are the Antichrist. If you play along with the term homeless and not 4 distinct groups which are mentally challenged, dry, wet, and truly homeless, then you get a stampede, as you see here. If you mention that you have a plan to house the addicted, which creates 95% of the problems in this city, then you're creating a compound, a prison, an internment camp, or a other racist facility. If you mention that your provincial elected representative have not demanded thorough apolitical discussion, then you must be from the other party and want to embarrass the elected. If you mention the provincial representative for the downtown has not commented or assisted or defended any of her constituents in any way, you must be anti-NDP. If you mention a tent is not a home, then you have absolutely no sympathy for the homeless. If you mention the police force do not know how to handle this, no one at the provincial level of government steps in to solve the problem other than to suggest you destroy your downtown and your society. If you believe the judicial system does not understand what is happening to society, you are a redneck radical who believes incarceration is the only answer, ergo you are a lower life form. If you believe any form of homed or homeless people have no entitlement to prime real estate ever, you are a racist and a mean person and wish people deprived of immediate access to services, even though the general population does not have that access either. If you break the homeless into groups so you can understand the problem and deal with each group individually, you're a racist or a mean person who obviously enjoys itemizing people's misery. If you want to treat one group based on their ancestral needs and connect to the earth, it is proof you're a racist and because you want them outside the city. If you want CMHC health services to do their job and handle all the people who have mental acuity issues, then you're a racist, arrogant, mean person and unfeeling. If you want the judicial system to get off their butt and start prosecuting criminals within the homeless, you're unfeeling, uncaring, and is unconcerned with their plight. If you believe city council should only ever have to deal with the true homeless and the judicial system, the criminals, the AHS, CMHA handle the mentally challenged, the addicted be handled by the system, then you'd be on my side. If you've seen this always fail many, many times before, then you're a doomsday predictor. If you've done simple math and calculated the Lethbridge will have more addicts per square meter of downtown than any other city in downtown East, including downtown Eastside Vancouver, you're exaggerating and have no idea what you're talking about. If you mention the highly paid U of L professors have contributed nothing to solving our problem, then you must be anti-union and anti-NDP. If you state that people are being shuttled into this city by what some perceive as friendly towns and cities, then you're exaggerating and telling stories. If you mention the drivers of these shuttles are rogue mums stop the harm, then you are a foolish person to be believed, mentally challenged, and drug people, so really you have no proof and you must be a liar. If you know people are being paid to move here and say so, then you're speaking fake news. If you believe City Council should be the dominant group and should control whom goes where, then you are anti-Lethbridge housing. We are where we are today because no one will identify the problem, break it down to its lowest common denominator, then tackle that problem because they are afraid of being called a racist, a redneck, a UCP, or an NDP, a religious nutbar, or heaven forbid, a liberal. Not having any impact analysis over the last 10 years demonstrates to me we do not value our downtown. We do not value the hardworking businesses and people that work there. We are totally unconcerned for the quality of life for the adjacent residents. I cannot offer opinion on the rezoning of the Castle Apartments because there is no impact analysis on their surrounding businesses and residents to assess. Direct control in the hands of anyone does, however, concern me immensely. I have 6 slides. If you don't mind, I will put them with the 6391. Would you mind if I have them presented for bylaw 6391?
Did you already supply the slides?
Yeah.
Today?
Yes.
So maybe for the next presentation, but you are out of time, so the next, if you're speaking to 63...
whatever that number was.
6391?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Thank you.
Next, Ms. Rachel Hopp.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. I speak on behalf of 748002 Alberta Limited, who's owner of property in the buffer zone, K-Core Developments, who's owner of property about 200 meters away, and Lethbridge Caterers, which has owned and operated properties for many years in the city. I will use my time to focus on some issues that I've not seen raised either today or in the written materials. The purpose of a direct control district is for developments or uses that, quote, due to particular circumstances or design characteristics require specific sets of rules in order to achieve a desired result, unquote. As I understand from the submissions and the revisions today, that is to allow a new use and definition of supportive, unrestricted, to allow the existing capacity limits of 8 to 25 to 26 residents. Bylaw 6390, as proposed, however, does have 2 key things that can create circumstances which can create significant consequences. First, Section sub 1 delegates the development authority to the development officer and authorizes them to make waivers under Section 22. Not only, therefore, would all development applications go to the development officer, they would be able to waive setbacks, max building heights, max parcel coverage, and various other rules otherwise required under land use bylaw. Second, Section 7 sub 2 waives Sections 52 of the bylaw 6300, means that existing mandatory requirement of a council resolution for supportive housing permits would be eliminated. Rather, it goes to the development officer who can approve the same again, waiving all those rules again, including the setbacks. This is a decent-sized parcel. In addition to the 2 existing buildings, it has a large space which is currently used as a parking lot. Section 3 of the proposed bylaw looks like it provides some sort of parameters on future development. However, they are dulled or nulled by existence of Section 7. Under proposed bylaw 6390, an owner, whether it's the current owner or a future owner, can apply for a development permit for supportive housing, unrestricted, or anything else in the permitted or discretionary uses, including for new construction, which a development officer can approve with authority to waive any of these setbacks, height, size, access, parking, as otherwise required under the rules, including rules for downtown commercial, without requirement for council or public notice or public input. Furthermore, any appeal of a decision by the development officer would be incredibly limited only to whether the development officer followed the directions of council. I submit bylaw 6390 is a bit of a Trojan horse. It looks like not much will change from current usage, from the 25 residents to 26, but it opens the ability for current or future owners to apply for this development permit, either permitted or discretionary, which will go to the development officer for a decision. Rezoning from downtown commercial to direct control also eliminates the stated purpose of downtown commercial, paraphrasing slightly, that for the development of a variety of commercial, residential, cultural, and other uses that incorporate the heart of our city campaign pillars of beauty, livability, sustainability, vibrancy, and excitement to achieve the vision of the heart of our city master plan. Some of the feedback I have seen from other submissions was to ask the city, what is their long-term plan? Where is the community safety plan? Indeed, on behalf of my clients, I ask the same, because to them, bylaw 6390 appears to be another ad hoc attempt to shift the weight and cost of caring for the vulnerable populations onto existing downtown owners, businesses and residents and visitors through increased property taxes, decreasing property values, increased security and safety costs, reduced business traffic, and so on. For example, I also ask if the applicant intends to have 26 residents, as was proposed in her application, or their application, pardon me. Why does this supportive housing need to be unrestricted? Actions of the city to ignore the vision and to allow muddled zoning changes to address problems block by block that actually need a 10,000-foot view are going to result in immediate and long-term effects, including pushing existing owners, business tenants, local residents, future owners, and Lethbridge residents as a whole right out of the heart of our city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ha. Next, we have Ms. Marcy Kane.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. What she said. My name is Marcy Kane. I am owner and operator of Kane Law Office. I have worked downtown Lethbridge as a lawyer for 20 years. 12 of those years have been the owner and operator of Kane Law. 8 of those years have been spent next door to Castle Apartments. I'll try to be brief. As the reasons for my opposition to this amendment mirror Ms. Hopf and other presenters here today, but I am a lawyer, so my definition of brief might be different than yours. But I did want to highlight a few main areas of concern for me. And my first concern is the application for a change to direct control. The Lethbridge Housing Authority provides an important service to our community. I mean, that's clear. The important hand up to those who need help. My opposition to the amendments is not an opposition to the operation of Lethbridge Housing Authority, but I'm opposed to having these lands be rezoned to direct control. While we've removed those uses of shelter resource center, have we removed them from permitted to listed as discretionary, you know, those were my primary concerns here, but we still have direct control. And so the move from permitted uses of those items to discretionary is really not a change at all when we have that umbrella of the direct control. The application, the Municipal Government Act says that direct control district council can control the use or development of the land or buildings in the district in any manner it considers necessary. And like Ms. Hoff indicated, the public consultation part of that is removed. So with direct control, the move of a use from discretionary to permitted later on is really quite simple. So it isn't just a matter of what the Lethbridge Housing Authority is seeking to accomplish today with its important work. This is going to impact future decisions of the Lethbridge Housing Authority or a future landowner or a different council that maybe looks at things differently. So this has some far-reaching effects that are far beyond what I think was intended by the Lethbridge Housing Authority, but certainly is the impact being borne by the business community when we're looking to structure our businesses next door to these zones that are structured as direct control. My second concern is the removal of supportive housing as a discretionary use and being moved to a permitted use, in particular with the creation of the unrestricted category. There's no reason I can see in the materials that would suggest that keeping supportive housing as a discretionary use is not appropriate. There's nothing to suggest that the Lethbridge Housing Authority couldn't operate and achieve its goals with it as a discretionary use. But again, there are some long-term impacts to that change. Again, in direct control, there's concern as the various uses a future landowner might want to apply to that particular parcel of land that we need to consider. So it's not just today and the goals of today. The direct control changes things moving forward. And so in looking at how that impacts neighboring businesses and residents into the future, it leads me to wonder, because it is entirely unclear to me why this application is not simply a variance application to the existing zoning to allow for the use of more than 25 units in that particular structure to achieve that purpose. It begs the question, is direct control the only mechanism to achieve that goal? And I don't think that's the case. And I don't think our first option out of the gate would be to the most intrusive option. I think we should look at our least intrusive options first to help achieve those goals. And then my third concern, as mirrored by other presenters for you today, the decline of our downtown over the years is evident. We're in a crisis. People need help. we probably all have a common ground. We want to help people in need, but we also have to find a way to do it that provides a safe environment for our citizens at the same time. The Lethbridge Housing Authority, with its current structure, does not provide an unsafe structure. But it's, again, that far-reaching impact of what this particular application is today, that direct control and the changes to the plan that can affect that into the future. So we want to make sure we protect that. The city's made good strides towards creating a more positive downtown, the 3rd Avenue refacing, the Festival Square, good examples, good expensive examples where taxpayers have paid a lot of money. Let's not let those expenditures be futile. Thank you. Those are all of my comments today.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Next, we have Pierre Newt.
Mayor, Councillor, it's my first time doing that, so my apologies. I sent my letter fairly late. I don't know if you want a copy or you were able to get a copy. I have a few copies. Do you want me to distribute some copies? We have some available.
We've got it.
Okay, thank you. So I'm the owner of and taxpayer of 7 McDonald's here in Lethbridge. I'm strongly opposed to direct control and the proposition of today. In the past, we have encountered multiple incidents of assault on our staff. And a disclaimer, the next piece is a bit visual, but I think it's important we say the way it is. Assault on our staff, employee being stung by syringes when changing garbages, vandalism, massive drug use in the toilet, overdose, sexual act on baby changing table, blood and feces on the walls and the floor of our bathroom. Unfortunately, fatalities also. All in our restaurant downtown. This location also happened to be our head office, where we orient our newly hired staff. For more than 400 employees that we have in Lethbridge, we currently employ. This is their first impression of work, as many come for a first employment, and for some, visit for the first time downtown Lethbridge from different parts of our great city. It's important to remember that we hire many future taxpayers as young as 15 years old, who are in the restaurant dealing with those situations daily. The proposal to rezone would place us only 70 meters from the building to my parking, not 60 meters. I did not receive a leader. I'm 10 meters away. I'm sorry. But I'm all your pictures, I'm on that picture. The impact on our guests, our employee safety would be insurmountable. We have a very large play place. You can imagine you're 5 years old, child or grandchild, going to the washroom during a birthday party and be facing one of the situations I described. My washroom are still open to everybody, contrary to many businesses around downtown and municipal buildings that don't allow people to come in or lock their washroom. My washroom are open. I value what downtown Lethbridge is doing with the revitalization effort, and we see the amazing change and update the city is doing. I understand this is coming at a great cost for the city and many other businesses owner like me. Just last year, we invested more than $1 million of our own money to redesign our downtown restaurant to stay current, safer, and attract more families downtown. Rezoning will go against all that investment and push family further away from shopping and visiting the city core. I am in support of finding a solution to what is a problem with creating housing and supporting option for the people in Lethbridge. However, downtown is not the place for this. I sincerely hope you take this very seriously and take the opinion of myself and our neighbors, business, and residents to find a different solution for housing. Allowing this would collapse any business's effort to operate around the proposed new zoning. I'm fully opposed to this proposition. Downtown should be a destination, should be vibrant, attractive. We want our young kids and young adult kids to come downtown. Today, they don't want to come downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newt. Next, we have excuse me, we please need to keep decorum. Thank you. I know we have support for those that are up and sometimes not support. We just need to make sure that we keep decorum. Thank you. Mr. Alan Denbach.
Morning, Mayor, or afternoon rather, Council. Thank you for listening and hearing me today. I'm also from Harvey Demick Pollock. My partner and I, Tyler Pollock, we recently purchased the building right across from Castle Apartments. We want to invest in the downtown. We want to make it vibrant. We want to make it a success. I do a lot of solicitor's work. I do a lot of wills and estates. I have a lot of elderly clients that come to visit me in my office. And I'm very concerned about the safety of my clients and my staff. We're right now on 3rd Ave. We've been deeply impacted over the last several years with our alcove. We put a Pekka roll shutter up so that we wouldn't have to clean up debris every morning. Multiple times in the morning we'd be cleaning up needle debris, human matter, waste, and other unfortunate incidences. And what we had hoped to do with this new building was to be able to start over, be able to have a good location. We knew and were aware of the current use of the Castle Apartments, and we're happy with it. We understand the less fortunate need help, and we're happy to do that. But when we change it to direct control, when we have the suggestion of a shelter, I know it's been withdrawn. That doesn't mean it can't come back, particularly if direct control is granted. It makes it very hard for us to continue to run a business. A lot of my client base comes from outside the city of Lethbridge, so it's outside people coming into the downtown core, spending money, seeing what we have to offer. And so if we're going to continue this process of voting following what our current zoning is, we're going to continue to drive investment away. I was excited to buy this building earlier this year. I'm regretting that decision now. And if this continues, there's going to be more people of my generation saying, why would we invest in the downtown? If we look at the banks that have left the downtown core, everyone's going to WT Hill. Accounting firms moving to WT Hill and elsewhere. They're fleeing the downtown for these reasons. And so we need to be cognizant of, we're not a bunch of rich, grumpy business owners who are simply saying no to everything. We're asking to be respected. We're asking for our tax-paying dollars to be respected. We're asking that we could have some predictability. And changing this from direct zoning to direct zoning is taking that predictability away from us. I'd also like to point to the comments that Ms. James has made. She's first of all told us that the concierge services has been provided this location. It was a funding problem. I still haven't heard a reason for why the zoning needs to be changed for that issue. I understand they want to have more units there. Perhaps that's a variance application like other presenters have suggested. The other thing that Ms. James mentioned was they can't control the outside environment, which is a fair point. Of the 7 instances she mentioned, 7 that were in the broader environment, which Lethbridge Housing cannot control. But what that means is businesses like mine are going to have to control that. We're going to have to spend money on security. We're going to have to spend money to secure premises, to clean up in the mornings. We're renovating our property right now, and we've been called array to deal with people sleeping on our front steps, the front entrance of our building, and you go up and we've cleaned up needle debris. We've had to call EMS for help. And this is not the image we want to present of our city. And it's not going to be helpful when we keep driving those who pay the taxes away and driving their support away. We want to help, but it's got to be done in a controlled manner. We need to know what the impact is going to be. And very clearly, no one knows what that is. And we're asking for those impacts to be looked at before decisions are made, particularly of this magnitude. So in closing, we understand there's a really important social issue that needs to be dealt with. We're asking for impact studies to be done. We're asking for us to be included in that conversation. We're asking for business owners to be consulted. How is it going to impact our businesses? the businesses draw in clients, our clients drive business for our surrounding businesses, and we can grow together. We can keep this vibrant city. We can grow this downtown into a bigger, better, brighter place for all. But we've got to do it smartly, and we need to understand what we're doing. And right now, my perspective is it doesn't look like we're doing that. And I would ask that we stop. We do not grant the direct zoning control today. And we ask that we take a step back and look at how we can do this better, where it serves everyone in the downtown, not just particular groups at a particular time. So thank you very much for listening to me today, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Denbach. Next, we have Ms. Sarah Amies. You might want to pull the microphone down a little bit and speak in, so we've got people online as well.
Okay, that's better. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of City Council. My name is Sarah Amies, and I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Lethbridge Business Revitalization Zone. In this role, I represent the BRZ Board of Directors and the 500-plus businesses in our 27-block downtown core. I have asked to speak to you today to reaffirm that the BRZ's Board of Directors position is to ensure the BRZ is supporting the commercial interests of the membership through revitalization initiatives that include, but aren't limited to, the maintenance, improvement, and beautification of the downtown lands, buildings, and structures. While the Board of Directors of the BRZ is in full support of the development of a variety of housing models, including permanent, affordable, and market price housing in the downtown, it cannot support the proposed bylaw changes as they stand now. Let me assure you that this position is not because of NIMBYism, but rather a wish to witness continued revival to the businesses in the downtown area. The suggested rezoning and possible placement of a shelter and resource centre at Castle Apartments within the confines of our downtown does appear counterintuitive to our ongoing efforts. We have recently witnessed significant improvements and considerable investment to the downtown. Despite these initiatives, the downtown core has lost businesses this year, and we could see more permanently closing their doors. Businesses are closing for a variety of reasons, such as retirement, an extremely difficult economic outlook, and increasingly ongoing criminal and destructive behavior. New business recruitment in the downtown is an ongoing challenge that will be made easier if we can ensure a safe, vibrant, and well-maintained core. I will keep it brief because some of the previous presenters have done an excellent job, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amies. Next, we have Mr. Don Schilke. And my apologies if I'm not pronouncing these names correctly. Is Mr. Schilke here? No? All right. Mr. Barry Markwardson?
Mayor Heigen and members of City Council, I am speaking today in strong opposition to this direct control zoning to allow for these uses, including supportive housing unrestricted. I have owned a 1.6 acre parcel of land, 1/2 block west of the Castle Apartments for over 35 years. My tenants are Wendy's Restaurant and Shell Canada Circle K. I also own a vacant parcel of land behind Shell for future development. I have a long-term perspective, and I plan to own this property for the rest of my life. My family have lived in or near Lethbridge for over 120 years. I was born in Lethbridge, and I've lived here all of my life. I have a very strong commitment to my community and to the protection of downtown and our neighborhood. It is reasonable to assume that the culture of the building and subsequently that of the area will become more of a drug culture, an alcohol culture, and this will have negative impacts which will spread into and become part of the immediate and surrounding and residential area. Therefore, given an addiction culture and to fund and support these addictions, I believe it reasonable to expect an increase in criminal activity in the immediate area, including violent crime, car break-ins, home and business break-ins, intoxication, drugs, needle debris, drug dealing, prostitution, urination and defecation in public sex, and panhandling. The proposed concentration of 78 supportive housing units in one location is too high. There is a reason why the Lethbridge Downtown Commercial Zoning Bylaw supportive housing definition limits the number of residents in one location to 25. The bylaw states supportive housing means development providing accommodation for 8 to 25 residents and associated support programs. Increasing the number of residents in one location above that 25 resident limit creates a concentration problem which can overwhelm a neighborhood and an area. The proposal would require a change in the downtown Lethbridge zoning rules upon which we have all made significant home ownership, investment, and business decisions. The proposed rezoning would have no limit on the number of supportive housing residents. Area business owners, property owners, and homeowners have invested over $300 million in the immediate area based upon the current land uses and the land uses allowed in the downtown commercial zoning. This commitment and investment was based upon the integrity of the city's commitment to the current zoning rules, a commitment to complementary land uses, and in accordance with the downtown commercial zoning. This direct control bylaw goes against that. I believe that the proposed land use and the direct control zoning is not appropriate and in fact is extremely harmful to the business owners, property owners, and homeowners in the area. It would be unfair to change the rules now, and it would set a very serious precedent. You have heard from many business owners and property owners in the area. There are many other business owners and property owners in the area that have not spoken tonight, who are strongly opposed. This includes the owner of Chancery Court and Commerce Court office buildings. The proposal's inherent drug culture will decrease the public safety of those affecting and using the downtown area. I believe that tourists, hotel guests, residents, customers, and downtown employees will not feel safe walking in this area. We already have problems in that regard. For the stated reasons, the Castle apartment location is not appropriate for the proposed uses. It is not appropriate for supportive housing, and it is not appropriate for a direct control bylaw. Please help to protect our safety, our quality of life downtown, and our property values. I respectfully request that City Council oppose this direct control zoning. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Markwoodson. Next, that's all for the registered speakers, but I'll ask if there are any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter. If you would, please come to the mic and state your name. And also, if it's anything different than what has already been spoken, we understand that we've heard quite a bit, our similarities to the opposition. If it's in addition to that, that would be great to be able to hear that.
Hi. My name is Heather Cameron, and I actually live in Castle Apartments. I just have a little thing here. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right. I think the zoning situation should remain as is because there are currently individuals living there that have faced insurmountable circumstances beyond their control who are only in a state of stability because things are the way they are at Lethbridge Housing. The only thing they say is wrong is that security could be better, and I believe that that state of stability will be disrupted if the zoning situation changes. According to the presentation that Lethbridge Housing gave, the zoning situation changing could invite for people recovering from addictions to move into the housing, and introducing that kind of an unpredictable element into a so far reasonably stable situation could create chaos. I speak from experience, having been the daughter of an alcoholic/addict who ultimately lost his battle with a cancer that was caused by his alcoholism. Living with an addict/alcoholic was chaotic for me, and introducing other addicts, even though they will be recovering, into a situation with other people will be chaotic to the stability of the people already living there. There are resources that can help those in need of supports to deal with addiction recovery, but Lethbridge Housing is not the place for those individuals. Back when I heard of this situation, I called housing, and when I inquired about it, I was told it didn't affect me. As I sit here and see and hear the reality of what housing plans to do if given the power, I realize that this situation very much affects me, and so I decided to speak my feelings on it. I really think that everything is fine the way it is. We could just use more security, but I don't think things should change because the situation is fine as it is. To introduce unstable elements into a situation that is currently stable would create a lot of chaos for the individuals currently living there, so I oppose the proposition for rezoning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cameron. I'll ask again, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter that have not already? If you please come to the mic and state your name.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. I'll be very brief. My name is Dale Leary. I'm a concerned citizen, and I'm here today. I don't have a particular position for or against the proposed amendment, but I will say that what the discussion here today is showing, and my observations, is that there is clearly an absence in a strategy overall in the community with regards to dealing with both homelessness, addictions, and affordable housing. And so what I would simply do today is submit to council that it would be very helpful, I think, from a community point of view to show some leadership and urge staff to come up with some viable solutions, do the research, do the hard work, do the homework, find out where the community sits on these issues, and come up with strategies that won't be constantly rejected out of NIMBYism, because the problem isn't going to go away. The problem is going to get worse. The problem is here and now. Doing nothing is not an option. And so again, out of respect for the concerns of the businesses that have taken the time and trouble to come here today, they have to be listened to. But once again, that's not a solution. So this is just simply one battle in a much bigger fight. But I would really urge council to take more of a strategic and broader view. And once again, insist that staff come up with more solutions, and as well take measures to reduce the restrictions and difficulties that are actually thwarting business development and Lethbridge in this area. I could stand here all afternoon and tell you about instances and cases where businesses have been discouraged, and that's certainly why you're seeing more investment and development in surrounding areas. So, council, I think you're doing your very, very best. I appreciate it, but we need to go one step further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lear. I'll ask again, are there any members of the public who wish to make a presentation? Please come forward, state your name.
My name is Cheryl Miklos, and I am a resident of one of the senior buildings. I guess I'm speaking for all the seniors that are around, what would be whatever term they can make to appease the citizens of downtown. The senior buildings, when we first moved in 6 years ago, we had coffee meetings in the mornings, and probably about 8 seniors would meet every morning at 7 for coffee at McDonald's. the way the gentleman that owns McDonald's now had said. As the drug population got worse in downtown Lethbridge, we felt less and less secure. And then COVID came along. But it is really bad that we don't go for coffee anymore. We met once a week, and it has even stopped. So he's right. The drug situation downtown has become really, really bad. We are afraid to walk downtown. You have a wonderful, wonderful, luxurious condo being built in downtown. You've got the post office that is apparently going to be built into luxury condos. Something has to be done. I don't know what you can, but why in one sentence does everybody say something has to be done about the homeless and the drug problem, and they have to live in downtown Lethbridge? My question is why I've worked all my life to afford a condo where I'm living now, and everybody's looking at these poor souls and say they have to live right next door to me. I want to feel safe in my old age. I don't want to have to walk out my back door and feel like I need a policeman on my right arm. So start thinking about the hundreds of your parents and some of you that might want to live in a luxurious condo like I am at River Ridge. So come on, start thinking about us for a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McClose. Is there anybody, a member of the public that wishes to make a presentation? Please come up and state your name.
Council, my name is Herman Lenting. I run the Wooden Shoe European Food Store on the Scenic and 3rd Ave here in downtown. I agree with most people who were here before, so I'm not going to read my email. Hopefully you had my email coming and read it. I live in the Coastal Spares. I have a little apartment in a landmark downtown. My youngest son, 11, he comes with me once in a while, and he works with me. I always say, yeah, you have to teach them when they're young. So he starts in the morning at 9. I'll be already working, go to school, he'll do whatever I need to do. And he normally walks from a landmark to the store, and lately he said he doesn't dare to do it anymore because he's too afraid to run in those, he calls them druggies, but people who are homeless, and we understand that they need help, but I absolutely think that the location that we're talking about right now is not a good one. So, thank you.
Mr. Malente, I believe it was. Is there anyone else, a member of the public, please come forward, state your name.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Higgins and Council. My name is Catherine Hunt. I have a few roles here. First role is I am the chair of the Lethbridge Housing Authority, and I do support this. Secondly, I work downtown and I see the fears. What I do see happening is this is a complex issue. I feel when I go to work in the morning, I'm scared. But those are not the individuals that we are proposing to help get housed. So when we look at the homelessness situation, it is only going to get worse if we don't deal with it. And I understand for the businesses downtown how this is impacting them. But what they don't what I think what was lost on is when we had the concierge system, what happened was crime went down. People were being supported. People were getting healthy. If we want people to get off of drugs, we need to, as a community, support them. And what I see is a lot of fear, and I see people putting the Lethbridge Housing Authority into assuming perhaps that maybe we are trying to hard those to house, and we're not. I see them, and I know we need other solutions to help get rid of homelessness, but I can tell you personally, there are people on the streets that, you know, it's just one paycheck away, and they're homeless. I had a gentleman in one of my groups who ended up losing his job, and he missed his rent, and he's living out of his car. Wouldn't it be great if we could support him? So if we could have people that could be housed such as that, would it not open up spaces in the shelter for the harder to house that we do see? When I go to the Bottle Depot, or when I'm at downtown, at the downtown depot, I'm scared. But those individuals, we would be able to open up some beds because we do know that the homeless shelter is overrun. We are over capacity. So if we can get those that can be housed, why would we not do that as a community? And if we can create a system where we can have a concierge and we can support these individuals to create a better life for themselves, why would we not do that? We're not promoting drugs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to make a comment or a presentation on this matter?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will be brief. My name is Matthew McHugh, and I'm a lawyer and with Fee Simple Law, and I'm a downtown business owner. As you can tell, many lawyers are here today, not to oppose the Lethbridge Housing Authority and the most vulnerable in our community, but to oppose the change in these bylaws because they create great uncertainty for what businesses and organizations can operate and where they can operate. Many of us are here today because we own downtown businesses and buildings. The reason why people and businesses invest in a downtown business zone is because there should be some certainty as to where we can set up shop, literally. For example, we are a law firm and we are located directly across from the provincial courthouse. We would hope that the zoning bylaws would provide that a law firm should be located across from the courthouse. However, we are located directly beside Streets Alive, which has a designation of commercial downtown, not direct control. And yet it has recently been turned into a 24-hour warming center with no notice to our office or the downtown community. So I would respectfully submit that although the word shelter has been removed from this bylaw, that, in my opinion, means very little if the city has approved a 24-hour warming center in a building that is designated commercial downtown. Again, with no notice to any of the adjacent businesses. We are opposed to this bylaw change, and we'd like to reiterate what some of the other presenters have mentioned, which is we need a plan. We are all here because we care about our community. We care about the vulnerable in our community, and we want a plan for them. We also want a plan for the businesses so our community can thrive. I do not envy your position. However, my message is very clear. We need a plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McHugh. Anyone else that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Please.
Thank you. I just want to make sure before I speak that, the letter I got concerned Halmrest Manor. Could I speak generally on?
That's the next.
I can speak now or later. Does it matter to you?
If you're going to speak to the Halmrest, it should speak to the when that one comes forward.
I'll wait.
That's all right. Thank you. Anyone else to bylaw 6390? Now that's for a third time. Is there any member of the public who wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. I'd like to start off with, and to our city manager's designate for, if it's possibly zoning. I'm hearing a common concern throughout any of the presenters here, and it is direct control. My question is there possibility of to not change the direct control? What if this was a waiver on that current number? Is that a possibility?
So I will have Mrs. Gering answer that question for us.
So to your worship and members of City Council, there seems to be quite a misunderstanding here today in terms of direct control and how it works. So the 8 to 25 residents is actually part of the definition for supportive housing. A development officer is not allowed to waive any provision of a definition. It is not a standard or a requirement in a district that can be waived. So no, that's not correct.
That's not good. So for example, if the current right now is downtown commercial, and there's a permitted use, I believe is the permitted uses for up to 20.
It's a discretionary use.
Discretionary use of 25. 25.
That's correct.
To put that to the 39, the number. So could that be just a waiver? That's no. Okay.
It's in the definition. The development officer is not allowed to waive any part of a definition.
Yeah, and I understand development process, but to come to council, I just didn't know if that was even something. So that is the, okay, thank you. Change the definition? Could be a question you could ask. All right, with that, I will move on to Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, Mayor Hagan, thank you, Ms. Gering. Could council just change the definition? Is there a specific reason it was capped at 25? I believe one of the presenters talked about saturation or
So
voting.
department memory is fading over time as to where that definition came from. What we can ascertain, though, is based on a provincial standard at the time, that's where the 25 residents came in. It had nothing to do with intensity or scale or anything like that. It was to actually align it with some type of provincial standard that was in place at the time. So that's one of the reasons Ms. James would like to take that off. It's not really feasible to run an operation like that. Obviously, operators need a little bit of give and take for when they're dealing with clients. It's probably something that in our land use bylaw rewrite, we have identified to change as well. So,
how long would it take to change that definition?
well, it's a 3-year project, Councillor Carlson.
Oh, goody.
At this point. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Second question is, because I do, a lot of the focus was on direct control.
Yes.
People having issues with direct control because it seems less restrictive. I've always felt direct control is more restrictive. It
Absolutely.
can only be this, and if you want to do anything that is not laid out in stone, you must come back to council, hold a public hearing again. So can you maybe describe that? Because I'm getting the sense that people think, oh, once it's direct control, anything goes.
That's absolutely not correct. So in terms of what's currently allowed in the CD district, shelter and resource center are currently allowed as a discretionary use. Any property that is zoned CD can come forward with a development application for shelter or resource center or supportive housing with the 25 resident cap. That's the current situation. What you're looking at today with the DC bylaw is actually more certainty that on these two properties, you will never get a shelter or a resource center unless someone comes back to City Council to amend this DC bylaw. So there's more certainty, not less.
Thank you.
That's how DC works.
That was my understanding, but it seems that there is a conception in our community that it's less restrictive. So
No,
thank you for...
if the use is not listed as either permitted or discretionary, it can't simply be made up. And the development officer has no ability to move a discretionary use all of a sudden into a permitted use. That is not correct either. The development officer issues a decision for a permitted use or a discretionary use, but does not combine or move things back and forth.
Thank you for that. And my final question at this time would be for Ms. James, actually, if I can, Mayor Hagan. And Ms. James, a lot of what we heard and you heard was about the different types of people that are going to be attracted to the castle, should it be rezoned to be supportive. That is not my understanding. My understanding is the types of clientele that are in the castle right now aren't really going to change. It's just there will be actual concierge service and supportive services there to help the clients. Can you help me understand? Because I'm hearing that, oh no, if this happens, it's going to be a drug den with no holds barred. But I was understanding it's actually putting people in place. Is it going to be 24/7?
Yes.
24/7 to make it better. So I maybe help me understand, because I'm hearing different things.
So to your second question, Councillor Carlson, the reason we went direct control with just the supportive housing was specific to ensuring to our neighbors what we're asking for today will be all it is. And to be even more specific, my spouse is highly invested in the downtown core. His entire retirement plan is invested in the downtown core. It is not an objective of myself or my board under any circumstance to ever jeopardize or put at risk the downtown core. I've been a member of the BRZ. I've talked against projects that I felt were not within what we wanted in the downtown core. And so to your question you just asked me, Councillor Carlson, yes, we are serving the concierge program as it sat was up to 15 clients, and we were not allowed to provide 24-hour support without a zoning change. So what I'm specifically speaking to is more than 25, because that building is 79 units. So I never want to be 26 of those units are accessed through that main front door that you saw in the picture. So what I'm asking for is 26, not to be sneaky, not to be anything. It's just because that's what I can control with that door. And the reason I'm asking for it to be unrestricted is because when people are stabilized and doing well and successful and have overcome those barriers, we would be able to actually transition them within our portfolio. We have the dots there, and sorry I didn't provide that to you. Lethbridge Housing Authority has 859 units scattered site throughout the city. We're not a bad neighbor. You know, we simply want to be able to either, once they're stabilized, move them into the more motel-style looking units where they can begin to control their own front door, or move them into another one of our social housing portfolios. We also are one of the largest landlords, besides Green Acres Foundation, of seniors in the downtown core. Green Acres Foundation is the other housing management body. And so we are a team in making sure our seniors in the downtown are safe. I don't want our seniors to be unsafe. I'm personally moving to the downtown core in about 5 days. And so I walk it all the time. I don't want it to be an unsafe area. What's being addressed, the direct control, I think council has spoken, or Maureen Gehring has spoken to, but the safety aspect, I can't control that. I'm simply asking to take care of these clients with some low complexities and keep them housed and keep them out of the shelter.
So just so I can understand in a short, this is to provide more security, more supports in the already existing clientele that you serve there.
Yes, and specific to the 26 units that would be accessed through the front door as those clients that are in those 26 units move out, transition, or whatever. So it wouldn't be something that just blasts in. It's one or two as it goes. Again, we already had 15 there. With the 15 that we had there, we still had neighbors investing in and around us. They weren't upset with us with 15. So that's all we're seeking.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Ms. James, don't sit down because I will be asking you a few questions, so don't get comfortable.
Sorry.
The question or the concern I'm hearing over and over from every speaker is uncertainty. And we're in an uncertain world right now. I mean, things are changing, but that seems to be one of the major concerns. How would you address the uncertainty that your neighbors are expressing?
So Lethbridge Housing started in 1974 with the creation of Phase 1, 1815 18th Avenue North. We've been around for nearly 50 years. It is our intention to continue to house people. I completely understand what they're saying about direct control. I completely understand that they're worried that it's going to get maybe sold to a different organization. But again, I think that a lot of that was addressed with Maureen's comments. So I hope that they know that it's specific to supportive housing. If there was a way to keep downtown commercial, help those 26 individuals with 24-hour supports, we would do that. But that's not something that exists.
And if this moved forward, would it change the clientele there, or would it just change the services to those clientele?
So of the 15 that we had housed up until August, 14 of them have been evicted due to behavioral and guest management issues since we haven't had the support there. So to answer that question, it would change to what it was in August.
Okay. And does this open you up to any funding changes? Like, can you go for different funding if the DC is done, or is it just sincerely to get the concierge service back?
I just want the concierge service back, and I think that's a really good question, because I know that there was a letter that had gone out from the BRZ kind of insinuating that some funding may be available to us. At this point, we haven't spent any time or money securing that additional funding. We're asking permission first. Are we allowed to do this? Can we provide this on a 24-hour basis? If council's answer today is yes, you may provide this on a 24-hour basis, we go back to our funders and say, now we have granted permission for 24-hour support, and then we will keep the concierge for 8 hours, the security for 8 hours, and then add another social worker community work team for 8 hours.
Thank you for those answers. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Councillor Dodick.
Yes, thank you. When I was listening to the 19 speakers and looked at the letters, it seemed to me that the general theme was they were talking about the predictability of zoning description and land use bylaws. So I'm going to ask this question to city administration. Is not one of the purposes of zoning designation and land use bylaws to give notice to prospective landowners of what permitted uses and discretionary uses are, and direct control completely takes away that predictability or that certainty? Is that not a fair comment?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. If I'm understanding you correctly, you feel direct control takes away the predictability and certainty of what the permitted and discretionary uses are.
Let me make sure that you understand the question. Okay, if I'm looking at the zoning designation in a land use bylaw and it says ABC is a permitted use, I know then that ABC is a permitted use. A development officer receiving an application will issue a development permit, period, because that's a permitted use, right?
As long as they meet the requirements, yep.
Okay. So right now in the bylaw, we have permitted use, and the applicant is requested now that a non-permitted use become a permitted use through the direct control process, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So a landowner looking to buy a building prior to today would have every expectation that the permitted uses are those contained in the existing land use bylaw, and they could buy the buildings that they have. And as one of the landowners commented, they bought because they knew exactly what the permitted uses are going to be. Direct control takes that away, and this is exactly what this bylaw is doing, is it not?
So direct control is, we have our standard land use districts in the land use bylaw. Direct control is kind of a bespoke or unique set of land use district with a set of rules in it that's written specific to that property or properties in this case. So they could have applied to rezone these parcels to any of our standard land use districts. Another owner could have done so, but instead they've applied to rezone to kind of a specific to these parcels land use districts. So it's really no different to whether you're rezoning between different types of commercial district or to residential or to direct control. They're all just different land use districts.
But it does take away, from prospective landowners, predictability and the certainty of knowing that today these are permitted uses and tomorrow someone else can apply in another parcel of land, say we want direct control for another supportive housing or some of the deleted proposals in the bylaw. Is that not correct?
So any land use bylaw amendment is a change. From what one person reads in the land use bylaw last week to any type of rezoning we would have today that council would consider would be a change. It's not specific to direct control. Direct control, this district lists every single permitted and discretionary use. So that is available to anybody looking to buy after today.
I'm not trying to be difficult in my questions, but direct control does take away the predictability of the permitted uses that someone looking to buy a piece of property may believe is going to be a permitted use, and then all of a sudden an application comes in, tells a story, and council is asked to change something that was not permitted to essentially a permitted use, thus introducing uncertainty. Is that
That's
not
true
fair?
with any land use rezoning.
I'm not asking about that. Is it true with this bylaw?
So if I might,
So if you're saying that somebody who is looking at a property last week, they would have seen that supportive housing was allowed as a discretionary use with a cap of 25. Today, you're asked to be considered a change to that. So that's correct.
Okay. So it does take away the predictability.
No, I would not say that. I don't agree with you. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, if it doesn't take away the predictability, then why are we what are we doing here at all?
So the process of changing a land use designation is allowed through the Municipal Government Act and happens quite regularly in most municipalities. And that's because change happens. Things don't stay the same. And so we have a process allowed by the Municipal Government Act so that City Council can consider the validity, the pros and cons of a decision, and that decision rests with City Council to decide.
Exactly. So the City Council can decide that direct control in a case like this is not appropriate, and one of the reasons might be perhaps because business owners, as has been amply presented today, have commented and have indicated that one of the reasons, or some of the reasons they purchased the property they did, because they knew what was and was not permitted use, at least could have relied on that to a certain extent. Is that not fair to say?
That would be fair to say, as with any rezoning.
Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Worship. This is for Ms. James, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry if this has sort of been explained, but I just for my own benefit, I need to understand. Compare what you have at Castle Apartments today. If this gets approved in whatever time it is that it gets implemented, tell me what the change is going to look like from today to that day when you've got the rezoning in place. What are the things that you're specifically going to do, and how is it going to impact, for the sake of the people that are here today, tell them how it's going to impact them or not impact them? Just so I can, just for my own clarity.
So it would be firstly the number, like from 15, which is basically what we're doing now. And the reason we don't have a supportive housing designation now is because we're not providing those supports 24 hours. We're providing them 8 hours a day during the day and then through the night. So there's a lull of 8 hours in there, Councillor Campbell, which is what we'd like to start covering, because that's when we feel that people are slipping through the cracks. So basically it's the number and the 24-hour versus a basically 16-hour or a by appointment only.
And the funding is in place for you to deal with the concierge facility?
So the funding is in place through an OSSI funding agreement until December 31st. And after that, we would be requesting for more funding.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Ms. James, could I please have you come back up?
I'm just going to stand here until you tell me to leave.
So, Ms. James, at the start of your presentation, you wanted to make a statement on what Lethbridge Housing Authority does, as well as what services you offer. Can you tell me what Lethbridge Housing Authority does and what services you offer?
That would be a lovely question, thank you. So Lethbridge Housing Authority offers 859 affordable and social housing units in the city of Lethbridge. We're throughout the community, as you can see by our scattered dot sign. We have bachelor suites all the way up to 5-bedroom homes. We also provide $3.1 million in rental supplements into the private landlord market, which house about I left my notes down here, 650 families under that rental supplement agreement. And then through the City of Lethbridge, Council has given us $252,000 per year that we house currently 171 families with that money. We provide some wraparound services like the concierge service at Castle. Also at our building at Helmrest, we provide a community support worker available at Helmrest, Hardy Manor, and Hague Tower that it's on by appointment. We are eviction prevention for the City of Lethbridge. We're the only eviction prevention provider for the City of Lethbridge. We also do all the hoarding and squalor for the City of Lethbridge out of our office. And we service about 2,600 clients on average per year.
So approximately how many clients would you say you house?
The number is approximately 2,600 Albertans is what we report to the province.
With this particular unit, how many people would you be able to take in off the street to keep housed?
So when we pulled our data, we've had to evict about 27 clients that could have remained housed had we had 24-hour care. So if we could keep 27 individuals that were housed there housed, that's 27 individuals that would not end up at the shelter. Not to say that they all will, but then they go into a private landlord market without those supports, and they tend not to be successful. Lethbridge Housing Authority is a landlord that does take our most vulnerable population as far as financially. So what we really strive to do is not evict anyone, because if you leave our units, there's nowhere for you to go, generally speaking.
So tell me about the concierge service, because that was available at the Castle Apartments for a time. Why was that discontinued?
So that was a program, so Canadian Mental Health Association is our partner in that. They were the organization that was funded through the City of Lethbridge for that concierge program. When we asked the City of Lethbridge, when I asked, it's not my funding agreement, so I wasn't really given an answer that I can give to you. However, we would have to ask CMHA why the city chose to discontinue that program.
Thank you very much. Then, Mr. City Manager, to you or your designate, why was that concierge service discontinued, the funding for that?
Through the chair, I just asked Ms. Motz to come back down to answer that.
I'll move on to some other, or actually, if there's others in the queue with questions, I'll jump out for a bit.
Vote quickly and come back in. Okay, Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone for coming forward today, presenting and sending emails and letters to date, so I greatly appreciate it. there was some, Councillor Carlson asked a question for clarification to both Ms. Gehring and to Ms. James. And so my question is to, I'm just going to pick two people, Mr. Harvey and Mr. Markwinson. You heard clarification in regards to the concern, and did it make you feel any more reassured hearing clarification of exactly what was going to happen?
No, unfortunately it didn't, because what she said is at odds with the Municipal Government Act, which actually says that in a direct control, council can delegate authority to make decisions about conditions on development. So with the greatest of respect, what you were told is not true. That once direct control is put in place, you can delegate to a development officer decisions to make whatever changes they want. So the unpredictability that Councillor Dodick raised becomes an issue.
Sorry, but I think we can only delegate if it's in the direct control.
Exactly. And that's the point. Once it comes in direct control, then you have the ability to delegate authority regarding those conditions. And that's when you get that unpredictability regarding what happens. So that's the concern.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, because there was some clarification, because a lot of the folks, thank you, Mr. Harvey, because a lot of the information that brought you here today was on information that you thought. And so now we're dealing with facts, and I want to make sure that you still don't feel comfortable. Am I correct on that, Mr. Harvey?
No, and I still don't understand, and perhaps Ms. James can explain, why the concierge service relies upon a change to direct control. That hasn't been made clear at all.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. And my last question is the same question is to Mr. Markwinson. Mr. Markwinson, do you feel any more reassured after hearing the answers from both our development services as well as Mrs. James?
No, I do not. No, I do not feel more assured, and that is contrary to what I'm reading. I'm looking at bylaw 6390, and section 7.2 states, section 52 of the land use bylaw 6300 does not apply to any application for supportive housing unrestricted. And then when we look at section 52 supportive housing, number 2, it states the development permit for supportive housing allowed in a direct control district shall be issued by a resolution of council. So that's being deleted. So council, by passing this bylaw, would be giving up their authority to control a development application in the direct control district, which is contrary to what they stated. And this is here in black and white. And then also in section 7.1, development approval authority is hereby delegated to the development officer and allows for granting of authorized waivers as per section 22 of the land use bylaw 6300. So reading this, it appears to me that if this direct control bylaw was passed, any development application would not go in front of council. It would go directly to the development officer. Then there is no opportunity for the public to have any sort of public notice, public hearing, or public appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Markwinson. Thank you. And my last question, there was a presentation from a lady, I forgot her name. She said, why can't people just apply for a variance application? A variance, is that even possible, Ms. Gehring? I want to make sure, because she said, can't we just do a variance? Do you remember the point, Ms. Gehring?
So thank you, Councillor Parker. The 8 to 25 resident number is included in the definition. A development officer cannot issue a waiver of the definition. Okay? I don't believe City Council can either issue a waiver of a land use definition, but rather a standard or a requirement. Perhaps Mr. Lowen could weigh in on that, but the land use definition, one of the reasons why we're seeking direct control, or Ms. James is to do that change. So City Council, through the rezoning process, would be changing the definition, creating a new one.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for those answers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. So seeing as Ms. Motz has joined us, I guess we can go back to the question that I had with regards to the concierge service and why the funding for that was discontinued for Castle Apartments.
In the current funding agreement, the funding has actually not been discontinued. It is in place until December 31st of 2022. Moving into the 2023 calendar year, we are are going through some funding reductions across our funding portfolio, and this service was recommended as a decrease due to not hitting targets within the current contract.
So this would have been a decision then by Canadian Mental Health to discontinue the service at this time if it's not running?
That's correct.
Okay, and would we be getting any funds back for that if we've already funded that?
All the claims that are submitted are based on actuals for the time period, so we don't fund for any FTEs or any work that is not being fulfilled.
What kind of targets were set for this?
I'll have to look up those specifics in the contract.
Okay, yeah, if you wouldn't mind sending that, that would be great. So I just want to go back to the zoning issue and some questions. So maybe if we could have the representatives for zoning back up. Ms. Gehring. So please just clarify for me, does having direct control give the Lethbridge Housing Authority the freedom to put in place anything they see fit, such as a shelter or anything else? Or does it restrict them to today's proposal?
So, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, based on if City Council will pass a resolution to take out shelter and resource centre as uses, Lethbridge Housing Authority would be able to apply for whichever permitted and discretionary uses are listed within the DC bylaw. That's their purview.
Okay. And if anybody opposed that, there is the ability to appeal that through the SDAB?
So, as with any permitted use, there's only an appeal of a permitted use if there's a waiver granted or if the development authority errs in its decision. Discretionary uses can be appealed regardless if it's in a DC district or not.
So help me understand why we would move from the current designation, which allows for shelters and supporting housing, to the DC permitted.
So it introduced the new definition in terms of taking away the upper cap, and it also moved it into a permitted use. And so therefore the development officer would be able to issue a permit for that, provided it met all the requirements. And again, if no waivers were required, it does make it easier for the proponent to move ahead with their plans.
Okay. But does removing that requirement for public, does DC remove the requirement for public consultation in the future for further use changes to the property?
So if they were applying for discretionary use, if there was a waiver, I believe there would still be a newspaper ad sent out. And so there is always the ability to appeal any discretionary use. If there's a waiver of a permitted use, again, that can be appealed. That's notified. If they want to attempt something that isn't allowed within the DC district, they need to come back to City Council and we need to amend the DC district to put in additional uses.
Okay, so they would still have to come back to council if they were to change something?
Yes, if they're going to pursue a use that is not allowed in the bylaw, they need to come back to amend the bylaw to put it in.
Okay, and there would be an opportunity at that time for community to come back forward and discuss that?
As with any land use bylaw amendment, we follow the same processes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. City Solicitor?
Just wanted to take the opportunity to remind council that we should not be seeking new information in order to assist with your decision today. If you do, you may want to consider holding another public hearing so that the public has the opportunity to consider the information you're considering as part of the application. So that just with respect to the contract that was just being discussed, I offer that observation.
Thank you. I do have a question for Ms. Gehring. Sorry, you're going to get your steps in today. I just need to understand what's been said a few times. Downtown commercial, the current zoning for Castle Apartments, a permitted use is shelter?
No, a discretionary use is shelter.
Discretionary use. Okay, I'm sorry. It's permitted use. A discretionary use is shelter.
Yes.
Who would, that discretionary use would go through a development officer or through council?
No, council is not a development authority. right? And
Correct.
so the only development authority now that we have disbanded Municipal Planning Commission are the development officers.
Development officers could put this as a discretionary use shelter if the applicant did come to you without it coming to council.
That's correct. And then it would go through the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board if appealed. As with any land use district, Your Worship and members of City Council, council is not involved in the approval process, right? You're only involved at the land use bylaw amendment stage. But the absolute implementation of the bylaw, the issuance of permits, even doing the appeals, that's not within council's purview.
So again, a direct control that we're talking about now would remove shelter as being a use downtown if it was not in there.
So from this particular property,
From
it
this
would
property,
remove it
yes,
as a
direct
use.
control.
If council wishes to pass a amending resolution to the bylaw, yes.
So counts, again, I'm going to reiterate because I'm sure people want to hear this. Now, as a discretionary use, yourself and your team could permit a shelter if the applicant comes forward, but with a direct control set up the way that it is currently stated. That would not happen. It would have to come back to council for that change. Is that correct?
That's correct for this property, yeah.
Wow, okay. Councillor Carlson?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Higgin, and thank you, Ms. Gehring, for staying up there, because in response to Deputy Mayor's question to some of the presenters, I just need the clarification. A DC does not grant unlimited changes, only what's contained. And when I read what's contained in the bylaw, it only grants the development authority, I think, and I don't have it because I've been scrolling too many pages right now. I believe it's section 22 of our land use bylaw that it authorizes you to grant some waivers. And those are things like setbacks, signage, perhaps.
So the development officers actually have a pretty broad latitude to do waivers for parking, to do waivers on landscaping, to do waivers on height right now in the CD district and in other districts. So this direct control does not give them enhanced waiver powers that they don't already have within bylaw 6300.
Right, and thank you, because I'm sensing we could grant extra authority to the development officer through a direct control, but we're not in this case.
So direct control can be used differently within the province. So there is a version of direct control where council does make the decision. This is not that type of bylaw. So we haven't written it that way. So the decision is delegated to the development authority. Many of our direct control bylaws are like that. I believe we only have one site in the city that is zone direct control where council makes that decision. And that's our existing shelter.
And so thank you. And just for clarity, I believe Mayor Higgin basically just asked this before, but I just want, this gives quite certainty of what can and cannot.
So anyone purchasing property after today or after you pass this bylaw will have certainty as to what's a permitted use and what's a discretionary use on this site. They will know that if they look at the bylaw.
Correct. And so nothing could happen that will change this direct control without coming back to council with a public hearing.
That's correct.
Correct. Thank you.
And I see no further questions. I don't know if anybody else had any further questions. Seeing none, now there's, I guess a question that I would have, and I wanted to ask Mr. Lowen, there was, okay, actually I have some questions.
Sorry.
No, hop in there, sure, Councilor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I guess my question through you to City Clerk, or I'm just not clear on the rush, and maybe Ms. James can answer this. We're being presented with all three readings. Oh, yeah, sorry, Mayor Higgin, I jumped on your question. We're being presented with all three readings at once, which caught me off guard, because I know that there's been some discussion in the community before this. I started getting calls and I'm like, I haven't even seen first reading yet. And now we're being presented with first, second, and third all in one day. Is there a reason that this needs to be implemented or considered all in one sitting? Or is it something that council could take some soak time, knowing we can't get any new information? I'm just curious about why the first, second, and third all in one day.
So the only reason would be, Councillor Carlson, is because it's cold outside. And we can see what's happening in our downtown core. And if the Lethbridge Housing Authority can do absolutely anything to affect change by keeping some people housed and away from warming shelters and away from shelter and away from individuals' businesses, then that is my absolute goal. If the community is saying they're not comfortable, I absolutely respect what they're saying. Many of these individuals here today, I would consider not only a colleague or a person that I know, but a friend. And I understand what they're saying. I don't disagree with what they're saying. I'm simply saying it's cold outside. It's hard for me to ask my team to go evict someone last week for behavior because she can't keep her friends out of that bloody unit. And so when she turns to my maintenance team and says, where am I supposed to go? What are they supposed to say? Like, I get that's not everyone's problem, but if we don't start little baby steps forward with some supportive housing. So that's the only reason, Councillor Carlson. If you don't want to do 3 readings today, I get that. If you want me to do more consultation, I can respect that. If somebody says downtown commercial, it's only 25 and we'll let you do that, and as long as you solemnly swear it's only 25 even though it's 79 units, I will do that. I'm happy to do any of those things. I'm just trying to keep people housed.
Thank you.
Councillor Dodick?
Just a question to the city clerk. To have all 3 readings, does it have to be unanimous?
Yes, it does. After, well, there'll need to be a motion before 3rd reading to provide the 3rd reading, and it's unanimous.
Deputy Mayor Parker?
Thank you. Ms. James, this question needs to be asked then. What, obviously, if there's a rush, what is your vacancy rate right now anyway? What would it be?
So specific to Castle, I think I only have about 5 at this point, and honestly, we wouldn't just absorb 5 immediately, Councillor Parker. And then specific to Helmrest Manor, we have, I think, 13 coming out of repair right now. So I have 801 people on the wait list. We would choose one of those individuals that would need support.
And Councillor Palladino?
Just a quick question. This concierge service, it seems to me that it wouldn't qualify as development, and maybe it's something that the planning people can answer, but I wonder if you really needed to rezone or apply for rezoning to do your concierge portion of your request.
And I think that's a very similar question that Mr. Harvey was asking. So when we were seeking this, we understand that we can do supports by appointment under the current zoning, but we can't do the 24-hour supports with the current zoning. So the idea is to provide 24-hour support and be very abundantly clear and transparent to our neighbors that that's what we're doing.
Seems like you're doing an hours of business bylaw almost.
I am, yeah. I mean, if you said no, I would go back and say, can I do 23 hours under this? But it leaves an hour of exposure. I literally don't know how to be more transparent and serve the clients.
I would say, can I put a security guard at my front door? It's something that we shouldn't be dealing with at the land use stage, I think. But anyways, that's my thought. Thanks for your answer.
All right, I don't see any further questions. And so we do have one, Councillor Dodick.
It's again on the process. I mean, whether you have all three readings, I mean, you need the unanimous approval to have all three readings. But a lot of times what happens is that you don't make, you might still have first reading and then postpone the debate, as past councils have done, to allow for the soak time, because there's been a ton of information and things like that. So in terms of the process, what makes more sense? And I guess the options are, you do all three readings today, you need unanimous. I don't think that's going to happen, so the decision isn't going to come today. You might do first reading today, and then postpone second and third reading to a date in the future, which allows for the soak time, in which case you close, the public meeting is closed in the sense that no further information can be provided. Or the third is that you recess it and allow for additional information. I mean, I'll tell you right now, my preference would be to close it, then the 2-week, or the soak time, and then second and third reading. But I'm just making that as a comment at this point in terms of process. Is that, are those options basically accurate, Madam Clerk?
Yes, they're accurate. Also, with regards to the applicant wanting that amendment, I believe that has to be done in the bylaw today as well. So the amendment would have to be done before second, just so you know.
Before second? Before second, yes. Okay. And so first reading, if first reading was today, as was mentioned, the change can be before second. Okay. Is that?
Yeah, let's assume for the moment that first reading is allowed, okay. And then we postpone everything to a future date, and that would include the amendment, assuming the amendment, which I suspect would carry based on its reducing rather than adding, then the debate on the second, and depending on what happens, third reading. Is that?
Yep, that sounds like the order.
And then just to confirm, we could have additional debate in 2 weeks for second reading. So this is pretty much, we had discussion on prior to a first reading. We've just heard.
Yeah,
So
I think the debate would take place in the future,
in
not
the future
now,
on the second,
not today.
for the
That's
second
right.
reading. Correct. Councillor Palladino?
And then a question to my fellow councillor. Then a unanimous vote wouldn't take place then? It would be the majority would rule under that scenario, right? Okay.
On the first reading, yeah. I mean, to do all three readings, you'd have to have unanimous consent. And I don't think that's going to happen anyway, so.
Just majority for second and third, right. Councillor Middleton-Hope?
Just for clarity, Madam Clerk, then the next available date would be January the 24th.
Yeah, that's the next available council meeting, yes.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin, and thank you, Councillor Dodick, for outlining the possibilities in process. Only one other time that I recall have we recessed a public hearing so that council could get further information at a future date rather than adjourning and saying, nope, we've heard everything we want to hear. I think Mr. Lowen may have said, oh, that sounds like you want new information. I missed it. Was there any new information or further information that my colleagues were wanting before we decide whether we're going to adjourn or recess? Was further information necessary, or do we feel we've got everything? Because once we adjourn, if we don't get unanimous, it's going to be six weeks before this gets presented, something like that. And we have to be plain to our public then, the community, that we can't discuss this. We have heard all the information we're allowed to hear, and we cannot discuss this. And if you want to discuss it further, all the information has to be shared with all members of council. So I just want to know what council is contemplating on doing. If we've got all the information, if we're good with telling our constituents, I know you want to talk to me about that, but I'm under a quasi-judicial body like this is, we can't.
I think I'm seeing here that there's not going to be unanimous today for three readings. I think that's fair to say. To go for a month or 6 weeks without being able to discuss it any further, we may understand that. That is tough, not just to those that understand here currently in the gallery, but outside, to know that we can't have that discussion. That's very tough. Third one is, I think, Councillor Dodick, you had mentioned that if we just recess this, additional information come in before second reading. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
No, I think you'd have to adjourn the public hearing and then open it up in the public hearing. So if you're getting additional information, and correct me if I'm wrong, City Solicitor, if we're going to be getting additional information, then we have to adjourn the public hearing, and at that time, we can still do second and third reading, but still have additional information, or not, as the case may be.
If we recess it to the next meeting, we can still get additional information.
As long as you know what you're doing is you're recessing the public hearing. You're not putting it on the agenda for the council meeting. You're putting it on for 3 o'clock on January 24th as a continuation of a public hearing. That's my understanding.
I didn't want to say anything because you're not wrong, but yes.
And then there would be additional speakers could come at that time. Correct. And I'm more comfortable with that, just for the mere fact that there's going to be 6 weeks, understanding that, don't believe they'll have the 3 readings, of not being able to discuss this at all. I'll tell you what, that's going to be extremely difficult, I think, for any of us walking through the grocery stores, et cetera, or speaking with the public. So in order to be able to have that open and just recess that until the next meeting, that's what I'm more comfortable with. And so I don't know, I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues if there's Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. And I think Councillor Carlson and Councillor Dodick can, I don't know if they agree with me, but we've had that in the past where we've had a public hearing, and then it was usually the public hearings were on off Mondays, and then it gave us an opportunity, like a week, to digest the information, especially if it was a contentious issue. So we've done that in the past, knowing we have to let the community know we can't. But you got to be concerned. Yeah, I'm concerned when you do the recess and keep the meeting going on, because if people do contact you, and then correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. City Clerk, unless all members of, actually, City Solicitor, unless all members of council get the same information, we can't collect other information. It has to be in this forum. Am I correct? Because we all have to have the same information.
That's right. The whole idea of the public hearing is that what council considers in making this important decision, the public has had the right to see and make comment on anything that you're considering with respect to that, and that would mean all of you together.
Yeah, and so Mrs. Smith, when she calls you up, I couldn't make that public hearing, Councillor Parker, but I want to tell you this. I'd have to say Mrs. Smith, unless you're going to say it at the public hearing, so all my colleagues can hear it. I'm not privy to that information, correct?
You could say that, and if somebody put a big billboard up in front of your house and you couldn't help but read it before you realized what it was about, you'd have to disabuse yourself of that.
Thank you very much.
So then, Madam City Clerk, so this new speakers only would come forward at the next, when it's, if we recess this, there'd just be new speakers. Those that already spoke, we'd have that information. New speakers would come in at that time.
Correct. If you're recessing the public hearing and leaving it open, anybody that has spoken today would not be able to speak. It would be new speakers only.
Because you've already had that opportunity.
Already had the
Their 5
opportunity
minutes.
for the same
Okay.
public hearing, yes.
All right. Well, we have a lot of information. And again, I don't believe this is going to, well, I'm quite confident this is going in 3, so I guess all 3 readings in one day. The discussion would be close or to recess. I would prefer to have it recess to be able to come back, give more opportunity for others to speak at an upcoming meeting. And is there any other councillors that have any? Councillor Parker?
Well, all you have to do is call this public hearing to a close, because we still have another public hearing after that. And then we can decide if we're going to do that after the fact.
No, you can't call it to a close.
Oh, that's a good point.
We need a recess.
Yes, I thank you. Good call on that one. Okay, thank you. Thank you, City Clerk. Okay, thank you.
So would it require a motion to just come from the floor to recess this public hearing?
Yeah, you could have a motion to recess, but usually when you recess something to a future date, it's general consent unless somebody objects.
Okay. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Just to follow up on process questions, again, if we do recess, it continues, this public hearing continues on the 24th. So then we cannot do first reading and an amendment today. Am
I would think, and I'll get the city solicitor weigh in, that you would have to close the public
before
hearing to
doing
do
that?
that.
So just for clarity's sake, if we recess, it stops here and continues in 6 weeks.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Doesn't necessarily stop, but you're just having it start again later. You're adjourning it.
No action, no first reading. No first reading. This is, okay. That would all come in second, right. All right, with that, I think that if there's one of my colleagues would like to make that resolution. If not, I'm fair to do that as well, to just recess this. General consent? Is that all right? It doesn't, do you have to call for a vote on that, Madam City Clerk? Just general, is that fine, my colleagues? Parker, Milton Hope, that we recess this? It's okay? All right, that's what we'll do. We won't close it, recess it, and move forward. Thank you, and thank you to those that came down today. And apologies, this is took much longer than I thought we did, but the discussion was important, was needed, and I thank all those that came forward and brought forward their concerns, and it created a lot of questions that council had from the concerns that you had all mentioned. So I appreciate you bringing those forward, and we will continue this forward in January. Yeah, the next one is Helmrich. So bylaw 6391. We want to take just 5 minutes, 5:30 if we could. Come back at 5:30, a quick bio break. I know it's been 2.5 hours, so. All right, we'd like to move along here with bylaw 6391. And Councillor Croson, I do see that you're in the queue to speak. Is there something that you had, or are you just still in the queue from previously?
To me, my hand is down, so it must just be still in the queue.
Okay, I thought maybe you wanted to show us your kitten. No?
No, I threw him outside. No, I'm just
All
kidding.
right. All right. Bylaw 6391. I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6391, land use bylaw amendment re 535 8th Street South. The procedure for this hearing will begin by calling upon Ross Kilgore, Senior Community Planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We'll then ask 3 times if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Ross Kilgore to provide the background to the case.
Mr. Mayor, if I could
Yes.
just, a point of clarity or order, I'm not sure whether it would be under the procedure bylaw. Traditionally, we put up first reading of a bylaw, and get it on the table. This isn't even on the table. And traditionally, our public hearing happens after first reading and before second. And so I'm always unclear about when we change process, so I'm just wondering is why this is...
We need, to Madam City Clerk, do we need to have a first reading prior to discussing, or to actually?
You don't need to. In Lethbridge, we usually do first reading, but because this one has 3 readings all on the same agenda, you could probably have the public hearing after first reading if you want. You could do it either way. Municipalities usually sometimes always have 3 readings and the public hearing at the same day. So, City Solicitor, was there anything to add to that? Was there anything to add to that?
No, the rule in the MGA is that the public hearing has to happen before second reading, and as the clerk indicated, before first reading, it's also before second reading, and that's a procedure that many municipalities have done as well. So I think, although it's a little bit unusual in that we're jumping around with our procedure, I think you could legally give that first reading today and continue your public hearing before second reading.
Because procedurally, and I'm sorry, Mr. Kilgore, this is regarding the previous that we have currently recessed. Coming back in January the 24th, we're going to have to still do all 3 readings in one day, which would require unanimous to get through all 3 in one day. So if we were to have a first, is my understanding correct? Because we will need to have unanimous to pass all 3 in one day.
You need to have unanimous consent to pass 3 readings of a bylaw in one day, yes.
Exactly. So that on the 24th, the previous one, we would have to do all 3, and if we didn't, which I'm not sure if that would pass, we would have to extend it another 2 weeks beyond that.
Unless you were to give it first reading today.
Unless we were to give it first reading. That was the question. Okay, and we could do that after, Madam City Clerk, after this one in our council meeting, is that correct?
First reading on this item?
No, this on the previous. I'm speaking.
I'd have to refer to City Solicitor because the public hearing is open. I'm not sure whether we can give a reading while it's open.
It's unusual.
I'll tell you what. I will give you some time, and we'll go through this one.
I've been asked the question, so I've had some time to think about it, and all I would say is it's unusual. But if you remember that the rule is the public hearing has to take place before second reading. There would have been no issue had you had just by accident of the way the agenda was laid out, you done first reading of the prior bylaw before the beginning of the public hearing.
Right.
It is, as the clerk notes, unusual, and so it's always safer to be usual about everything. But it's hard to imagine, at least on short notice today, just thinking about it, that it would be a great risk.
Okay, so we'll go through this one here, and then we can address that previous. My apologies, Mr. Kilgore.
No apologies necessary. Thank you, Mayor Hagan and members of City Council. So this very similar bylaw is for 535 8th Street South, also known as Halmrast Manor. Next slide, please. The applicant is Lethbridge and Region Community Housing Corporation, rezoning from commercial downtown to direct control for the purpose of using the existing buildings as a newly defined permitted use called supportive housing unrestricted. Next slide, please. So we see on the left the location of the site, which is in the southeast corner of the downtown, adjacent to the Upper East Side and London Road neighbourhoods. In the right image, we can see an aerial view of the building just south of the downtown library. Next slide, please. And here's a street view of that existing building, which currently contains 142 units. Next slide, please. So on the left, we have the current zoning, downtown commercial, and on the right, the proposed direct control land use district. So we can see that the property is surrounded to the north and west by downtown commercial zone properties. And then to the east, there's public building, which is the civic commons area. And then to the south, in the London Road neighbourhood, we have a mixture of different residential land use districts and public building. Next slide, please. So this proposed rezoning is in line with applicable policies in the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, which speak generally about providing a range of housing types and making good use of existing infrastructure by building up in existing areas. Next slide, please. The proposal also complies with relevant policy in the MDP Again, talking about providing a range of housing options to meet everybody's needs and to specifically support the creation of permanent supportive housing. And then in the downtown area redevelopment plan, this complies with the policy which tells us to provide a wide range of housing choice. The proposed direct control district, again, is very closely based on the existing downtown commercial district. The only change is to delete supportive housing as a discretionary use and add in the new supportive housing unrestricted use as a permitted use. This bylaw would also delete shelter and resource centre, which are currently discretionary uses under the downtown commercial zoning. And so this proposal, again, has the potential to contribute to alleviating some of our problems with homelessness and affordable housing as called for in the municipal housing strategy. So this proposal was circulated with city technical staff and no transportation or servicing issues have been identified. Next slide, please. We notified by mail properties within 60 metres of this parcel, so that was 58 letters sent out. It was advertised twice in the Lethbridge Herald and on the city's website as well. The applicant also mailed their own invitations to their open house event, which was held on December 1st. And in response to all this advertising, we've received numerous phone calls and letters from members of the public. All but 2 of those were opposed to the rezoning, and the principal concerns in this case were negative effects on the downtown and behaviour of people in the area. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the proposal complies with the relevant land use policy, and so planning design supports the amendment of the land use classification of this parcel to direct control and recommends that City Council consider the report as information for the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kilgore. I now call upon the applicant to make a presentation.
So much the same. Welcome to Helmrest Manor, 142 units owned by Alberta Social Housing Corporation. This complex is for adults age 50 plus. A few times we have made some exceptions for some individuals that are highly handicapped and need some accessibility and affordable housing. The building itself is 10 floors with 2 common spaces. It has a large common space on the main floor where tenants gather for birthdays, puzzle rooms, that sort of thing. Also on the 10th floor, they have a little gym up there. They also have their laundry facilities, and they like to read books. There's a little library. That's what all that glass is on the 10th floor. It's actually a beautiful view, west view of downtown Lethbridge and the bridge. Currently at Helmrest, we offer a community worker that is available by appointment only. That community worker that's specific to that building is funded through some OSSI dollars. It's currently with the city. That programming is not at risk at this time. We have that continue to March 31st, 2023, which is the longest the city contracts can go at this point. We do some on-site programming at Helmrest Manor. One of the things we do is a food security program. So the Lethbridge Soup Kitchen, when they get an overage of food, or actually twice a month regardless, they actually bring it to the building and we host food days. So our community worker hosts them with some clients that actually live in Helmrest Manor. They are able to access free food, and they're able to exchange maybe some food that they had received from the food bank or some other organization that they're not going to eat with their neighbors, so that they can get some food security at that building. The other thing we do there is we offer some self-care programming. The students at the Lethbridge College massage therapy program come in 2 to 3 times a year and actually provide services for their practicum to our clients, where they come down into the common space and the clients get a free, I think, 15-minute or something like that head and neck massage. So it's just something special that we do for them that they wouldn't be able to afford otherwise. This particular building is supported by the Ministry of Seniors and Community Social Services, so Minister Nixon's ministry. The rents in there range from the minimum rent of $120 an hour up to the maximum rents that are a month, yeah. And up to the maximum rents of about $900 a month. The only additional services clients pay for at this particular building is $50 for electricity, which is a legislated piece under this Social Housing Act, and $10 for parking. Next slide, please. So as you can see, Helmrest Manor has got some beautiful grounds. This picture is an older picture of Helmrest Manor. We've got some gazebos, we've got some park areas. And we've added quite a large fence, which we are expanding. The fence that we have right now kind of jogs kind of randomly around the green space. However, we noticed, like the other neighbors that will likely speak to you today, due to the encampments and the negative behaviors in the downtown core, we've had a great number of individuals that set up camp under our trees and made our tenants feel unsafe. So we are actually extending that fence all the way to our property line, to all of the city sidewalks, and we will hope to get some grants this year to add some community gardens and some meaningful daily activities to our clients that live there. Incidentally, many of the clients that live there have come out of homelessness. Next slide, please. This is the main floor common space. So that's the door you can see there is the access to that back gated area. Got a vending machine. There's a kitchen to the right side that you can't really see. The common space to the left has got a TV and a piano and a social area. Next slide, please. Back to the same. Changing the zoning from downtown commercial to direct control to provide 24-hour supportive housing to approximately 20% of the units. Prospective tenants would be low to medium complexity, which is who we're already serving. They already live there. I can't express this enough. They really already live there. On-site social worker and community worker and security for the building. So again, it would be 3 shifts of 8 hours, 24 hours a day. The increased security, I've already spoken to the fencing situation. We also have the library next door, so we sometimes get some interesting behavior that spills over from that. And also our neighbor across the way, the ESO, that we've had some fun conversations with and actually spoke all the way to ESO corporate office to try to ask them to do some environmental changes over there so our clients feel safer crossing over to ESO to purchase their milk. Next slide. Through our previous partnership with Canadian Mental Health, we just went over all of this. I'm not going to waste your time. The building entry security, we've got a double fob system going into that building. This model was implemented at Castle, concierge, what we already spoke to. So let's not repeat ourselves. Next slide, please. Okay, that's the end of that. So in a nutshell, we're looking to do very similar to what we do at Castle, the largest difference being this is an Alberta social housing owned asset where the rents are $120 a month. So if you are coming to us out of homelessness and you are not receiving any income, through the Lethbridge Housing Authority, we have an ability to get you first month's rent, to get you a security deposit, to get a social worker involved, to get you income secured, to get you in the home, to access organizations like Streets Alive Furniture Program. We'll get you a bed, we'll get you all those things, we'll go to the food bank, we'll get you some food security, we'll get you all set up. So this building is very, very ideal for older adults, and we hope you will support our rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. I do have a couple members, the pre-registered speakers to make a presentation. As mentioned before, you'll have 5 minutes to speak to the issue. And the first presenter is Mr. Dennis Bremner.
This 5 minutes was supposed to be attached to the other 5 minutes. I'm going to have first slide put up if you don't mind. This is the area in question with Helmrest and with the castle. And the area you see as the red square is the compromised area right now for safety, and the blue square is the compromised area for basically thefts and random acts, whatever, the incidents as they were. Next slide. So if you take a look at the downtown the way it exists right now, the black squares are things where the homeless, as defined by the nonprofits, hang out. The blue squares are where we had our old SCS and the applicant that failed by the mustard seed. And you see the residential areas, and then you see the 42-bed high acuity facility that's going to go in supposedly into the Burnside area, Galt Gardens, and the Castle Apartments. Next slide, please. Now you see the crime map for 1st of October to 5 December 2022. And you can see where Galt Gardens, Home Rest, and Castle appear on that diagram. Next. Then, no, go to the next one. Yeah, there you go. No, I think you've got them out of sync here. Okay, go to that one, yeah. That one there, yeah, that's fine. So, what we're going to do is we're going to set up a residence for homeless people that are going to be in home rest in the highest crime district in all of downtown Lethbridge. And we're doing this, we've got a cart before the horse. We should be addressing the crime issue first so that these people don't move into this place and get mugged or knifed or whatever. Right now, what we've got is we've got the highest crime district in the area that is circled in blue on the right, which equals the blue on the left. So we're doing the same thing as what Bergen, Norway did. What Bergen, Norway did was they ignored crime, they tried to house the homeless, and what they ended up having to do 10 years later was fence off their only public park completely, no access, because it destroyed the downtown. So one way or the other, either we address the crime issue first, or what we do is we put the homeless people in jeopardy, as far as I'm concerned. And other than that, I don't have any objection to the homeless people being housed in home rest. What I have an objection to is, I think we got the cart before the horse. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Bremner. I do have another speaker here, Ms. Sarah Amies.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity again. I'm not going to rehash that which I spoke about initially. In actual fact, we feel quite a bit more comfortable about this one by virtue of the fact that there is no mention of shelter, resource center. Now, we understand that Ms. James has made application to get those words removed. I couldn't agree more with Ms. James about the need to continue to house particularly senior folks in supportive housing. I suppose our final qualm, if you will, is the fact that if the building were to be sold or change hands, then that zoning might allow the proliferation of other services that we are not particularly in support of in the downtown. So thanks very much. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Ames. Next, are there any other members of the public that would like to make a presentation on this matter? Please come forward and state your name.
Thank you. I hope I'm at the right one now.
Yeah, you are the right one. You're good.
Thank you. My name is Mike Versillo. I was born and raised in Lethbridge. I attended St. Basil's. I went to Catholic Central High School. I know that at least 3 are on council, and we're still in the minority, but give us time. I want to speak to this issue mainly because of what I've been experiencing at the property that I own, which would be directly south of Almer's Manor, and I'm directly east of the YWCA. So I can't help but think that when you put more and more services to they're called the vulnerable, the homeless. From my experience, they are people that suffer from drug addiction. That's what they are. So I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And what happens is when you have these service organizations that, you know, I'm not here to cast aspersions on Lethbridge Housing Association, its board. I'm sure they do great work. They're great people with good intentions. I've even donated to Streets Alive. So they're well-intentioned people, but good intentions are often an overrated virtue. Because what I suffer from are the unintended consequences of these kinds of services. So they're doing things for the vulnerable or the drug addicts, but as you heard, Ms. James, they come with a set of other intangibles that they can't control. So like the YW arguably provides a great service to house battered women, okay? I think they've expanded their program, but that's basically what they do, and nobody can argue that they provide a valuable service. However, a lot of their clients suffer from drug addiction. There was a meth lab on the 3rd floor. These clients of theirs, you know, in order to continue that service, don't want to break their rules. And like Lethbridge Housing, in order for them to provide their service, they're going to have rules. And these rules won't be broken on their site, otherwise they stand to be evicted. So what happens is they break their rules on the neighboring properties. So what I experience is drug dealers on my property, drug transactions on my property, drug taking on my property, and I know that when I chase them away, they go back to the YW. And when Lethbridge Housing starts servicing these people, they will go to Lethbridge Housing. And again, it's their families and friends that they bring along with them, and the drug dealers. So if I was a drug dealer, there'd be nothing better that you can do is provide more services in a clustered area. It makes my delivering of drugs real cheap. I only got my little bike in my backpack and I don't have far to go. If you're going to tackle this thing, I say you break it up. You know, that's step one in my opinion. Don't concentrate it all in the downtown. So that would be a challenge for you guys to do. So again, I think what will happen as a result of their expanding their services to other kinds of clients with 24-hour security that will chase away all of the bad activity that they don't want because of their rules ends up with me and the law offices that you heard on the previous presentation. We're the ones that deal with the unintended consequences, and there are always unintended consequences, always. We are the forgotten people, and the forgotten people are the people that pay their taxes and are asked to shut up because we're going to do more for them. Well, it's getting to the point where we're not going to shut up anymore. It's getting to that point. I think from what I'm hearing, people are starting to get fed up with the high crime and the things that we have to put up with. And more of the same won't work. More housing, more food, more clothes, more needles just breeds more of the same. That's a fact. And it's not going to go away unless you change your tact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verchillo. Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter?
Good evening again, Council. Again, for the record, my name is Matthew McHugh. I'm a lawyer at Fee Simple Law and a downtown business owner. I would just like to reiterate what we said in our previous submission for the previous bylaw change. And I would just like to respectfully submit to you that I think there was some confusion with the gallery where they thought that the reading was done in the last time for this one as well. I think a lot of people have, mostly the issues that they have are with direct control and the need to rezone these as direct control. And that's all I would submit to you today is just to consider that we basically think that the first application is just like this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a presentation on this matter?
Could I say one more thing?
Sorry, Eve spoke, sorry,
Mayor and Council. I won't bore you with the same thing that I told you last time, but it is the same issue. The bottom line is that we don't know the impacts of the requested amendments. Like I say, we've been through some hardships, and our choices through those hardships has been to invest in our city and our downtown. What we need to do is we need to be responsible. We need to continue to encourage people to invest in our city and to invest in our downtown. And we need to protect the people who have been forgotten, the people that have to pick up the chips. Thank you.
Thank you. Should other members of the public like to make a presentation on this? For a second time, is there any other members that like to make a presentation on this matter? And for a third and final time, is there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing none, it is now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. First, I have a couple questions for Ms. James. As I was jotting them down, oh, there they are. Some of the comments that I've heard from a previous speaker, I'd like you to address some of those. So are you expanding this current services there? I think you had mentioned that what you had, the current residents there are the residents. It's a senior facility. It's, could you maybe go into a little more details there, please?
So the facility is about age 50 plus. So that's what we're currently doing. And what we're currently providing is by appointment only, which is why we're requesting the change of use. We wouldn't be requiring the change of use if we didn't need to provide the services 24 hours a day.
Another question I would have for you is right now the security that you have currently, is this going to improve what's happening in the area in your opinion by having that additional?
So we only have by appointment community workers in that building and our senior systems navigators in that building. We don't have security in that building currently. We put private security in there. It was costing us about $10,000 a month. Because of that overspill that was happening in and around us, we are neighbors like everyone else. We are dealing with downtown issues like everyone else. We are not serving that high acuity client that everyone feels we are serving. We are serving a low acuity client that just has barriers to remain housed. They already live there. I will give you an example. With the previous Clean Sweep program, the previous coordinator for the Clean Sweep, when she had clients, her name was Melissa, when she had clients that were coming into Clean Sweep morning after morning after morning and cleaning up our downtown, making it beautiful, clearing the snow, she would start giving them references to Lethbridge Housing. So what we would do, she would actually call us, she would call me, and she would say, I have Billy here, and he comes every morning and he does a great job, but he's homeless, he lives at the shelter. Can you help me with Billy? And I would send my staff down to Clean Sweep, and they would work with Melissa, the Clean Sweep manager. They would fill out a Lethbridge Housing application, and we would put Billy into Helmrest. And I can tell you, I have many Billies that still live in Helmrest. The barrier we came up against with the Clean Sweep program was once they were housed, they weren't allowed to participate in Clean Sweep anymore because they weren't homeless. So we are housing clients that are episodically homeless and trying to make their life better already at Helmrest.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mary Hagan. And my apologies. When we changed the agenda, I didn't realize that the correspondence and PowerPoints and everything had been emailed and not added to the agenda, so I've just found them. So I was trying to take notes while you were going on. And because one of the items that popped up to me, and I can't open the Helmrest PowerPoint for some reason, but it spoke about incidents reducing by 85%.
Yes, so
the
that
concierge service was put in. So Where are those statistics from?
That was a study we did when we put the concierge service in at Castle Apartments, and it was the number of incidents reported by LPS. So it was the 2016, and we'd be happy to share that with you, Councillor Carlson. We do have that report card.
Okay, so it is LPS's numbers that when you do install these services, calls and incidents go down.
Correct. We will never be able to control our neighbors. And I think that that's everyone's concern. I will never be able to stop the SO from allowing loitering. I've asked the SO to put up some things so that individuals will not be sitting on that signpost or hanging in their back. I've asked them to do some environmental design. We've gone as far up the totem pole as we can. They are not doing that. They are not participating in that. I cannot control my neighbors. I cannot control the YWCA and what programs that they offer in there. They are offering a service to high acuity clients at the YWCA. I'm not proposing that Helmrest Manor will offer support to high acuity clients. The building is far too large to offer services to that client base.
But a question, if I can, Mr. Mayor, through you to either Mr. Kilgore or Ms. Gehring, perhaps. We keep talking about going to direct control, and it cause some concern. Is there any district that allows supportive housing unrestricted of this type that's being proposed that we could rezone to instead of direct control, or is this the only way?
Supportive housing unrestricted currently doesn't exist as a use. Supportive housing is a discretionary use in, I think, 3 districts in the land use bylaw, but it's not permitted in any. So because of the situation of the applicant, we came up with this solution of creating a new definition just for this bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Kilgore. So just for clarity's sake, providing comfort or I can't remember the words we've been using, predictability. There is no district in this city that these kind of services can be provided except under direct control. Is that what I'm hearing?
For supportive housing unrestricted, that's correct. It's a new definition created through this bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you for Ms. James again. Thank you. Just what is the eviction rate that you have at Helmrest right now? And is it as problematic as it perhaps Castle Apartments is?
No, because we haven't taken as many low acuity clients at this point because we only have the service by appointment. So Castle Apartments is sitting just over the 20% eviction rate at this point.
If this is approved, this zoning is approved, do you foresee a higher number of people that will be available will live there? It'll be up to the 26th, 15 to 26th?
Yeah, we'll slowly start introducing them to the building. Absorption rates are very, very important. So as we've ever introduced a homeless person, we've only ever introduced them one at a time. We introduce them, we get them settled, make sure that there aren't those behaviors that are continuing, such as other family members coming that we're chasing off, those types of things. We try to get them as settled as possible, and then we will introduce another one.
Okay, thank you.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Ms. James, tell me about who you currently house at Helmrest, and how is that clientele going to change after this is incorporated, or if this is incorporated?
So most of the seniors that we were housing at Helmrest, we have moved, like the actual seniors got the option to move to Southgate first. Southgate, as you know, is our 64-unit property located on Southgate Boulevard. So those rents, the 32 CMHC rents that we put in there are actually lower for an actual senior. Their RGI, or their 30% of their income, actually Southgate works out to be a little bit lower for them. So they got first priority on those 32 units so that we could make some room for a client base similar to this. We have shared that with council in the past, and we continue to stand by that. We are trying to be a partner at the table.
in follow-up to that, how would you see the clientele changing then?
Yeah, so we're not going to change a whole bunch. I mean, we will, if we have 24-hour security, maybe we'll introduce 2 at a time. I mean, you still have to make sure people are settled. You really have to make sure you're not introducing any problems. The Residential Tenancies Act that this building falls under is very restrictive as a landlord, so we really have to make sure we're doing proper screening, and we're doing 3-month fixed-term leases, and we're really making sure people are, number one, interested in being housed, because of course a lot of people in our downtown core, regardless of what everyone feels and thinks, not everybody wants a house. So interested in being housed, willing to participate in being housed, willing to follow some of the rules that come along with being housed, including being a good neighbor. And then we would move them in.
Thank you.
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. So this question is to Ms. James while you're here. So Mr. Bremner would have us believe that the residents are responsible for crime by showing us these diagrams, which are clearly dated. And Ms. James would suggest that mostly seniors live in this particular facility. But I'm sensitive also to what Mr. Vasillo or Mr. Virchillo has said, where there are unintended consequences. So for every action, there is a reaction. We know that. So what are the consequences for not approving this bylaw?
Your downtown is only going to get worse. I mean, the reality is that high acuity client has nowhere to go right now because the shelter is over capacity. It's not a secret. So if we can take the low acuity client, keep them successfully housed, and then allow the shelter to operate the way the shelter should, which is funded for a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week shelter, we're hoping that will free up some spaces. And so those chronically, highly addicted, very complex individuals will decide to stay warm and safe within the 4 walls of the shelter.
This will occur if we approve the transformation to direct control.
This is what I'm hoping to achieve by housing some low acuity clients, such as those clean sweep individuals. Not everybody, okay, stop. Most people that are in our homeless population are highly addicted. There are a number of individuals that are homeless that have mental health issues and unique needs that can be met in supportive housing. So my hope is to get those ones out of the shelter, keep them successfully housed, and free up those spaces for that more high acuity client that we're seeing hanging around the bus shelter, the library, and people's businesses.
So the people that you're talking about, these high acuity individuals, are you familiar with any data that would suggest that there is a correlation between that and high criminality?
I think that there's quite a bit, actually, yeah. We know our high acuity clients that are actively in use are
actively criminal.
Actively breaking the law. It's a fair statement. I mean, they're actively purchasing illegal drugs.
How do they purchase illegal drugs? By
breaking into your home and breaking into your, I mean, I live on the west side at this point and they're breaking into my car too. So I think to say one area versus another area, I mean, gosh, it's happening throughout our city. I can't deal with the policing matter. That's for the police commission and LPS. I can't control that type of behavior, and it's at this point, it's not in our wheelhouse to deal with that high acuity client. They need recovery. First steps, they need detox. Next step, they need a recovery community. After they get a recovery community, they're going to need recovery housing for a number of years until those behaviors make a change. And then we can look at some sort of a support after that that we would be considering doing here at Helmrest.
And of the people that you're hoping to bring into Helmrest, how many would fall into a category that might be classified in that vein? Are we looking perhaps at 1%, 10%?
Like the high acuity ones? No, we can't take high acuity there, Councillor Middleton-Hope. The building is too large.
Mentioned that before, but I'm more concerned in terms of the people that are going to end up there. Are these the type of people that we're concerned about and that others in the gallery have expressed concerns about?
So that particular client base would be more focused on a high acuity permanent supportive housing, similar to the conversations that's been had around the 42 units, not specific to this.
Thank you.
Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, excuse me, I have a question for the city clerk, and I may have a question for Ms. James, maybe. The question I have is actually encompasses both public hearings. The PowerPoint presentation, when it was presented by Ms. James at the Castle Apartments, it wasn't in the package, but as Councillor Carlson noted, I've now checked the email, and apparently it showed up about 10:30 this morning. So I take it it's not going to be a problem with respect to the Castle Mountains bylaw application, because we've recessed that. So can I assume that at least for the recessed public hearing, that PowerPoint presentation will be available on the city website as part of the agenda package? So if anyone additional wants to speak, they'll at least have had an opportunity to look at that PowerPoint. Is that correct?
Yep, for sure, we can do that.
Okay. The difficulty comes with this particular one is that we received the PowerPoint this morning as well at the same time. And like Councillor Carlson, I couldn't open it up either. So if members of the public wanted to, or to be informed in terms of what was going to be presented, they did not have an opportunity to see this PowerPoint in advance. So they would have had to either watch it online or been present in council chambers. So if they wanted to make submissions specifically to that, it would have been sort of like an almost instantaneous thing. Does that create a problem? Because it's not in the agenda package. It was presented. It was sent to us separately as an email, which I can't open. So does that create a problem?
I don't know if that's a question for me. We have deadlines. When we get the material and council consents to distribute them, we do that.
Okay, so then my question is to Ms. James. Is there a reason why we didn't get the power presentations earlier, particularly bearing in mind at least that the request was made for all three readings of both bylaw amendments, or bylaw amendments to the land use bylaw for today? So what happened?
We were just trying to get our verbiage right. We were struggling with the zoning requirements and specifically my language in the slide deck. So it had gone back and forth numerous times asking planning for the right verbiage to make sure we were asking correctly, because as we can see, it's really complicated. So it was late.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, too. My question is to Mr. Vasello. Mr. Vasello, you're on the ground. You have a building nearby, and you've the consequences of decisions, and you've paid the burden. You've had to carry this burden for quite a time, and you've contacted members of council over the years and all that. What advice would you give us, knowing what you know, and before deciding to do with this, what would you like to see happen for this to be successful?
Well, excuse me. First of all, what I had forgotten to say is I've been putting my money where my mouth is. So I've owned other properties. I own other properties in and around the downtown. I've sold one, and I'm going to continue to sell. Unlike my young lawyer friends back there, they are full of optimism, and that's great. They have confidence in downtown Lethbridge. I do not. And I think you're going to see more people like me and less like them. So what you should do is somewhat what I said, that I don't think you should concentrate all these services in a small area. 8th Street and 6th Avenue is a hotbed of activity. And while this organization could get security and so on, they come with an entourage. Every client comes with an entourage that they admitted they can't control. So you saw the first example. When she first presented, they had a person who was coming off drugs. They housed them, but unfortunately, they come with an entourage. Pretty soon the drug dealer's there. If they have security there, of course their activity will be reduced. But where will that drug dealer go? That drug dealer will go to my property and neighboring properties and wait for their client to go there. That's what they do. So while her house is in order, the rest of the neighborhood is in catastrophe. That's what happens. So I would disperse the problem. I would not do what you're doing, which is continually feed, clothe. I pick up more clothes on, sometimes they look brand new on my property than anywhere else. And I throw them away. This is what they do. So we feed them, clothe them, house them, facilitate their drug activity, and then we expect a change. So if you're gonna, if this organization needs to provide this type of service, I would suggest they go elsewhere. And I don't mean in the downtown near their other properties. I mean other parts of Lethbridge. I think the best thing you can do is disperse the problem until you can have a chance to fix it. Because like I said, if I was a drug dealer, the best thing you could do is keep everybody, all my clients, in a small area. That's the best thing you could do. And that's what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Frisello.
Thank you.
Ms. James, you said you have 800 plus doors throughout the city. Do you have any of these issues around any of your other facilities? Like I know you have the west side, you have them all over. Do you have any of these issues when you obviously, do you deal with some of these clientele in these other buildings as well? Yep. And do you have any spin-off or like same situation Mr. Frisello is going through in his building? Do you have those issues around any of your other facilities?
So the security issues are primarily in the downtown core because of the downtown people that are choosing to hang around downtown. So security-wise, it's a downtown problem. It's not a Lethbridge housing problem. As far as drug activity, unfortunately, we do see drug activity even in our family housing. We do evict for it. We are very cognizant of it. We do our best to keep our children and our community housing safe. But I've even had a judge tell me that drug dealers need a place to live too. So that's why we're so strict. That's why the leases are so strict. And I understand what he's saying about unintended consequences. But the unintended consequence of not keeping low acuity people housed is the shelter is over capacity and our downtown is a disaster. So.
Thank you for that. So is there validity in saying that wouldn't it be better to find an application at other locations outside of the downtown to help these people at risk, because then you're taking them away from the dealers as well, because they seem to be in the downtown, for lack of a better term, dealer, but the negative behavior. Am I correct in stating that?
So the problem lies in the fact that we just don't have the services that they, like the income support office, the AISH office, the soup kitchen, the food bank, all of those are within walking distance, which is kind of why, you know, we facilitate in the downtown core. For Castle Apartments, you know, employment is in the downtown, transportation is in the downtown. You know, it's harder once you get out further from the downtown core to be able to receive those services.
Thank you. Thank you.
I see no further questions in the queue. So with that, it's my understanding that this is similar to that of the previous one, that is not going to get the necessary votes to be unanimous today. I think it's from what I've already heard. So with that, I'm just looking out there. Are we going to do similar, Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, because of the fact of the PowerPoint and the potential problems getting that late, I think it probably should be a similar situation as we did with the other public hearing, because if anyone else wants to speak to it, they may want to, or may not, want to reference the PowerPoint, but the reality is the PowerPoint wasn't part of the agenda package that was available to the public in advance of the public hearing, as was most of the stuff. So at least that's my position or my
But no.
thinking on it.
With this being, as was mentioned, if we don't do a first reading, as I was mentioned with the previous 6380 or 6390, then there's the possibility of not passing all three in January. So to my colleagues, should we do a first reading so that at least come January 24th, that's when the second and third reading will happen at 3 p.m. for both of these bylaws? Sorry?
That's the way I would
Just
read
one-
it.
No, sorry, please, go ahead.
I think we should have given it first reading before we opened the public hearing, but it's gone now. I think we can still give both readings, and Councillor Dodick, we've had the public hearing, or we're in the public hearing. Give it first reading, and then on the 24th, we can go second and third if we're moving in that direction. But this officially gets the first reading out of the way.
Yeah, and I think in our public meeting here next is becoming, we can do the first reading on both of these, because as was mentioned by our city solicitor, as long as it's before the second reading, we can have both this, then that should be fine. Is that correct, Mr. City Solicitor? If we were to have this in our public meeting here, that we go back into, have a first reading on both of these, that would, on both of them, yes, 6390 and 91?
Arguably, that seems to be compliant with the act. I only offer that caveat because we're sort of outside of our usual lane, and so just thinking about it today, yes, as long as it's before second reading, we are compliant with the act there.
So it sounds like we're going to recess this one as well to the January meeting, and then we will address the first readings here when we go into our public meeting. So, we're in public meeting now, but okay. As soon as we recess on that, now we'll come back into just the first reading. Just the first reading on 6390 and 6391. Yeah, just the first one. All right. So, moved by, to have a sponsor to do the first reading on 6390, Acting Mayor. The 6390 Land Use Bylaw read 215 2nd Avenue South and 221 2nd Avenue South. For first reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6390 Land Use Bylaw Amendment read 215 2nd Avenue South and 221 1st Avenue South be given first reading. Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much. This is a first reading of this bylaw to get it moved ahead so that we can move on to second and third readings come January. This is an ask to keep people in a healthy housed state and environment. And with that, I will call for any debate.
No, just
I do have questions, Councillor Dodick.
I just want to, so the public, whether they're present or online, they realize that all we're doing with introducing the first reading is just introducing the subject on the table, and no decision will be made either on the first public hearing or on this one until January 24th. So nobody should take from the fact that likely the first reading will be approved unanimously, that we're actually approving the amendments to the bylaw, just simply introducing it.
I was going to mention that exact thing, that this does not mean that this is passed. It still goes to the second, third reading. So thank you very much for that, Councillor Dodick. So with that, I see no further debate.
That's my closing. I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? One opposed. Councillor Middleton Hope. For first reading. Okay. Okay, in 6391, Land Use Bylaw Amendment re 535 8th Street South. Acting Mayor, you okay to bring that one forward? All right, first reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6391 Land Use Bylaw Amendment re 535 8th Street South be given first reading.
Same comments and rules apply to this one. That we are introducing this for first reading. It will come again forward for second and third readings in January 24th. And And if there are no further questions or debate from my colleagues, I will call the vote.
And this is to continue this forward, so the discussions continue for second and third reading. So with that, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? 8 to 1. All right. All right. I just, to reach out to my colleagues here, I know it's sitting at 6:30 here. We do have, I know that we may have probably another, 2 more in camera, and probably an hour and a half, 2 hours, I would say, with questions and debate on, well, if you look at what's in here, I'm just, a question's been asked, should we postpone till next week and there'd be an emergency meeting, or what? Or should we continue forward?
I think
I'm fine to continue forward. We do have folks here that are here for that reason. So it's just understand that it's going to be a late one, which is...
Are there any pickles left in the fridge?
Are there any pickles left in the fridge? Are we going to continue forward? So continue forward. Okay. Okay, actually, just if we want to take just a 5-minute recess here. Okay. All right, we're going to move along here to 10.1, funding allocation request for overnight comfort center, Streets Alive mission. I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. 10.1, be it resolved the City Council adopt the following recommendation of the Community Wellbeing and Safety Strategy Advisory Committee with regard to funding from the Reaching Home funding portfolio, and that is to approve $225,670 to be allocated as a one-time cost to Streets Alive mission to enable operation of an overnight comfort center, and open it up for questions. Question, everybody's on this one, they know. Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, I mean, how was it chosen? I mean, I know initially we had an emergency warming shelter at the bus facility, and now all of a sudden it pops up that we're theoretically approving one that's supposedly go from December 1 to March of 2023, and for a significant amount of money. So I want to know the background as to how that happened. And secondly, this seems to be almost like a sole source contract in the sense that it's a significant amount of money with only a single source apparently being considered. So if we could get some responses to those questions.
I can speak to how this came to be about. So community social development was directed by the corporation to explore options for a comfort center within the city of Lethbridge. So on November 14th, a request for proposals went out under procurement regulations, and Streets Alive Mission was the only group that submitted a proposal under this procurement process.
Not part of the package, the request for proposal. So how was that, how did that actually come to be? What did the request for proposal say?
The request for proposal asked service providers who had readily available organization owned with appropriate zoning, downtown commercial or public building, to submit a proposal to community social development and an anticipated budget to operate a comfort center 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Okay, and what steps were taken to discuss this request for proposal as well as the response to request for proposal with adjacent businesses who have made it quite clear what their concerns are? And I don't see that addressed. I understand the point being made that there's theoretically a need for this, but to me it doesn't seem like the needs of the businesses or the concerns of the businesses have been addressed. So what has been done in terms of addressing those concerns?
Direction was provided to the successful service provider that they were to engage with the neighbors in their surrounding area, which they confirmed that they did between November 24th and November 29th.
Had discussions, but that doesn't mean that the concerns were addressed. What can you tell us to make us feel a little comfortable with this recommendation that being made that in fact those concerns will be addressed other than discussions have been held?
Community social development staff have had several conversations with Lethbridge Police Services about what's been going on around the facility, as well as the neighbors who have brought forward concerns. We have requested that some of our other service providers prioritize that area. So for example, the diversion outreach team and the clean sweep group, and have ensured that there is security going around the outside of the building in the nighttime hours.
And are the adjacent businesses satisfied with the way it has been dealt with?
We have only formally received one complaint and engaged with one group in community social development, and continue to communicate back with them once we asked the diversion outreach team and the clean sweep team to increase and prioritize in that area.
Okay, so the bottom line is we're hoping for the best. Sorry, that was a rhetorical question.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'm through you to city manager or designate. I'm a little concerned, or not concerned, confused. I'm hungry. A little confused. This is just the request to allocate reaching home dollars for this. It seems to me that this is going forward, regardless of council's decision of where to fund it. Is that how I'm reading this? That the funds will be allocated and it will go ahead, and this is for council because council said only we can approve the reaching home dollars, but they can be used for this. So this is just to approve the funding.
Yep, this what's before us today is the allocation of the reaching home funds. Right now, all of the funds are coming from municipal taxation, and we can speak about that more in camera if you so wish. But that's where it's
for me. And so this isn't a question of zoning or citing or this. This is basically to say this is happening. How do you want to fund it?
Well, I mean, you know, council, so if it's the will of council, council does have other decisions available to them, such as, no, we don't want to do anything here, for instance. So.
Okay, because that wasn't how I read this. This was that this is...
There with that, so I should qualify that statement, with that, there are, based on the RFP and the resultant contract, I believe there are conditions within the existing contract that have a termination clause of 30 days that would come into effect from the day any decision was made.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mott, you indicated that with some of the concerns that have come from surrounding business owners, that DOT and Clean Sweep have been engaged to up their game, for lack of a better term, in those areas. Has LPS also been contacted to up patrols, or has the Watch been contacted for anything?
We have engaged with Lethbridge Police Services and requested that they increase patrols in that area. But I cannot confirm if that is occurring at this time.
All right, thank you very much.
Councillor Middle and Hope.
Thank you. This is, and I'm going to be very blunt, this is yet another reaction. This is not well planned out. We have been asking administration for over a year to come up with a viable solution, a permanent solution for winter housing. It's not like winter is a surprise to us, and we continue to try and hobble together, and this is no fault of anyone in administration, I get that, but we seem to be trying to hobble together responses to this, and we're coming up short each and every time. This is not the right location. This is a problematic location, and until such time as we find a proper alternative, we're going to continue to experience this. So I don't know if Mr. Fox wants to respond to that. I see you nodding your head. You get it. I understand that. But I think we need to put this onto the table. This is not the type of solution that we're looking for.
Isn't that correct, you're going to say, right? Yes. As a question. Okay. Well, I'll wait for debate here, but I see no further questions. So to open debate, Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much for this. So we see, and Councillor Middleton Hope is right, winter is never a surprise. So I do agree with you. I agree with you there fully. We should have been prepared for this, and we should have been looking forward to this faster. But the reality is the Lethbridge Shelter and Stabilization Centre consistently experience occupancy pressures during extreme winter weather. And we need to activate comfort centres throughout our community. None of them currently offer overnight support. We put out an RFP. Streets Alive Mission responded to that. They provided community social development with a proposal for expanded operation of a comfort center with public access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Operations are set to begin on December 1st, and it will operate until March 31st, bridging a critical gap in our community. It's not an ideal location. None of these are ideal solutions, but it's the solution we have right now. The total budget for this project is $325,670. It's currently approved under municipal funds. Right now, what we're looking at is approving $225,670 as a one-time cost to Streets Alive from the Reaching Home funds. $100,000 would come from taxation. With that, I will open it up for debate.
All right, Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this. Business owners pay approximately 2.5 times taxes based on the assessed values of their businesses versus residential owners. In the package that we received, I'm not satisfied that the business owners have been actually given an opportunity or rather have been considered when this decision was made. As has been pointed out by one of my colleagues, this is a wrong location as far as I'm concerned. All you have to do is drive by that site to come to that conclusion. So the bottom line is I will not be supporting this. I will be supporting the businesses who represent the tax-paying base, and I think their needs need to be addressed, and this does not address their needs.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, and I certainly resonate with or it resonates with me what Councillor Dodick has said. We had a warming center over at the transit hub. We've had thousands of dollars worth of damage caused to that transit hub. I don't want that to translate into this location either. I will not be supporting this.
I too will not be supporting this. I've spent the last few days visiting, morning to night, with businesses in the downtown area, and one of the first things that comment that comes from these businesses is, wow, our downtown has been great over this past year. There's been a lot of great things that have been done. This has been more in the last week than what we've had in a whole year. The concerns, the problems, and I was actually visiting with one of the businesses, and while I was there, I saw this happen. I saw the issues that they were passing to me happen while I was there. So it's not anecdotal. This is happening. I drove by numerous times, and it's going to cause more and more concerns. I know we do need an area. This is not it. And as was mentioned by Councillor Dodick, these businesses are struggling. This has been through the pandemic. They're coming through the pandemic. You think that we're paying a lot being residential owners. I know as a business owner as well, that's 2.4 to 2.6 times the taxation. To be hit with something like this, it isn't fair. I won't support it. Deputy Mayor Parker.
This is a tough one for me because I appreciate the comments of my colleagues in regards to we need to find an appropriate location. And I also understand the crime that sometimes will go with this. We've seen it at hand already, so we don't have to predict it. It's happened. But at the same time, if you run a city like a business, you wouldn't do things like this. But you run a city like a business-like with a social conscience. And it's important that we have a social conscience. We need to take care of these people that are at risk. There's a funding source there, and there's people freezing, and there's people at risk. And I believe it's incumbent upon myself as a member of council to help these folks out. And if we don't, these folks will find heat or shelter some way, and they may break in somewhere to get that heat, get that shelter. So if we don't have an appropriate location with the proper funding in place for 6 months, I don't know what's going to happen. And I think as a member of council, it's my job to protect. I don't care, some of these people are not from Lethbridge and all that, but they're still in our community, and we owe it to take care of these folks. So for that reason, I will be supporting that.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I won't repeat much of what Deputy Mayor Parker said. I will be supporting this because in my mind, it's to use an appropriate funding source to fund this, and we're not actually picking and choosing the location. I do agree that that this is Yeah, winter is coming. It's coming every year, and maybe we should be better prepared. But the fact is, we're not. And so I haven't heard an alternate plan. I've just heard not here, not here, not here. I've not heard an alternate plan of this is the perfect spot. Next week is going to be minus 30. And if we're saying, no, we'll come back in January 24th and figure it out, that is not responsible. We've got time. Let's approve this now. Let's do better planning for next year. Let's spend some time getting a plan in place, an alternative in place. It's not right to say, well, this is the wrong place, if you don't have another option ready to go. So I will be supporting this. I urge my colleagues to support this. And let's do better next time. And that can be as soon as we meet again. It doesn't have to wait a year. It doesn't have to wait a month. Let's get on it. But right now, this is what's necessary. Thank you.
I've got just a clarification question. So, no. We say we don't have another option. I was asking before, and it's something that I've looked at for last few days quite extensively, and many communities do this, is we have additional buses. We have multiple additional buses. If they were warmed and if they were in front of a shelter, why could we not have the buses for warming and put them over in front of the shelter? They go to the shelter, we're at capacity, they come out, they're in 3 warming buses. We also have 1 bus that travels around the community and picks up those most vulnerable. This works in any community that I've checked and researched online. It has worked for them. I can't see why this won't work. And so, sorry, clarification is we don't have another plan. This is what I want to ask if we've looked into this.
I can confirm that we did engage with several service providers in the community to see if they'd be willing to operate out of a bus, and they were not.
So we have another plan. Yeah. And why do all the other ones do it and it works and we just don't want to? Councillor Campbell.
I just want to I want to echo what Councillor Carlson said again, and I'm also concerned about the things that go on, like the park and ride was not the ideal situation. But we do have an organization that's willing and has done this sort of work in the past, and I'm hoping with their expertise that we can find the right way to house people that are going to be freezing at minus 30, like you say. Funding is there. We have the right facility. Well, and to Councillor Carlson's point, we got to be better than this. But for now, for how cold it is, we need to accept this, and so I will support.
If no further debate, so I'll have Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel close.
Thank you very much. Again, I will just reiterate, this is a reallocation of the funds. We're looking for $325,670 for the entire budget of this project. Streets Alive is the only group that has stepped up to offer the Comfort Center with public access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it is something we do need immediately. We're looking for $225,600 to come from Reaching Home funds, $100,000 to come from taxation. I fully appreciate and understand the issues that businesses are going through downtown. I've worked in the downtown core for close to 10 years and walk the streets every day. I know what's going on, and I'm looking forward to getting out to talk to the businesses this week that have expressed their concerns. So with that, I am going to ask for council's support on this because we do need to move something forward. With that, I will call for the vote.
Sorry, by roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Dodick.
Opposed.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Parker. Mayor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
5-3, that carries.
All right, next we'll move on to 10.2. From Councillor Crowson, Affordable and Social Housing Capital Project Grant Request for Aboriginal Housing Society 10.2. Be resolved that City Council approve the additional allocation of $1,500,000 of affordable and social housing capital grant funding from the 2022 to 2031 D32 Affordable Housing Capital Improvement Plan CIP project to the Aboriginal Housing Society for construction of the Legacy Ridge Housing Project, and further be resolved that city funding be provided subject to the execution of a third-party contribution agreement in a form satisfactory to the city manager, and further be resolved that City Council direct that the closed session discussions and documents regarding affordable and social housing capital project grant request Aboriginal Housing Society remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party, 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials, 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, and 27, privilege legal of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Crowson, do you have any, or actually, sorry, I'll open it up to questions first, and I don't see any questions, so we'll go straight through to open debate. Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. We have the opportunity to provide a catalyst grant through the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant Program with money set aside by previous councils. This would be for the construction of the Legacy Ridge Housing Project through Aboriginal Housing Society. This project, which AHS has been working on for 3 years, is the culmination of the 3 years of collaborative partnership work, and the result of they have overcome significant hurdles as a project team and with funders. If this is approved, there is a major federal funding source that would help to provide close to $40 million for this project, and this would help them to secure that funding. So that's where we are to right now.
Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, I'm not sure if we're in debate or questions, Mr. Mayor. Then I'm in for.
No, in for debate. Yeah, there was no questions, so.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this. When council set up this fund a couple of years back now, I think, and I'm trying to remember the policy, CC 49, is that?
49, yes.
Okay, thank you. And it was set up through a capital funding allocation from our reserves, was to spur this type of development in our community. This, I think, is a small investment that hopefully will pay off in spades by encouraging other orders of government and other funders to come forward. And so I heartily support this. Thank you.
I'm going to entertain a question. I do have a question for Mr. City Manager. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, I see the second clause here, for the resolve, the city funding be provided subject to the execution of a third-party contribution agreement in a form satisfactory city manager. That's very vague, a form satisfactory. What is a satisfactory form would look like?
Excellent question. I mean, what we would want to see, so, without going into details, Mr. Lowen can jump in at any time here, is, looking through the budget documents and making sure all of the due diligence is done. So that would be the form satisfactory, just like any other financial process that we would look at, making sure the city's interests are protected and that we have the required information to make a sound decision.
For example, if a third party did not come in with a contribution as what has been stated, then we would not be putting these funds forward?
Yeah, if there was, I would say, unnecessary risk or a lack of clarity and something that would, we would have trouble making a decision, that wouldn't be in a form satisfactory to the city manager.
Right.
Brian, anything to add?
Nope, just all of those things, I would just say, consistent with the language that was introduced by Councillor Carlson, contingent upon the confirmation of funding from the other levels of government.
All right, any further debate? Or questions? I guess I'm hopping in and out, but questions or debate? See no further questions. So to close debate, Councillor Crowson?
Our own municipal housing strategy lets us know that we need 3,900 more housing spaces. This would provide over 100 new spaces. And Aboriginal Housing has a history of working in the community and with other organizations. They've worked with Lethbridge Housing, Treaty 7, Black Family Lodge, Lethbridge Family Services, and many others. They have a proven track record of providing housing, and I hope my colleagues will support this. I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Go to in-camera. Go do that. All right, move forward with closed meeting report for offer to purchase land 14.1 from Councillor Carlson. Be it resolved that Council reject the offer to purchase as it is significantly below estimated market value, and further be resolved that Council direct administration to proceed with the confidential direction in closed session, and further be resolved that City Council direct that the closed meeting discussions with respect to the offer to purchase land remain confidential pursuant to sections 23 Local Public Body Competences and 24 Advice from Officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unless there's any further comments by my colleagues, I'll move to this call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moved by Councillor Campbell. Closed meeting land banking matter 14.2. Be resolved the City Council refer this matter to administration to return to a future meeting of Council with additional information. Councillor Campbell.
Call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. From Councillor Croson, closed meeting labor matter 14.3, whereas administration wages have been frozen at 0% increase for the years 2020, 2021, and 2022. Therefore, be it resolved the City Council approve cost of living adjustments COLA for administration for the first 2 years of this budget cycle as follows: 2023, 3%, 2024, 3%. Be it resolved the City Council direct that the closed meeting discussions with respect to the labor matter remain confidential pursuant to
Mr. Mayor, I'll remove myself for this one.
Okay, sorry. Remain confidential pursuant to Section 24 Advice from Officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. And Councillor Parker, Deputy Mayor Parker has left for conflict. With that, Councillor Croson.
As noted in the resolution, our administration staff had 0% increases over the last 3 years. We're looking at 3% increases for 2023 and 2024. This is in keeping with the line that we're seeing with other contracts, et cetera, that we are doing. And I would ask my colleagues to support this.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Parker. Now, Councillor Palladino. Well, okay, Councillor Carlson. A closed meeting sponsorship agreement 14.4. Be it resolved the City Council approve the naming rights and sponsorship agreement for the Crossings Complex, currently named ATB Centre, as provided in confidential attachment 1. Further be resolved that Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. And further be it Further be it resolved that City Council directed the closed meeting discussion with respect to the sponsorship agreement remain confidential pursuant to Section 23 Local Public Body Confidences and 24 Advice from Officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Councillor Carlson.
Mr. Mayor, I call the vote on this.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. All right. 14.5 from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, closed meeting, boards, commissions, and committees matters. 14.5, be resolved that Council rescind the portion of the motion of October 25th, 2022 regarding the specified candidate in closed session and their contingent appointment to the Lethbridge Police Commission, 2/3 affirmative vote required. Further be resolved that City Council direct administration, City Clerk's office to proceed with conducting a police information check and vulnerable sectors check for the recommended citizens of the Lethbridge Police Commission and Youth Advisory Council appointees of 18 years of age and older, respectively, and return to a future meeting of City Council for appointment as per bylaw 6250, the procedure bylaw. Further be resolved that City Council direct administration, City Clerk's office proceed with conducting a police information check for the 2 recommended citizen appointments for the Lethbridge Police Commission and return to a future meeting of City Council for appointment as per bylaw 6250, the procedure bylaw. And further be resolved that City Council appoint the following public members to serve on their boards, commissions, and committees as outlined below for the following terms effective January 1st, 2023. Sir Alexander Galt Museum and Archives Board of Directors, Adam Whitford, a 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2025. Lethbridge Police Commission, John Brett Carlson, 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2025. Youth Advisory Council, Andrew Langale, a 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2025. Priyanshi Patel, a 2-year term expiring December 31st, 2024. Further be resolved, the City Council ratify the following organizational representative to serve on their boards, commissions, and committees as outlined below for the following terms effective January 1st, 2023. Animal Welfare Committee, Verna Masuda, No Kill Animal Association, NOCA, representative, 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2025. Economic Development, Lethbridge, Byron Jackson, Economic Development, Lethbridge, Indigenous Sector Representative, expiring March 31st, 2025. Further be resolved that City Council direct the closed session reports, documents, and discussions pertaining to public member appointments to the 2023 boards, commissions, and committees remain confidential as per Section 17, harmful to personal privacy, Section 19, confidential evaluations, and Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. And from Council Middleton Hope, closed meeting development matter number 1, 14.6, be it resolved that Council amend Schedule A of the agreement with Royop to revise the location of the land to be developed based on the confidential recommendation provided in closed session meeting, but with no change to the vision and intent for the area as based on the Crossings Comprehensive Plan. And further be resolved that City Council directed the closed meeting discussions with respect to development matter number 1 remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party, 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councilor Midland Hope. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries.
I'd like to call the question. Sorry, I'm a little bit slower on the uptake.
The next one from closed meeting development matter number 2, 14.7 from Councillor Dodick. Be it resolved that City Council accept the proposal from Cedar Ridge Homes and Van Arbor Homes to form the Riverstone Builder Group for the remaining phases of the Riverstone community, including the confidential details provided in the closed session meeting. And further be resolved that City Council directed the closed meeting discussion with respect to the development matter number 2, verbal remain confidential pursuant to Sections 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, Councillor Middleton Hope calls the question.
The question's been called by Councillor Middleton Hope. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
I was in favor, Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
Do you want to postpone the 4 items to Thursday?
Yeah, I think anything else we can postpone, right?
Yes, so we have 4 items that I'm thinking council wants to postpone. 7.17, 7.18, those are 2 bylaws. And on the closed agenda, 14.9 and 14.10.
How long would that take?
Yeah.
We'll do the tax bylaw, 718.
From Deputy Mayor Parker, bylaw 6385, 2023, incentives for prepayment penalty and tax deferral bylaw. For a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6385, 2023, incentives for prepayment penalty and tax deferral bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Parker, or Deputy Mayor Parker?
Actually, I'm not going to rush to this one really quick because it's kind of a good news story. Before, when people prepaid, we gave them a discount of 0.75%. But next year, if this is passed, people will be getting a rebate of 2% on their tax bill because of interest rates going up and all that. So it's kind of a good news story. And I know the hundreds of viewers that are watching right now will be would be happy to hear this good news. So I'd call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. For a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6385, 2023, incentives for prepayment, penalty, and tax deferral bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Deputy Mayor Parker. Question been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you for that.
All right.
Thank you.
So the other item, the safety codes bylaw, that can wait to January 24th?
Yeah. Since Nick's already eating, and it was his.
So are we done?
Just a minute. We're just figuring that out, Councillor Croson.
Okay.
Here, you guys, I will sponsor in behalf of Councillor Palladino, the safety codes, and then he can bring a resolution that we do what he wants to do on June 24th, okay? And he can argue, January 24th, and he can debate that if he wants to send to an SBC or whatever, but for continuity for our development services, I will sponsor
Sorry
that.
to be a buzzkill. There was a postponement on the floor, and I'd have to get that withdrawn. There we go, thanks.
And I will,
I just want to add something to what Councillor Parker said. In discussions with Councillor Palladino, he will be having conversations with the city solicitor with respect to putting wording into the what he wanted to propose as an amendment to the bylaw should it pass today. So just to give you a little bit of update on that.
since I will speak the second reading, if that's okay. So as presented, if this passes, they'll be adjusted accordingly. And anyone who wants to change or adjust that can speak to the city clerks or to the city solicitor or through development services. But I would call the question as presented at today's meeting prior to amendment. Question?
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed?
Oh, your face, Maureen.
Carries. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6377, amendment to bylaw 6110, the City of Lethbridge Safety Codes Permit Bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Deputy Mayor. Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. Thank you.
One item left unclosed. It's a BC legal update, BCC legal update. Can it wait till the new year, or does council want that legal update?
Okay, so quickly, a motion to go in camera. Carlson, all in favor? All right. City Council refer this item to January 24th meeting for more information. That
So, refer this item to the January 24th meeting for more information.
and direct that the closed meeting discussions in respect to the boards, commissions, and committees matter legal verbal remain confidential pursuant to section 23 local public body confidences, 24 advice from officials, and 27 privileged legal of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Dodick. Questions have been called. All in favor? You opposed? Carries. And to the public that we're not in there anymore, have a great Christmas. I wanted to make
Happy
sure. Merry
holidays.
Christmas and a Happy New Year.
And Belinda,
To
Nick,
answer your to answer your question, as long as you don't mind that I'm covered in cat hair, I will be there.
you're coming?
I will, but like not long. I'm in bed by 8:30 most nights, so it'll be a
Me
quick
too.
visit.
So let's just go have a glass of wine. We'll see you.